Okay. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
والقرآن المجيد بل عجبوا أن جاءهم منذر منهم فقال الكافرون هذا شيء عجيب.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everybody. Salam, how y'all guys doing? Welcome to our live Q&A for the day. Hopefully we'll get some non-Muslims in here. I've put the link out there. So if you guys could to put the StreamYard link, not just the YouTube link, out there on Clubhouse, on other platforms where there are non-Muslims, atheists, Christian, Hindu, and the like. Today is Wednesday, August the 16th. And Alhamdulillah, I am still in Medina, bifadlillah, by the mercy and the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the majestic, the most merciful, to bless us, to bless all of our efforts, to, give us the right intention. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Al-Ankabut, right, which is the 29th chapter of the Quran, after I seek refuge with Allah from the accursed Satan, Alif Lam Mim. أحسب الناس أن يتركوا أن يقولوا آمنا وهم لا يفتنون ولقد فتنا الذين من قبلهم فليعلمن الله الذين صدقوا وليعلمن الكاذبين. Do people think, once they say, we believe, that they're going to be left and not be put to the test? We have certainly tested those before them, and in this way, Allah will certainly distinguish between those who are truthful and those who are. So, brothers and sisters, as believers, we have to know that if we are on the right path, if we are on the truth, which we are, inna ad-deena 'inda Allahi al-Islam, the only way acceptable to Allah is al-Islam. It's the only religion Allah has ever sent to mankind. Then we are going to be tested. We're going to have enemies. We're going to have people who hate us, who want to stop the stuff that we're doing. Even if we're being as nice as possible, even if we're, not preaching hate or violence, they're still going to want to stop us. So don't think for a second that if you, kowtow to them, as long as you are still adhering to Islam and the principles of Islam, you're going to have enemies. And Allah has promised this. He has promised His Anbiya that they will have enemies. So who are you, O Muslim? You are nothing compared to the Anbiya. We are nothing compared to the Anbiya. So if they have enemies, of a surety, we will have enemies as well. So alhamdulillah, it's good to see everybody here. Welcome everybody. Wa alaikum salam to every single one of you. Alhamdulillah, I've made a few other people mods. So that way, when some people aren't on, we have a few people who are typically always around. Drinking my shaykarak with zanjabil, hayl, and za'faran. Beautiful adhan. Jazal khair, bro. Yeah, I was praying. I went to go make a video today at Masjid al-Shaykhain, which is the area where the Prophet ﷺ stopped before the Battle of Uhud in 3 after Hijrah. It was the 14th of Sha'ban, which is the month before Ramadan. And the Prophet ﷺ, they prayed Jum'ah, then they prayed Asr, Maghrib, Isha, and Fajr there in this masjid. And it was after they prayed in this masjid, that Abdullah ibn Ubay, or the location where the masjid is now, Abdullah ibn Ubay, the leader of the Munafiqeen, he had decided, we're not gonna go with you. We don't want to go. We're gonna go back home because we don't want to die. Basically a bunch of limp-wristed, noodle-spined cowards. Right? And he, like I said, he was a leader of the munafiqeen. But the whole point that he wanted to do this for was he had already made an agreement with the disbelievers, the polytheists of Quraysh, because if they could, take away this part of the army, this would make the Muslims who are going to continue to the Battle of Uhud lose hope, right? Because they were already outnumbered 3,000 to 1,000, so 3-1. When Abdullah ibn Ubay, la'anatullahi alayhi, Allah's curse upon him, they lost 1/3 of the army, like 333.33, right? Around that number, right? And so, after losing this, you would think that, this is a big blow to morale. The mu'mineen, the real believers, the real men, the Sahaba, it increased them in faith. Khalas, we're going to go do this. And then they went and they met with the army. And then we know the story of Uhud after that and what happened. The Muslims were winning. And then, due to people not obeying Allah and His Messenger, Khalid ibn Walid was able to notice this, came back, routed them with his cavalry. And then they were able to descend with the rest of the army coming back upon the Prophet ﷺ. And Ibn al-Qayyim, rahimahullah, he actually says that the Battle of Uhud was not really a defeat. He said because Allah had given us from verse 130 in Surah Ali Imran all the way to 183. We're talking 50 something verses of the Quran was revealed just because of what happened, and the lessons we got were so immense, so deep. So he says in reality this was a victory because there was so much to learn from it. Allah is teaching us a big lesson. And yes, there were 67 to 72 Shahada that day, radiyallahu anhum wa rida ajma'in. So let's start with the first person in the back room. Guys, I pinned the link. Go ahead and please come up. People have questions. We'll take Muslim questions. I'm not a mufti. I won't answer any deep fatawa. I'm barely even a talib al-ilm. So, I'm here to just talk, answer dawah questions, maybe questions on experience, how to deal with ta'addud, which is, multiple marriages and things like this. Assalamu alaikum, Uji.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum. Brother, I would like to know why you don't tolerate Muslims who disagree with you. I was on your channel just, I think it was last night, yeah? You had your live.
You're perfect dawah. All right, he's a kafir. He's not a Muslim. Sorry, he believes that the Hadith, or he doesn't believe in the Hadith. He believes that everyone goes to paradise, which is disbelief. You can't believe that. We're going to ban him again. Don't have time for this nonsense garbage, guys. People who are going to pretend to be something that they're not. You're not going to come in here and you're not going to lie to my people. So, alhamdulillah. So next. All right. I'm going to skip that one. Yeah. Come on up, Ramzi. We're going to go to Kyle next. He was the next one in line, but Ramzi, come on up in the back room. Assalamu alaikum, Kyle.
Assalamu alaikum. And Ramzi, if you're watching this, I really wish to talk to you. I've been trying to email you and I really need somebody to talk to. So Ramzi, if you're watching this, please, I really want to talk to you. So I have a question. So let's say somebody is struggling with homosexuality. If they have acted upon it and they repent, if they sincerely repent and never act upon it again, will they be protected from the punishment?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم قل يا عبادي الذين أسرفوا على أنفسهم لا تقنطوا من رحمة الله إن الله يغفر الذنوب جميعا إنه هو الغفور الرحيم. O my servants who have transgressed against themselves by sinning, do not despair of the mercy of Allah. Indeed, Allah forgives all sins. Indeed, it is He who is the forgiving, the merciful. So that's the answer to your question.
And another question. Obviously, you know that I'm a Muslim. You know that I'm a Muslim, and I take my religion seriously. But we know that the Bible is not an authentic source. But if someone were to repeat the things they've been saying about how the Bible says that someone who thinks that Jesus wasn't killed, they call him a doubting Thomas. We already know that the Bible isn't an authentic source. Would you just say that the doubting Thomas part was written by an anonymous author? Is that what you would say?
It's all garbage and written by anonymous authors.
Yeah, and
Just don't even talk about this. When my book comes out, order my book, or I'll send you a free copy, whatever comes first. Give it to your family, and then it'll be done.
Yeah, and you know that the Islamic belief is that he was not killed or crucified, but it was made to appear so God protected him and shielded him.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, obviously, I do not believe in the Old Testament because it's garbage and it's written by humans. But one of the things that it does say, I was watching this video, it talks about how it says that the devil asked Jesus to throw himself down, and it actually contradicts an Old Testament prophecy because it talks about the angels protecting him and rising him up to himself. So it actually contradicts itself.
Yeah.
So,
right. By the way, everybody who was wondering, that I don't want there to be any shaitan entering. The Rumzi highlighted comment was about perfect dawah. Okay, it wasn't about Kyle. Just letting everybody know.
And Rumzi, if you're watching this, please check your email. I really want to talk to you. I've really been trying to reach out to you. I don't have many people to talk to, and I really want to talk to you. So please understand.
All right. Did I answer your questions, brother?
Yes. And another thing is that if the Christians, the Christians believe that they believe that it's so silly. I'm laughing because I saw your video of I actually felt the shaitan when you were doing the video about the Christian missionary. I felt the shaitan. Like you remember the Christian preacher that was talking to that Muslim woman, you were commenting about the dying God man that goes back to Greek mythology.
Mm-hmm.
Like
way before that, but yeah.
But I swear to Allah on this. I swear to Allah, I saw and felt the shaitan in that man. He had tattoos. He said he was a preacher, but he had tattoos. He was. I swear to God, I felt felt and saw the shaitan in him. I'm not lying.
Yeah, no. He was a shaitan. He is a shaitan by his actions and his words.
Like you could feel it in him. Like you could feel it. Like you could see it in his face, and you could feel it.
Alhamdulillah. Well, may Allah protect us. And look, if the law wills it and he's guided, then I'll be the first to accept him as my brother and hug him into Islam. But as it stands right now, may Allah give him what he deserves.
Yes, and just one more thing, regarding the Christian belief, we know that he wasn't really crucified, but if they believe that he was killed and then he resurrected and nails were in his hand, and that's where they say that he was a doubting Thomas. But what would you say to someone that says that? Would you just say that? Like you weren't there, and that's just written by a human. Like you have no proof for that.
You give them the scholars who say that these books are not authentic, Christian scholars, and then you leave it at that. Say this is not something that we can rely upon.
What about the doubting Thomas thing? Would you just say that's your belief, and I don't believe that?
Yeah, people can say whatever they want.
But have you've heard that before, right? The whole doubting Thomas thing.
Yes, khalas.
But people can say anything.
Exactly.
People have used tricks and tactics to get people to convert to Christianity. But they weren't there and they don't know that. Mm-hmm. So
right. Well, we weren't there for the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but we know that it was.
But you do know that I know Christianity. Like I took my Shahada months ago, but you know that I know the Bible and I know Christianity. So obviously I know that it's not authentic. We know that none of these things are authentic, and it doesn't make sense. I've studied the Bible and I know that it's false, but even without studying it, it doesn't make any logical sense. Like God, Allah is capable of forgiving people's sins. A man getting killed is not capable of forgiving people's sins. Like people turned off their intellect, like you said in that video that you made. People turn off their intellect and don't use their brain. Like how can a man forgive people's sins?
Exactly.
Like you said, they're parroting what they've been told from generation after generation, and they don't use their brain.
100%, Kyle.
But another thing, it's not even.
You said that was the last thing. Is this the last thing?
Yeah.
Or?
But with just one more thing, even with
Okay.
Allah's will, it's not. Even with Allah's will, it's not capable for a man to resurrect after being nailed. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, Allah resurrected Uzair. Uzair was dead for 100 years. Allah resurrected him in the Quran.
Yeah, but we know that Jesus wasn't really killed.
Jesus didn't die, so he's not resurrected.
Exactly.
But Allah
That's
can resurrect
their
whoever He
belief.
wants.
Like,
We're all going to be resurrected on the Day of Judgment.
like that Muslim woman said, that's your belief. We don't believe that he was crucified. We believe someone was killed in place of him. That's their belief, and you just leave it.
Yep. That's
But
it.
I'm not. I don't think it's honestly wrong to worship a man. Like you said, God hates it when people worship men.
Exactly.
So,
all right, we got a few other people in the background. Kyle, I appreciate you coming up, brother. May Allah bless you and keep you steadfast. All right, brother.
and please pray for my struggles also.
Everybody, please pray for Kyle. He really needs it, guys. Please pray for your brother. All right. Assalamu alaikum, Yasin.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. And it's your brother from Denmark. And
MashaAllah, welcome. Alhamdulillah.
brother, I'm really follow you a lot of, and maybe my English is not good, like that good.
It's okay.
But I follow a lot of brothers and who make the Dawah and in the internet, the YouTube. There is something I wanted and maybe suggest or ask you for example, when we debate, or your other brothers, they debate with Christian. The Bible we take as I believe the Bible is not a God of word of God, and it's not even the religion. Christianity is not the religion. I don't believe one word from the Bible. So why we take it as this religion, and we talk always to the Bible, and the Bible says this. Bible confirm Islam. Bible confirm Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam. Bible confirm. Yeah, I believe the Bible is not a religion. It's not a book from God. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's not that it was from God and then it was corrupted. This is the exact thing that I'm trying to teach people that they need to fix in their dawah. A lot of people, unfortunately, for years have been saying the Bible is corrupt. No, it's not corrupt. That infers that it was originally pure. The Bible never was the word of God. Okay, it always was what it was, which is a collection of myths and stories that were collected from many anonymous people. A lot of people, they say, oh, well, we know who some of this was. Well, even the people who they claim that, like, especially the Tanakh, like this was written by, the different of the prophets, right? Jeremiah, because there's such a large disconnect of years, right? We actually can't say that this is actually written by Jeremiah. Almost every single book, except for some of the books of Paul, right?
Yeah. It's a book of Paul from Paul.
Completely, which is in the New Testament. And even some of the books and the letters from Paul are not from Paul. They're just attributions. Like they're not even sure if Hebrews is from Paul.
As a Muslim brother, we believe in Injil, and this is not a word of Injil. One word of Injil is not in it, right?
Right.
We cannot call.
Well, I wouldn't say not a one word of Injil, just because sometimes in myths, even in ancient other pagan myths, there might be some truths that might have been passed down correctly, right? From someone might have said a certain thing that God did teach a prophet. And that's why we're silent on the Bible, because there could be some words that have survived, right? And so we don't just completely, go and throw it in the toilet and burn it and stuff like that. I mean, even burning is not like, terrible of a thing, because when we, a Quran is messed up, it's missing pages, we burn it, so we preserve it, so that way it doesn't go in the toilet or things like this, because the word of Allah is something that's pure. But as far as the Bible goes, I mean, it's because of the possibility that there are some things that have been transmitted from God. We, kind of leave it at this, but alhamdulillah, it's, we don't take anything from it. We don't use it as any kind of guidance, as we say, hidayah. It is nothing that we would base any atom of our salvation upon.
Thank you, brother, and jazakallah that you make this da'wah for our friend, and we appreciate really, and we help you, and we will, and then we support you very much.
MashaAllah.
We love you, good brother.
Don't forget me, your God's brother, and give my salams to the people of Denmark.
Yes, salam. Thank you very much.
Guys, everybody, I just want you to know that Timothy Hanif, alhamdulillah, converted with me early this morning, my time. So, maybe 18, 19 hours ago. So, alhamdulillah, welcome our Timothy Hanif to Islam. We're very happy to have you. All right, and next we have none other than the noble, the esteemed Muhammad Cleon. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How you doing, bro?
Alhamdulillah, man. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah. So you just gave Shahada to somebody today, huh? Mashallah.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah. Well,
may Allah guide him and provide him Firdaus and provide his family to enter Islam also. Ameen.
I mean, it was a very emotional moment. You know, I was like wanted to go to bed, and then I see this message on my phone because it was in the morning. It was like 1:59 in the morning, and then I see this message, and I'm like, okay, let's do this. You know, I'll stay up for a few more minutes if you're ready to do this. And alhamdulillah, did that. Talked to them, getting them hooked up, guys, with the New Muslim Academy. For those who don't know, if you have any new Muslims, we got to get them signed up with that, brothers and sisters. And also, you know, trying to get everyone hooked up with the Telegram group, the New Muslim family that I have going. So, alhamdulillah, how's the weather on your side of the world?
It's a little warm today, but we had a little rain, and we might have a little bit more rain here in the next couple days.
Really?
Here in Medina. Yeah, in the evenings,
Mashallah.
I noticed it has been raining.
Allahu Akbar. I'm gonna have to go outside at this time because, guys, if y'all didn't know, because I've been doing some videos about sunnahs lately, and I wanted to go over sunnahs that we don't do as much, right? I want to try to do a sunnah every few days. So the Prophet ﷺ, we have an authentic hadith that whenever it would rain, he would make sure to get inside of the rain, and he would uncover his shoulders, right, and let the water hit his shoulders. And he said, if the water is enough, if the rain is strong enough, then it's better to make wudu with the water. So if you can, brothers and sisters, you know, go get in the water. And alhamdulillah, because you know there's barakah in it, and especially in the city of Medina, the city of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So alhamdulillah. So good, man. And how's everything with you? How's your health? How's life?
Oh, you know, alhamdulillah, everything's okay. I've been running around last day or so with a friend of mine here in Medina, looking at locations.
May Allah bless both of you.
Ameen, ameen.
So, I mean, being somebody who's, you know, an American, a convert, and who is able to, mashallah, travel, and especially travel in the Muslim world, you know, what's really cool about Medina? I mean, tell us some of the things that you get to experience that you see around here.
You know, the thing that, for me, just, I mean, myself personally, the most amazing thing is that it's the city of light. And, you know, we can actually go down and get the rewards of praying in the Prophet's masjid. You know, it's like, you know, and life gets in the way. Sometimes you can't be down there for every prayer, but you can try and make, you know, one every day or a couple every day. And that's a blessing that, you know, unless you live in Mecca, that's a blessing that people all over the globe are not able to have. Right? I mean, that multiplier that you get simply by praying in one of the holy masjids. And, you know, when you're inside of Medina, I believe it's because the Prophet ﷺ is actually here. There's a feeling, there's a blessing, there's something special that you feel in your heart.
Special. Yeah, absolutely.
And
very special
that
place.
For me is the best thing about being here. And then the second best thing is being able to just, like, you know, I mean, you know, man, you're just driving down the road, and all of a sudden you're passing a location that something very important from the seerah happened at. Right. And so you can hit all the big ones, and then, you know, you can do a little bit of reading, talk to people, and you can find all the ones that are not as well known, but you're in Medina. So you're basically surrounded by them. And, you know, it's like walking through history.
MashaAllah. And tell us about some of the places that you visited recently.
Well, Wadi Akik, I think you might have been to that one. I went to a different location than you. I went to where the water was still standing, and, you know, you could hear the birds. It had cane growing. It was like 10 feet tall. It was all green. Mount Uhud, mashallah, was in the background.
MashaAllah.
And, you know, I mean, I believe the Prophet ﷺ had said that this is Wadi al-Akik, and this is a blessed valley. And so that was one place that I really enjoyed this last week. There's a couple others that I've been to, like Garswell. You know, I love going to Garswell and getting the water because it's the nicest tasting water from the wells that still survive from the time of the Prophet ﷺ. This was
everyone who saw my video. I drank that yesterday. That is the best water I've had in Medina, hands down.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's delicious. Mm-hmm. It's actually delicious. Most of the wells around here, they're kind of hard, right? I mean, even the Prophet ﷺ spoke about some of the people that came from Mecca had a difficult time at first when they came here because the water was simply not as delicious as Zamzam, and they were used to having Zamzam. And that's true. I mean, I've been to several of the wells around here from the time of the Prophet ﷺ, and, you know, they have a little bit of a hardness flavor to it. You can tell that it's a highly mineralized, but this Garswell is just absolutely delicious.
Yeah, mashallah. I ran out of my bottle already. I think I'm going to go back and fill up a couple more plastic jugs here soon, inshallah. So, Ahmed Bashir, one of our close brothers, a convert, someone who's in my New Muslim Family chat on Telegram, he asked, could someone clarify the whole revert convert thing for me? I always call myself a convert because I never was a Muslim before. So I'm going to answer this, but I'm going to ask you, Cleon, do you make that big of a deal between people calling themselves converts or reverts?
Man, it don't matter. If you feel like you want to be called revert because you were, we were all technically born Muslim. We all were born with fitr, right? With that natural belief. So if you feel like that, you identify with that description better, no problem. Myself, I just say convert because I don't want to, it ain't a big deal, right?
Yeah.
I mean, all that mattered is I actually did convert because at the time I wasn't a Muslim, and then I took Shahada and I converted to Islam. So
Right.
Convert, revert, for me, I find that stuff is like majoring in the minors.
Exactly. These are not the important things that we need to really be, busting our heads over. Yeah. I completely agree. So a lot of people say that, that we have to call ourselves reverts. Okay. And they're very serious about this, but they're not serious about other things that they should be serious about. And that's kind of where I have a problem. And they use the hadith where the Prophet ﷺ says that every person, okay, all of the children of Adam are born upon the fitrah. So the fitrah, the reason why I don't make a big deal about this, right, is because they say that this means everyone is born as a Muslim. And actually, some of the ulama of the past have said that, this doesn't mean a Muslim, because Muslim entails willful submission. So meaning people are born on the fitrah means that they're pure, that the things that they believe, obviously believing in the one God, knowing that God exists, these are parts of the fitrah. But the hadith itself does not say every single person was born as a Muslim. And even if it was, at the end of the day, we're talking in English, right? Like if you even were going to say it in Arabic, you would say, ana aslamu, right? I have done Islam. I have submitted myself, right? So the fact that you're even making a big deal about the English language, Prophet ﷺ didn't speak English. None of the Sahaba spoke English. So, stop making such a huge deal out of something that, first of all, was never made a big deal of because the language is not even the same. And two, it doesn't necessarily, it's not going to make you any less of a Muslim or more of a Muslim to say you're a convert versus a revert. Now, also, another thing is many times whenever I've talked to Christians or non-Muslims and they hear that, this person's a revert, they're like, well, weren't you a Muslim? Meaning, weren't you one time a Muslim, like an actual adult Muslim, then you left and then you came back? So they might even get confused when you say revert. At the end of the day, if someone says they're a revert, alhamdulillah, that's great. If they say they're a convert, alhamdulillah, that's great, because they're both true. They're both true. They both work. I'm a convert. I'm a revert. Whatever. Alhamdulillah. To me, this isn't a big deal. And those who make a big deal of it, it's kind of like the same thing that people are making a big deal about whether the earth is flat or round. You're wasting your time. There's bigger, more important things that we need to be dealing with. So
I find we do this a lot, honestly. I mean, it's like hand position, right? I mean, as long as you put your hands in a position that's accepted, that's fine. I don't want to argue over it. I see a lot of people. When the very first time I came to Medina, about 11 years ago, I met a couple of guys from the States that were on Umrah, and they were both from different madhabs. And I didn't even know about madhabs at that time, and so I was asking them questions. It developed into hand position. They had a difference in hand position. And these two brothers that loved each other so much, they came to Umrah together, almost got into a fist fight because they started arguing about hand position and why this one is a better hand position to use versus that one. And I realized at that time, it's majoring in the minors, right? This is not really what's really the most important part of our deen and of our worship and of our relationship with Allah. It's like, there's a hadith, I can't quote the hadith exactly. Maybe you can. I'll paraphrase it, where basically the Prophet ﷺ, had said that manners is actually more important than salat and charity, right? And that doesn't mean that salat and charity aren't important, because look, they're number 2 and 3 on the pillars. It just shows us how important the way we treat our brothers is. It's very important that we aren't causing problems, that we aren't arguing over stuff that really doesn't, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter.
So the hadith that I know of, right, is in Sunnah Tirmidhi, and it is it is a authentic hadith, and it's on the authority of Abu Darda, which was one of the famous companions of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And he said that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, قال ما شيء أثقل في ميزان المؤمن يوم القيامة من خلق, right? So there's nothing heavier upon the scale of a believer on the day of judgment than his good character, khuluqin, right? Which is as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah An-Nun, that the Prophet ﷺ is on khuluqin azim, like amazing, excellent character. Hasanin wa inna Allah la yubghidu al-fahisha al-badhi, right? And Allah hates, verily Allah hates the vulgar and the obscene. So from this hadith and some others, they say that good character, husn al-khuluq, is the heaviest thing on the scale. But we do have other hadith where the Prophet said the first thing we're going to be asked about is our salah, right? So if you don't pray and you have really good character, it's not going to be good for you. Ziba, who's in the background, please go ahead and connect some of your devices. I can't bring you up because either your mic or your camera's not connected, so you have to connect those devices. So, alhamdulillah, but you're so right. And there's another hadith about the Prophet where I'm trying to think about it, but basically the Prophet said the best of Islam, I'm trying to remember the Arabic, the best of Islam is he who leaves that which does not concern him, right? So like things that are like not really that important, or it's not going to make that big of a deal. The Prophet saying that those who are best in Islam, they leave those things off. They don't make a big deal about calling yourself a revert or a convert, or splitting hairs on hand position, sadl qabd, any of this stuff. Leave that stuff alone, because this will show that you have the best of Islam. Follow something that is authenticated from the madahib, accepted through our ulama. Alhamdulillah, you'll be okay. All right, Zeba, you're still not connected, so still not connected. Okay. Let's see.
Was there a topic today?
No, it's Q&A. It's open Q&A. So I'm waiting for. I was hoping to get some non-Muslims up here, but if we just get Muslims, that's fine too. Yeah, for sure. People getting Arabic names. You don't have to do this. You just have to change your name if your name has a bad meaning. So, we see that did Uthman change his name? No. Uthman is not an Islamic name. It was his name before and after Islam. Umar was his name before and after Islam. Amr ibn al-As, right? He had the same name as Abu Jahl. Abu Jahl's name was Amr, right? So, if I change my name to Amr, that's a mushrik name and a Muslim name. So people need to understand that Arab names are not Muslim names. There's no such thing as a Muslim name. This is a misnomer. Unfortunately, Muslims get caught up in misnomers when they don't have that much knowledge, and may Allah give us knowledge. Allahumma ameen.
When I converted, everybody wanted me to choose an Islamic name, right? I had to get a Muslim name, and because I was in a Somali community in Minnesota, and everybody wanted me to become Muhammad. And as an American Christian, that would be like calling myself Jesus, right? And it just did not sit well with me, right? It was, for me, it felt disrespectful, and so I went with Abdullah. And for the first year or so, I went by Abdullah. And then I was doing research on my actual birth name, Cleon, and I discovered that one of the meanings is praiseworthy, right? All names have several meanings, and one of the meanings of Cleon was praiseworthy, which actually turned out to be the same meaning as Muhammad. So then I felt comfortable enough to switch up, and I'd been Muslim long enough to kind of get out of that. When we become Muslim, like at least for myself, I still kind of had that sort of Christian-y idea floating around in the background on how religion was supposed to be. And it takes a little while to kind of shake that off, to get out of that mindset. Yep.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Where were we? Okay. So the Prophet ﷺ said, إِنَّمَا بُعِثْتُ لِأُتِمِّمَ مَكَارِمُ الْأَخْلَاقِ. He says, I have not been sent, right? He's doing like nahi, like I've not been sent except to perfect good righteous character, right? That's how important it is having good akhlaq is. Hello, Ziba.
Hi. I had a question. Would NSDR or non-sleep deep rest be considered halal or haram? It's like a practice called yoga nidra, which is adapted from Hinduism. And this term was coined by Andrew Huberman, who gave it a scientific flavor. So it's supposed to like recharge you and give you energy like sleep in like 10 minutes through breathing techniques and focusing your attention on different parts of the body. And I would like to do that, but I was afraid I would be committing like kufr or shirk by doing it, so I didn't want to take my chances.
All right, I put a message on here. I don't give any fatwa unless it's something that is known by consensus, right? Alcohol is haram. This sounds shady. Stay away from it until you can find a scholar that you can ask. That's my best advice, sister. I think that, you know, if something looks really shady and sounds kind of kufri, right, you know, then definitely be aware. Ask someone who is familiar with these things, someone who understands it, explain it to them completely, fully, show them every angle, and then inshallah they will be able to give you a good judgment on this thing.
All right, thank you.
You're very welcome, sister. And so you're a Muslim, huh?
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, I didn't. When I saw Ziba, I didn't know if you were a Muslim or not, so I didn't get to say that
No,
in the beginning.
it's a pretty common name.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. MashaAllah. Wonderful. All right. So.
I've also wondered that question about Tai Chi.
Okay.
Because, you know, Tai Chi it's an exercise, but it's also, you know, the purpose is to build up your chi, which, you know, they say is an energetic life form. And so I've wondered, you know, I mean, we hear a lot of stuff about yoga, but nobody's ever brought up Tai Chi. And I wonder if those are kind of fall under like the same category.
I mean, some people say Kung Fu, then under that category is haram because you have to do certain bows and it's a religious ceremony according to the people who made up Kung Fu. But then I have Muslims who say that because no one sees that religious aspect anymore, that it's more just of an art form, and therefore it's based on your intention, and then it's fine. Allahu alam at the end of the day. Personally, yes. If my name was Paul, I would change. But I have other Muslims whose name is Paul, and they haven't changed. Paul Williams, he hasn't changed his name because he doesn't find anything wrong with the name Paul itself. The meaning of Paul is not a bad name. Me personally, because I hate who the figure Paul is, like with a very big passion, because of my hatred for him and my love for Islam, I would change it for that sake. But Brandon is a great name, so I'm not going to change my name. All right. Okay. Okay. Anyone else want to come up? Come on up, brothers and sisters.
I had read this book one time. It was before I was Muslim. You could say I had this spirit in me at that point in my life. I went to the local library, and I put my hands out and closed my eyes, and I walked down the religious aisle, and I just grabbed books, right? You know, like this one feels like it, that one feels like it. I grabbed 5 books, and all of these books, oddly enough, had this weird. It was like it was a sticker. They had a red star on these books, all 5 that I had grabbed. And I don't even remember what all of their names were. But one of them was about Kabbalah. And so I was reading through this because I was in a discovery mode of trying to figure out who is God. And so I was reading through this book, and I came across this prayer. It was called the Prayer of the Three. And it was like a recipe. There were like 3 boxes. One of them had names for the creator, names for God, Allah. Allah was not in there, but these other names were. There was a middle box that had names of angels, and a lower box that had names of what it referred to as entities. And in this particular, it was a recipe. So like if you were trying to accomplish this thing or you were trying to accomplish that thing, you would select different names based on what your end goal was. And then it gave us, it specifically told us how to do this particular prayer. And that's why I will never mention the names. But it said you take it's a visualization. It's a meditational prayer. Visualize.
Yeah.
And you visualize 3 pieces of clay, and you imprint the name of God on the top one, whichever name you choose, and you imprint the name of the angel in the middle one, and the name of the entity on the bottom one. And then in your mind, you still visualize these pieces of clay, and you twist them up, and you push it into a ball, and you mush it in your mind until the ball is uniform and all the clay is thoroughly mixed together. And then you call that ball God. And you pray to it, and you ask for whatever it is that your intention was for doing this particular ritual. And it said that the spiritual mechanics of it was that the angel would carry your prayer to the Creator, who would then make the entity perform or act or do whatever it was that you were praying for. And, it struck me that Kabbalah, there's 2 forms of Kabbalah, one of them coming from Babylon, which is where we know Harut and Marut, the angels that taught magic, were.
Many people don't know what Kabbalah is.
Okay. I don't even understand fully what Kabbalah is either. I'm sure that my beliefs about Kabbalah would be a lot different than other people's on exactly what it is, but I find it to be like some people would say that it's about improving yourself. I find it to be a little bit too magic-y, especially when I read this particular one Kabbalah prayer. And the object of that was to commit shirk, and then by using shirk, you can get, you would accomplish whatever your particular goals were. And but myself as a Christian, I saw instantly that this is basically what the Trinity is, and this is where the Trinity came from, and that's why it's pushed so hard, and that's why people that have the quote unquote Holy Ghost in them, when you're talking to them, they have a very hard time in following a pure line of logic, right? You can run down everything. You can show them how this contradiction in the Bible, how Jesus actually operated and prayed and worshiped like a Muslim does, and advised us to do that, and told us that he's not God, and that, pray to God alone. And then when you get to the end of this, it's like you never said any word, and that's because their Holy Ghost is kind of like, blocked out all of this thought and brought him back to square one. Yeah. Keeps them kind of stuck in a loop.
Exactly. So, I mean, before I became a Muslim, I studied Kabbalah for a little bit. And I have a book, right, called, it's just big. It was a big purple book, had like a funny looking esoteric man on there. And it was like, it had like points on his body. And then you open it up first thing, and it basically just gets right into telling you about what Kabbalah is, which is like it's called the Sephiroth system. And if you played Final Fantasy VII, the name Sephiroth is just the addition of one letter of the Sephiroth, right? And it's the idea of man becoming God and God becoming man. That God is in this infinite loop, right? That the more knowledge you get, the more you become like God, and the less knowledge you take away, you become more like man. Creation, all this nonsense. Okay, but let's just read it from Chabad.org so we can still man their argument, because I don't want any Jews watching this, or esoteric, mystical Jews saying that I'm completely straw manning what Kabbalah is. So here, Chabad, right, is like one of the most influential Jewish organizations in the world, right? So it says that it's important to realize that the Kabbalah is more about losing ourselves than about finding, becoming more other-centered and less ego-centered. The literal translation of the word Kabbalah is in that which is received. To receive, we must be receptive. We must open ourselves, creating a vessel in which to absorb that which we wish to understand or grasp, and in turn become part of Kabbalah, right? And to become God. Because the whole goal, the end goal from the Sephiroth system is you start here. When you're born, you start at the lower, they're like little orbs, right? The lower Sephiroth. And it's a system of 10. And as you do certain things, you move up this ladder, and then at the end of it, you attain what's called godhood, right? You merge with the divine, which it's complete. This is kufr and shirk, bawahid, like absolute, disbelief. So to open the self to a higher reality, to view the spirit within the matter, to raise our consciousness to the point where our perception of reality is completely changed and the divine with all creation is revealed. For those of you who didn't know, typically if someone's a Kabbalist, like you'll see, I don't know if Steve Colbert still wears it, but people who wear these like red bands, right? Typically they're Kabbalists, and that's kind of their symbol to let other Kabbalists know that they're a Kabbalist.
It's a red string tied with a knot.
Yeah, or now once those elastic rubber bands came out, they started using those, whenever like the what would Jesus do, or just different things to tell, like Live Strong bracelets. It started with Live Strong. Well, Kabbalists started using a red one, and then it had certain symbols on it. Also, people, if you look at record labels, right, and they have this owl that's like standing sideways and looking with its head turned. This is typically the production manager or the people who are the producers. They're typically Kabbalists, or those who are the singers and influencers. They're part of Kabbalah, which means that they're doing different types of magic and other, rituals that, they think is going to bring them more money, more wealth, more influence, so on and so forth. So, all right, we got another person, Kibiria Ali and Riza, who was back here. If you're still listening, come back up. You just got to be patient. People can't be patient. They don't want to wait in the back room while we're talking. They want to come up right away. So, guys, please, come on and come up to the show. I'm glad we've got a good audience today. Allahumma barak. So, yeah, and I think that's what Cleon referred to is a lot of this stuff that, Jewish magic, mysticism that goes between Judaism and the other religions or other people who practice magic. All of this stuff came from Babylon, right? And they attribute it though to Solomon incorrectly. Like a lot of Kabbalists and Jewish mystics, they say, "Oh, we learned this from Solomon." They take this pride. Solomon did this and did that. But as Allah Subhanahu wa Taala says in the Quran, وَمَا كَفَرَ سُلَيْمَانَ وَلَكِنَّ الشَّيَاطِينَ كَفَرُوا. Like absolutely, with a certainty, Solomon did not disbelieve, because if you practice magic, this is kufr, right? So. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brother.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Man,
Muslim, bro, listen, I can't take you seriously without a cowboy hat. I'm sorry. I just I can't. Muslim cowboy.
I can't put my cowboy. I wanted to be able to hear myself.
I see.
Better and not have echoes, and it's just nice. The audio is a lot crisper.
Bro, you ever watch Toy Story? What's a cowboy without his hat?
Yeah, it's
Never mind. Okay.
Yeah, I'm half man. Every time you come on my channel, you always have your video turned off, man. What's going on? Don't be so shy.
Bro,
Everyone
listen, man.
Hey guys, hey everyone, stop, shut up, ladies.
Wow.
Right, this guy Rumsey, I'm trying to get him married. So if you're righteous, right,
Wow.
you fear Allah, you have a very deep and interesting personality. Please, contact one of the mods who are sisters, or email me at howdy@themuslimcowboy.com.
Yeah, you'll be blocked, and you'll be blocked immediately and disbanded and your subscription deleted from my channel. No, okay, that's not going to happen. But why, dude? Why? I should just leave the stream right now.
Is that embarrassing? Is it really embarrassing?
I don't get embarrassed easily. I'm just like, why though? Why? Like, bro, listen, I've fallen asleep. I've fallen asleep on stream. And with many sisters watching, it's like it doesn't I'm numb to it now.
Okay. But I'm just letting people know that if there's righteous people out there, or brothers who you have family, because we're not looking to get anyone talking one-on-one,
Wow.
that without mahram present and all that stuff. But brothers, if you know anyone who wants to marry brother Rumsey, I want to get him married. He needs to get married, brother. He needs that firm hold down. So if there's any righteous, beautiful sisters out there who they would be benefiting to him, he would benefit them. Brothers, send your resumes.
I might now look. I'm not saying I agree with anything he just said. However, I just might end up clipping that and putting that on my channel.
That's fine. That's fine. You can totally clip my stuff, bro. And anyone else who's out there, I've already given free 100% permission. You can take this voice note, clip it. You can use my content to make Dawah videos. And those who are going to twist my words, though,
especially the last minute or so, you can feel free to, especially the last minute or two, you can feel free to clip that, repost it as many times as you like. I'm just kidding.
MashaAllah. Oh, so this is twice today. So this one right here, and I had somebody I was on the phone with earlier. I hadn't talked to. They're like, bro, they're like, what is going on? You need to do more team ups with Rumsey, more calling in from Medina collaborations. So. People love that. I think that video is doing really well, isn't it?
Yeah, but see, calls to Medina are expensive. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, all those. I don't know, man. The area codes you guys have is just too much for me to dial. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, you're a good guy. We should do that. You know what? That's not a bad idea.
I thought, Ilyas, I thought you said that you were not allowed to get a second wife, bro.
Bro, listen. If the first wife said that, that doesn't make it. That doesn't mean it's haram.
No, I'm just saying. I thought he said that he's not in the market. But if you're saying, what about me, sisters? Ilyas is a top-notch, mashallah, high-value brother. I vouch for him, mashallah. So yes, if any sisters,
listen, he convinced her. Either he convinced her, or he got her so upset that she just needs a break from him.
Oh yeah, Michael Scott's throwing him. He's like, "Aren't you married?" Shh.
By the way, you know something? Just a side note. People don't realize. Wallah, by the way, I've actually, wallah, Allah's my witness. I've met sisters with this perspective. They say honestly, polygamy will just make our lives so much easier. If he actually can provide for us all, it would make our lives so much easier. Because honestly, like I can't tell you how many times I've just wanted a vacation from my husband.
Dude, and that is actually very interesting. So when I was in Egypt, and this was in 2015, there was a group of Muslim sisters. They were going to like the American University there, American something University, and American University in Cairo, and they would get outside, put up their big signs, and say like marry more, marry for more. Like they had some like interesting like thing, and these were women asking other women, saying, "Hey, marry men who are already married, because all of these single guys are garbage. Marry married men who can take care of us and who are real men, because we want to get married. We don't want to sit here, single." So they're trying to normalize it, right? I don't know what happened with that nowadays, but alhamdulillah, I mean, there are sisters who are out there who are completely okay with normalizing it, because they understand that, look, it's better for us to get married, to a high value man as a second wife than to get married to a low value man as a first wife, right? So, alhamdulillah. Yeah, I'm doing an akhi job, mashallah. I just want the reward for more righteous Muslims coming out of this, right? If you hook a person up with marriage, think about all the rewards you get, man. Tons of rewards. So
yeah.
I agree. I really love Farid, for the sake of Allah. He does a lot of good work. Allahumma barak. And hopefully maybe in the future we can do some of that. Mashallah. Guys, if you haven't, actually, Sheikh Uthman, Yusha Evans, and Mufti Muhammad Munir, we did a video like a couple years ago. It's not on my channel because back then I didn't know how to use like YouTube downloaders, but it's on Islam Chats. Let's see if I can do this real quick. YouTube, on Islam Chats YouTube. All right, do your Dawah duty. All right, and it might not pop up because Islam Chats thing is like pushed way down. Okay, so I'm just have to search Islam Chat. I'm gonna go to, okay, I gotta look for channels. All right, filter. We want a channel. Oh my gosh, it's like not even Islam Chat for Korean is showing up. Islam Chat Australian, Islam Talk, Islam Chat Filipino showing up. Where is Islam Chat English? This is crazy. It's like so pushed down. Because I really want to get this video, because I want to post it to mine. But anyway, I did several interviews with Sheikh Uthman. A couple of them are on my channel. You're gonna have to go back, a year or two ago. Before I was a Muslim Cowboy, I was just doing like random interviews on things about Dawah and stuff like that. Yeah, I can't find Islam Chat's YouTube channel. Maybe if someone else is here better than me can find it, y'all can post it up. But yeah, mashallah, Sheikh Uthman, I've worked with him because we do the Quran orders for One Message Foundation here at Islam Chat. So like every time they get a free copy of the Quran ordered, our team does the follow-up phone calls. And mashallah, I have to say that like he does such a good job of preparing people who watch that content, to where it's like most of the people we call the answer that have gotten their Quran, 5-10 minutes, they're ready to take their Shahada, after doing like the follow-up, asking questions. It's mashallah, success is really high on that. So, there's a lot of Shahadas coming from that. May Allah bless him and the work that he's doing. I'm sorry, bro. I think that's twice today I've put you in hot water, my brother.
Oh, someone's sleeping in the doghouse tonight.
Yeah, Ilyas is gonna be.
Ouch.
Don't.
Ouch.
It was nice knowing you guys. Mashallah. Please forgive me. All right, guys. He said, do we simp out with him and we say this? Or do we let him sleep in the doghouse? What do you think, Rumsey? Should we say this?
Well, I tell you what, she should go and watch my channel and see what he said on my channel. Oh boy, there's hours upon hours of confession of evidence against you, Wissam.
Oh man, she's gonna be doing some research now.
Oh man, I'm just trying to get another subscriber. That's all.
MashaAllah. Ilyas, Nora is his best wife in the world and makes the best biryani.
Yeah.
MashaAllah. May Allah bless you and your wife, bro. And Nora, if you're watching this, may Allah bless you. Sentinel Apologetics. Oh, mashallah. This
absolutely. And
100%.
You know what? I mean, obviously, for granted, you don't even have to like say that. Everyone knows. Like, come on, you've proven that with your actions. But look, listen, Sentinel Apologetics. How about this? You don't like polygamy? How about this? You can take it up with God Almighty on the Day of Judgment. No problem. All right. We're just giving you the message, giving you what God said. You don't like what God said? Like, don't shoot the messenger. Just take it up with God Almighty. How about that? You can look God in the face on the Day of Judgment and tell him, you know what? You're wrong. That's bad. I know more than you, and we'll see what you'll see what he does to you. No problem.
All right. So I want to read from. We're going to read from your revelation, and then we're going to read from what the actual creator of the heavens and earth said. So people like to quote, Suleiman and Dawood, and then Christians, right, in their ignorance, like to say, oh, well, they weren't righteous. Look at all the bad stuff they did. Okay, whatever. Yes, you're right. The Bible does lie about them. It says things that are untrue about them, but that doesn't necessitate that everything they did was bad, but we'll give it to you. So we're going to go to 2 Chronicles. Everybody, people who are in the chat, my mods, can you please put these links for the disbelievers in the chat? 2 Chronicles 24, verse 2 through 3. All right, now listen. And this is side by side. So this is actually saying that he did these things and he was also righteous. Okay, so Joash did what was right in the sight of the Lord all the days of Jehoiada the priest. Jehoiada took 2 wives for him, and he became the father of sons and daughters. Okay, first example, taking multiple wives, doing right in the sight of the Lord. Now we're going to go to 2 Chronicles 13, verse 21. But Abijah became powerful. You want me to read in my biblical preacher voice? You think that'd be more fun?
You have one of those?
Oh my gosh, yes, it's like one of my voiceover voices. But Abijah became powerful and took 14 wives to himself and became the father of 22 sons and 16 daughters. You like that?
It just sounds like a really loud Texan.
Yeah, I guess white people, we have this skill of making ourselves, sound authoritative.
Being obnoxious.
Even when we're not. Yeah, really obnoxious. So that's 2 Chronicles 13:21. All right, so Abijah, right, had 14 wives. Judges chapter 8, verse 30. Now Gideon had 70 sons who were his direct descendants, for he had many wives. And Gideon, by the way, was very righteous. So Genesis 30, 3 through 5. She said, here is my maid, Bilhah. Go into her, that she may bear on my knees, that through her I too may have children. So we're getting into biblical pornography. So she gave him her maid, Bilhah, as his wife, and Jacob went into her. Bilhah conceived and bore Jacob a son. Jacob, righteous, multiple wives. Okay, this is your Jesus who's saying that they were righteous and that this is all good. Okay, by the way, because you believe Jesus is the creator. 2 Samuel chapter 3, verse 1 through 5. Now there was a long war between the house of Saul and the house of David, and David grew steadily stronger, but the house of Saul grew weaker continually. Sons were born to David at Hebron. The firstborn was Amnon by Ahinoam, the Jezreelites, and the second Chileab by Abigail, the widow of Nabal the Carmelite, and the third Absalom, the son of Maacah, the daughter of Talmai, king of Geshur. And then 1 Chronicles 7:4, with them by their generations, according to their fathers' households, were 36,000 troops of the army for war, for they had many wives and sons. And 2 Chronicles 11:23, he acted wisely and distributed some of his sons through all the territories of Judah and Benjamin to all the fortified cities, and he gave them food in abundance, and he sought many wives for them. Okay, next one. Genesis 28:9. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to just keep giving all of them to you guys because, you say, I'm not going to give you an excuse to say these are out of context or there's just a few. There's over 12. Genesis 28:9. And Esau went to Ishmael and married, besides the wives that he had, Mahalath, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, their sister of Nebaioth. And we have Genesis 16:1-3. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, had borne him no children, and she had an Egyptian maid whose name was Hajar. So Sarai said to Abram, now behold, the Lord has prevented me from bearing children. Please go into my maid. Perhaps I will obtain children through her. And Abram listened to the voice of Sarai. After Abram had lived 10 years in the land of Canaan, Abram's wife Sarai took Hajar the Egyptian, her maid, and gave her to her husband Abram as his wife. So he married her, and therefore second wife. And I believe he took another wife later than that, or later in the Bible, if I'm not mistaken. Wissam will be able to tell me. We have here Genesis 26:34. When Esau was 40 years old, he married Judith, the daughter of Beri the Hittite, and Basemath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite. Genesis 4:19. Lamech took to himself two wives. The name of one was Ada, and the name of the other Zillah. And I think that's it on that page. And then I think 2 Samuel 3. Now there was a long.
You think we're beating a dead horse at this point, or you think they don't?
Yeah, this might be the last one. Okay. So Saul, right? Now there was a long war between the house of Saul and the house of David, and David waxed stronger and stronger, but the house of Saul waxed weaker and weaker. And unto David were sons born in Hebron, and his firstborn was Amnon. And we already read the part of this, and I didn't read the last part of it. But anyway, and the third, Absalom, the son of Maacah, the daughter of Talmai, the king of Geshur, and the fourth, Adonijah, the son of Haggith, and the fifth, Shephatiah, the son of Abital, and the sixth, Ithream, and Eglah, David's wife. These were born to David in Hebron. And it came to pass, while there was war between the house of Saul and the house of David, that Abner showed himself strong in the house of Saul. Now Saul had a concubine whose name was Ribspath, and the daughter of Aiah. And Ishbosheth said to Abner, wherefore hast thou gone into my father's concubine? Then was Abner very wroth for the words of Ishbosheth, and said, I am a dog's head that belongeth to Judah, ? This day I show kindness to the house of Saul, thy my father. Okay, now we're going to go into the Quran.
Now we're talking.
There's a psychological aspect that kind of promotes along this line too, even with the non-Muslims. And you see this a lot because they do a lot of their own talks about alpha males and traditional values and traditional roles. And they did some studies, and they found that a woman finds a guy that's already got a woman more attractive because subconsciously they see him as a provider. And this is proof that he's a good provider versus somebody that's basically the same financial ability and the same looks that's single. He's not as attractive because subconsciously they don't see that as being, proof that he's a provider. And, so this falls into the traditional roles of male and female. And, when I see these things, I always say, well, this just kind of makes so much sense that when somebody wants to have more than one wife, it fits psychologically into the behavior of human beings naturally.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, don't get me wrong. You should expect your wife, though, to still be jealous. If she's not jealous, that's a problem. She should still be jealous, right? If your wife's like, like it's saying Sarah's like, go into her, like if your wife starts talking about that, your wife doesn't love you, bro. She needs to be jealous. But the issue is that, what we have today is the issue of prevention and talking about like, this is wrong, don't do it. Like, as he says, do you actually think it's okay? If a woman doesn't think it's okay, that's a problem. But if they think that, just do whatever you want, let me, blah, 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 whatever, this is an issue. All right, so let's read the Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, right, in Surah 2 Nisa, correct? وَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ أَلَّا تَقْسِطُوا فِي الْيَتَامَى فَانكِحُوا مَا طَابَ لَكُم مِّنَ النِّسَاءِ مَثْنَى وَثُلَاثَ وَرُبَاعَ. So if you fear that you will not deal justly with the orphan girls, then marry those that please you of other women, 2 or 3 or 4. So the scholars say that the asl, the foundation, is polygyny, right? Because Allah starts with 2 or 3 or 4. فَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ, and if you fear, right? أَلَّا تَعْدِلُوا فَوَاحِدَةً. right? And if you fear that you're not going to be just one, right? أو ما ملكت أيمانكم ذلك أدنى ألا تعولوا, right? That is more suitable that you may not incline to injustice. And a lot of people can not be just. I have a hard time myself. It's a very big struggle, brothers. It's not easy. So, don't just also, I don't tell people just jump into this and just, shoot at the hip, wing it, because it's a very, very difficult thing. You have to be top-notch, man, to, do this. And I tell you, it's very difficult. May Allah give us all guidance and success. So I've missed a lot of comments in this talk. So let's scroll through it. Guys, I'm going to post the link again. Please, please, please. Non-Muslims. We've got 111 people on. Come on up. Come on up.
Did you pin the link or?
It should be pinned. I pinned it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pinned. I'm looking at the YouTube right now. All right, there you go. Thank you, Ilyas. I mean, that is really true. That is really true. A lot of people aren't built for it. That's the problem. The fire of the Chaldeans, man. We'll never hear the end of that one. Sorry, Rob. We can't let that one go. We can't let it go. It's just beating the, like as our friend here, Rumsey, said, beating a dead horse.
Multiple dead horses.
Look, my rule is block them if they insult the Prophet or they insult Allah or any of the prophets, right? If they do that, then you can block them. If they're just, preaching Jesus as Lord, let them stay here so they can at least keep reading comments. Yeah.
If they say something you disagree with, because Michael Sky is on my channel as well. Now, if they say something that we disagree with, that's one thing. But if they're insulted, that's obviously something else.
Yeah.
Like if they're preaching, honestly, let them preach. That just makes more content for us.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Sharpening the knife. Okay, I'm really behind. Okay, Donna. Oh my gosh, guys, do y'all remember Donna Bunkoft? She was the sister who converted on my stream a month ago, right before I went back to the U.S. She said she has a question. I have bad knees. It's okay for me to pray sitting in a chair and stand in the standing part of the prayer? Absolutely, sister. Absolutely. Cleon,
see that every day in the mosque comment.
Cleon, you can answer this question, right? Do you pray standing all the time? Is it permissible to pray sitting?
If you have a reasonable excuse, it is permissible. I also have bad knees, and so they when I go down in sujood on my knees, it hurts, physically hurts. And so, like she's asking to do, I stand during the standing part. I want to do that because in the Quran Allah says stand in prayer. So I stand when it's time to stand, but when it's time to go down on my knees, I have a chair sitting there and I use it.
MashaAllah. Yeah. So Donna, don't worry, sister. Alhamdulillah, Allah has made it easy on you. So, and I'm just happy to see that you're, to see you back again. MashaAllah, it's been a month plus, maybe longer, and the fact that you're still staying strong. I hope the new Muslim Academy is going well for you. I'm not sure how far you are in it. I'm going to put the link again up. Let's see. Come up and ask your questions. Let's do it for this one. www.newmuslimacademy.org. All right, there you go. Everyone, new Muslims, go do your stuff. Finish it. Get your thing. After you finish, take the Dawah training at Messengers of Peace Academy, which is mopacademy.org. Good point. I mean, that's Zakir Naik, Ahmadi, he popularized this argument, right? With the wars, if all men were only have one wife, tons of women without being married. Yeah, I used this when Abijah had 14 wives. Yep. See, and that's the thing. Islam, people think that, we have 4 wives. Christianity has 1 wife. There's nothing in Christianity that says only have 1 wife. This is why
it's not Christianity. It's Islam secularism.
Yeah. What I'm saying, it's Islam and then the rest of the world. Like Christians in Africa, literally, I've given dawah to these guys, and they have said, we can't become Muslim. I'm like, why? What do you mean you can't? Like, you can. They're like, no, we can't, because this guy's like, I have 14 wives. I have to provide for them. If I become a Muslim, I can only have 4 wives, and these other women, they're not going to be getting taken care of. You know, we have to tell them, look, you can still take care of them without being, you know, sexually intimate with them. You can still take care of them, make sure that they're taken care of, blah, blah, blah. Like and these are Christians, right? So this idea that Christianity, polygyny, it's all complete garbage. It's Western.
Maybe all the secular evangelicals didn't reach Africa yet.
They did, but these Africans, these native Africans,
well, clearly not good enough.
Yeah, they took their slave master's religion, right? They, you know, they're still keeping the sunnah of Hijab, right? Because, you know, women gotta be taken care of, man. Alhamdulillah. All right.
Wasn't it the Roman Catholics that started monogamy? Right at the same time, they started saying that the preachers can't get married or the priests can't have wives and stuff like that.
Well, it was actually the Roman
around the same time.
From what I understand, it was the Roman pagans, right, before the Catholic Church. It was Romans in general. They had a thing for the NAMBLA, you know, like we have the North American Man Boy Love Association. All of that goes back to Roman and Greek times. They were really big on young boys and really big on monogamy, right? And so they just kind of started taking this into Roman Catholic tradition. But there's nothing, even in the Bible, that says you're only allowed to have one wife, right? There's nothing that prohibits, you know, these things. Ihsan, brother, we can't say things that are not true about Islam. You can't say this. This is actually untrue. Ibn Abbas said, you know, and this, so some people say that this is, it's not marfu', it doesn't reach the Prophet, but some scholars say that Ibn Abbas he took this principle from the Prophet. And so Ibn Abbas said that the best of you, meaning the men, is he who has more women, right? So he was saying, and his statement is authentic, his riwayah. He's saying that the best of men are those who have more women. So ta'addud, right? So therefore go and get more numbers, go get more women, right? And you'll see that it was such a big deal that the main Sahaba, the ones who were promised paradise, except for Zubair, right? Because Zubair was known to be, he was very harsh with women, right? Not that he was an oppressor, but he had a harsh personality, right? And so there was an instance where someone was told, hey, you know, don't marry Zubair because, you know, he's going to be really rough to you. You know, he's a hard guy to deal with. But most of all of the Sahaba, as soon as they divorced or as soon as they were widowed or whatever, immediately would fill their slots back up to 4 again, right? So it is encouraged in Islam.
They were Sahaba, though. I mean, what kind of sister wouldn't want to be married to a Sahabi? Come on.
Exactly.
Although, to be fair, all the women at that time were Sahaba, but still, the Sahaba were the best of this nation. So,
yeah, exactly. Look at Ilyas, mashallah, he's on top of it. So he's got more. Hey, Ilyas, please send every single one of these to my email because I only found the ones that I read earlier. Send every single instance that you have to howdy at the muslimcowboy.com, please, because I want to get everything down. Yeah, we do know. We've had him on our channel many times. Alhamdulillah. May Allah guide him still, you know. He's nice to me, even if he's mean to other Muslims, but, you know.
I mean, he kind of goes
but everyone's
around,
like, it's a feigned nice. It's kind of like
he kind of goes around clout chasing on, like, many different channels. He did it to me a few months back. He's done it multiple channels, Muslim Lantern. He's done it to a few others.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying exactly, Faze. I'm not the person who's just gonna say now because it is beloved and it's good that every man should now immediately jump into it. Actually, absolutely not. Right? It is something that is there. It is a solution, but it's like prescription medication. Right? You need to have it prescribed at the exact right time, you know, in the right dosage. Don't just jump into it because you're gonna go through so many problems. You're gonna have so many issues if you're not serious about it. And that's another thing. A lot of brothers joke about it, right? We're having a fun time. We're talking about it. But if you're a brother who's just going to say joke about it and you make like second wife jokes, you're not the person to do this, right? The men who do this are not the ones who joke about it, right? They're the ones who, they're silent, they're quiet. When it's time to come up, step up and be a man, step up and be a man. Don't be like the kids who stand around and joke. And sisters, you know, you don't want to be with a man who is serious and not serious and joking about it because this is a serious deal. Right. And there's a lot at stake here. Right. So and it's like I said, it's not an easy thing. That's why it's a big thing. That's why it's rewardable. And that's why the Sahaba, when we look at their stories, they're better men than us because they were able to deal with it. Yes, times are simpler. not as complicated, didn't have a lot of the things that we have to worry about, but absolutely 100%. They were better men. Radiyallahu anhum. Okay. Come on, guys, please come on up. I know we have non-Muslims in here, so please. My other question is, if you don't have a habib, she means hijab, to wear, can you cover your head with a hair cap or no?
Oh, bro, you're way behind in the comments. I saw that comment like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's 10:00. No, that's 14 minutes ago, because I was talking for a while and I'm just like going, people are talking fast, which is good.
yeah, I don't do that usually. I just look at like the newest comments. I don't. Yeah,
I'm one of those. I'm a completionist. I don't want to like let something go by the wayside. That's my personality.
Yeah, no.
All right. So, but I'm glad I saw this, because I don't want her to not have this question answered. So,
Yeah,
Donna, if you have anything like a sheet or something, and it's time for you to pray, and you need to put your hijab on, just throw anything over you. We can, send you some links. Like I said, I want you to get in contact
with hijab. The blanket hijab. Like when the mailman comes, you just throw the blanket hijab on. When you go answer the door, you're just holding the blanket around you, like, hi, thank you.
Yeah. Look, Islam is easy, Sister Dawn. Just as long as the main things are covered, and when you're in prayer, you have to leave your face uncovered, right? Unfortunately, some women, still cover the face. And this is a different deal, and this goes into it, but you just make sure your face is uncovered, right? When you're in salah, your feet are covered and your hands are uncovered when you're in salah, your face and your hands. So, and you're praying at home. So yeah, just find a sheet, find something. It's really easy. Hopefully we can find some sisters. If there's any sisters out there who can send something to Sister Donna, hijab, donate it to her, that would be great. We can hook up in the back channel or something. We'll bring Ziba back up. I think she has another question.
Do you have two wives?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Alhamdulillah.
I mean, that's great, but do you think women should have a say in whether their husbands get to have another wife or not?
Should they have a say? So when you use the word should, that can have like a lot of meaning in it. So what do you mean by should?
I know they aren't supposed to have one. I mean, their opinion is not really needed at all. But like, so let's just assume like someone gets married to someone, and the first wife, she's like, you can't have any other wives while you're married to me, and she like puts that in like the agreement or something. And some scholars say that this is completely permissible, while others say that this is not. This is permissible but not recommended. So what's your view on that?
I think that, first of all, like I said, I've also made mistakes in things that I've done. I completely do not think that any man, not that it's not wrong, because it is permissible in Islam to take a wife without not just your first wife's permission, but without even telling her. However, I don't think it's wise. I don't think it's wise. 1 second, sister. It's not wise, and it's not good for building your relationships on trust. The way that the world works today, it's not like men are going out on caravans and we're going out fi sabilillah for several months at a time, and we don't see our wives, and so we're out in different lands and we get a new wife out there because we need this, whatever. That's not how the world works today. And the way that relationships are, and the way that we build trust is in a completely different method. So I personally think it is not good, right? And it will really hurt your wives if you do things in secret and stuff like this. Do you fully have to get her permission? No. When scholars say that it's okay to make this agreement, like I said, I'm not here to make fatwa which scholars are right or wrong. Yes, some scholars say that yes, if there's an agreement, you can agree to that. The other scholars say you can't because of the story of the Prophet ﷺ saying to Hafsa, radiyallahu anha, the daughter of Umar, radiyallahu anhu, that she told him, I don't like that smell. And it's not that she really didn't like it, it's just that she didn't like that other wives were giving him honey, because he loved honey and he kept eating it. So she's like, I don't like that smell. So he promised, he's like, I'm never going to eat this again, right? Just to please her. And then Allah sent down revelations saying, how are you going to make haram what I've made halal for you? And so the Prophet said, okay, I'm going to continue to eat asal, even if it displeased his wife, right? So what the scholars who get that is that even if it displeases your wife, you can still do things that are halal, right? Because as Allah also says, you might hate something and it's good for you, right? And you might like something and it's bad for you. So, having a second wife might actually be good for the first wife and she doesn't know it. But at the end of the day, I do think communication is 100% extremely important. I think that you need to be on the same page. And if a man is going to do it, warm up to your wife about it. Some people have told me this is, the complete opposite of what we should do. You should just like say, hey, wife, I got another wife. And they're like, just do it like that. And I don't agree. I think you should say, hey, look, let's talk about this. Let's think about it. Let's kind of come up with an idea of, timeline, how, whatever, because, you need to take into consideration your wife's feelings. And
if I can mention this, excuse me, there's a difference. Oftentimes people confuse something being halal and something being the wisest choice you can make. So for example, if I was to get married, do I as a man technically need my mom and dad's permission? No. Do I have to go and tell them? Technically, no. But would it be the wisest choice for me to keep them out of my life? Obviously not. That would not be the wisest choice, right? Because obviously it would be beneficial for my wife to know my parents, to know my family, to have a relationship with them. Am I going to be held accountable if they don't? Technically, no. But for example, divorce. Is divorce a sin? No. Does that mean divorce is something we would promote and say, okay, yeah, you should go and get it? Obviously not, right? Sometimes it's necessary, but something being halal and something being the wisest choice of action or wisest course of action are not the same thing, right? Halal means, what do you call it? It is permissible to do, but permissibility and wisdom are not synonymous, if that makes sense.
What if a woman decides to never get married because she is afraid that her husband might get another wife?
So look at that Zamzam water. Oh, mashallah. I love that. Now you're making me, wow, look at this. I'm gonna have to dump this out now. SubhanAllah. All right. No, what was I saying? I'm sorry, sister. What was the question? I'm sorry.
What if a woman decides to never get married because she's so jealous of the hypothetical possibility that her husband might get another wife?
So in Islam, marriage is not an obligation. You're not going to be held accountable for not getting married, but marriage is obviously highly recommended. You complete half your deen by doing it, but it's not something you're held accountable for. Like if you don't do it, right? The same thing for a man. If a man dies single, it's not going to be held against him on the Day of Judgment. Marriage is simply there for your benefit. Out of Allah's wisdom, it's there for, and the institution of marriage is there for our benefit and for our well-being. But it's not considered an obligation. I wouldn't say that that's a good, not excuse, but I wouldn't say that should prevent a woman from getting married, having a family, and having being provided for. But I wanted to read that comment. All right.
Okay, sorry. No, I don't want to take us off topic, but it's funny. Ilyas is like, Rob, after hearing all this evidence, he'll be like, what about Abraham in the fire? The fire of the Chaldeans. He'll just fire the Chaldeans for $200.
Yeah, no.
I'm sorry, Rob. You're never gonna hear the end of it.
Don't ever apologize to Rob. No. What do you call it? No offense, Rob. But what was I saying? No. So first thing remember what I said before. Permissibility doesn't equal the wisest course of action or the wisest course of not taking action. So, is never getting married halal? Is marriage an obligation? No, it's not. So, are you allowed to just be celibate your whole life? If you want to be, for whatever reason, or even if you have to be, sure. Is that the wisest course of action to commit to that? Each person's life is different, but generally speaking, we would say no, because human beings do have desires, do have needs, do have, how do I say this, natural inclinations. So it's not the wisest course of action. So it's just oftentimes, like I said, Brandon, I don't know if you heard me, I said this, permissibility doesn't mean that it's the wisest course of action.
Yeah, no, I heard that was the first thing you said before, right when I was taking off. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, even, for example, it might be permissible for, I'm trying to think of another.
How about this? It's permissible for me to, how do I say this? To drink soda. Okay.
Yeah.
Does that mean drinking? Right? Is drinking soda haram? No.
Or eating cake every day. Eating cake.
Yeah, you're not going to be held accountable. Okay.
If you go into excess and you know that you're hurting your body, and then you do so much to where it's really bothering you, then you will be held accountable because your body has rights on you. I'm trying to think of something that it's permissible to do. Either way.
How do you even bring that up to your wife, like your first wife?
So do you want to know how I brought it up?
You're just not enough for me. I just
Look,
need someone else.
See,
No, look,
this,
look,
this is
Brandon,
the,
Brandon,
this is, I
Brandon did
understand.
it, and he's still alive. So I mean, let's see how.
A lot of pain, but here's the deal. So this is the wrong thing, and I get it. I'm not saying that your emotions are wrong because you're a Muslim sister. Are you married?
Oh no, I'm just
Okay.
I'm
But you know how you would feel. So you're talking from like if your husband came to you and started talking about these things, you're telling us what your first thoughts would be is like you're gonna feel that you're not enough for him. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, obviously I'm like, oh my, I wasted my 20s for you to get another woman. No.
And look, this is actually what we want to see from sisters because this shows that you love your husband, right? This is natural jealousy. If you're not jealous, there's no love. So this is good. But the thing is that this is not true of men. I get it that you feel that way, that you feel, and this is something that my wife, my first wife, even expressed. Like, I don't, was I not good enough? And they think these things because this is a natural thing to think, well, why would you get a second wife if I was good enough? Because you think, oh, if you're good enough, then, there's no reason to get a second wife. And I give the example, you can take it or leave it. You don't have to have it. But like, say I have a Jeep, 4-door, brand new Wrangler. It's awesome. Okay. And it's 7 years old, but this thing still runs really good. I love this Jeep. I take it off-roading all over the place. Me getting another car that's a different type of car, like a sports car, does not take away the fact that I still really love that Jeep, right? I still love both of those cars the same, and this is how men are created. We are created with the ability to love you just as much as we love the second wife. I can love both of my cars the same. Women, however, are created to love one man, right? This is just how they're created, and this is what the scholars have talked about, right? We have the woman, as Allah talked when He talks about Maryam alayhi salam, the woman is not like the man, right? And the scholars have gone into really in-depth, discussion about this. Is that the women's psychology, the women's understanding, what women love, what men love, are something that are completely different. This is why we have this book. It's written by a non-Muslim, but it's actually a very good book, and I suggest Muslims to read it. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus, and we speak two different languages. Even if we're speaking English right now, we speak two different languages. And so when a person can kind of understand the other one better, then you can start to bridge that gap. So my argument is this, that just because I want a second wife doesn't mean I love you any less, right? I actually started loving my first wife more after I did ta'addud. And this, I will, swear to Allah. And so it doesn't necessitate that you have any failings, you have any deficiencies or anything like that. We got other people in the back channel. Do you have any other questions before I bring the other people up?
No, not really. Thank you.
You're very welcome, sister. May Allah bless you. Zawwajikillah. May Allah marry you to a righteous man and give you the best of this life and the next. I mean,
the way that I heard that explained before was that because Eve came from the rib of Adam, right? So the women are naturally predisposed to love one man because they come in that fashion. They were created in that fashion.
Mm-hmm. Okay, mashallah. That's an interesting way of putting it. I didn't think about that. Oh, guys, and whoever didn't see, I'm drinking Zamzam, just because I love teaching the sunnah. If you can, guys.
You're making me so just. You're gonna make me despise Zamzam. I'm just talking.
Whenever you come to Medina,
make dua.
If you come to Medina, they sell Zamzam in the grocery store. You go down, you get up your milk, you get your 4 bottles of Zamzam. It's like $1.25 for a bottle of Zamzam. So if you come, you must spend enough time here to take advantage of that.
How do you even? I'll tell you what. How do you even sell water other than Zamzam in Medina? Like, you got your Crystal Geyser, you got your you got your Mountain Crest, whatever the hell, I forgot the names of these water companies, and then you got Zamzam. Like, how the hell do you sell any water other than Zamzam in Medina or in Saudi Arabia even?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of it, you're right. I think they do limit it. Like, if I go to Bin Dawood and I get it, they only allow me to buy 4 at a time. But I can go outside, come right back in, and then buy 4 again. But they limit it. And also, it's people still, it might be out of the way, it might be here and there. So, people do sell it, but it is sold crazily. Android phones that are super chats off, yes. So my I don't have any advertisements or anything like that. So if you want to support my dawah in any way, go to themuslimcowboy.com, and there's a section up there where you can donate. You can do a one-off through PayPal, or you can support through Patreon. It's up to you. I'm still really far behind. I'm like even further behind now.
Bro, I'm telling you, you're gonna get further and further and further and further behind every time.
I'm just reading through now. I'm reading through. We're gonna bring up Yoji Boji.
Don't feel ashamed. Just skip to the bottom. Don't feel ashamed. I do it every day.
Hello.
Hello. How are you, Yoji Boji?
I'm great. I'm great. So I was studying Hinduism first, then I came to the Bible. Now I'm studying the Bible now. I'm studying it, so I don't know it well, you know.
Okay, so you were a Hindu, or you studied Hinduism?
Yeah, I studied it and I practiced it. What the book teaches, the Gita.
Yeah, the Bhagavad Gita. Yeah.
So then I transitioned to the Bible, reading the Bible, you know. Yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm from Caribbean, but I live in USA, Florida right now. So.
Oh, cool. A Caribbean brother. That's interesting, man. I haven't had one on my channel yet. I've talked to them in my chats on Islam Chat, but welcome to my stream. So what did you have? Do you want to know more about Islam? What brings you here?
I want to know more from you. Okay, so what is the duty of a prophet? What is his duty?
Okay, this is awesome, guys. For anyone who's watching this, please let's make dua. I'm drinking Zamzam. You drink Zamzam, you make dua. Oh Allah, please bring more people who ask really good questions. I mean. So, the word prophet in Arabic is the same cognate for the word in Hebrew, which it's nabi in Arabic, and it comes from navi in Hebrew. And the word has the last chapter of Juz Amma, which is Surah An-Naba, or excuse me, the first chapter, because I'm thinking about from end to the beginning. It's called An-Naba, which means the news. So a nabi does An-Naba. They bring news to the people. And what is that news? They are Bashiran wa Nadhira. They are a people who give glad tidings and they warn. So they're giving glad tidings of the news, which is the day of judgment. So every prophet, they've come to tell us about the day of judgment, because this is connected to our purpose, right? And the purpose of mankind is not to chase money, not to get as many cars, not to get as many wives as we can, but the purpose of mankind is وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. I have not created, this is God speaking, I have not created jinn, which is the other creation that has taklif like humans, which means the ability to choose to disobey or obey God. They say that Allah is saying that I have not created these jinn and these ints, humans, except to obey, right? To worship me. So this is our purpose, okay? God doesn't need it, but this is the purpose for what we're created for. So if we do anything other than that purpose, then we won't be fulfilled. When we do that purpose, we're fulfilled. So the prophets have come to teach us who is the one deserving of that worship. Who are we? Where did we come from? Where are we going? And how do we get there in the best way? This is the purpose of prophets, right? To teach us who is this creator who created us, who are we, and what is our relationship between ourselves and him.
Yes. So you explain it very good, you know?
Appreciate that.
So so it's similar to a guru. In Hinduism, they have gurus. Those are representation for God. So they teach their students about what duty that's needed, you know, and they carry it out, you know.
Okay. Yeah, but the only thing I would say that is about gurus is that I wouldn't say that they are necessarily sent by God. A prophet is someone who has been sent with the authority of God himself, meaning that they have the stamp of approval, right? I am from God. God has actually sent me. And how do we know this? Because here's the deal. Here's the catch. Anybody can make a claim. So I can say that I'm a prophet from God. Rumzi can say he's a prophet from God. You can say you're a prophet from God. But there has to be conditions. There's a criteria for being able to know this. So the prophets all came with certain criteria to let the people at least know that they weren't liars. Okay, so first, from what we believe is that all prophets were ma'asum, meaning that they didn't commit major sins. They were not people who were falling into all kinds of terrible things. They weren't people who betrayed the trust of people, but rather they were the most trustworthy, the most truthful of their society, so that when it came time for them to be a prophet, they were accepted by the people. And then when they were a prophet, they came with logical proofs. So whenever they talked about God, it was something that already resonated with us. And this is why we as Muslims, we talk about the fitrah, which means the innate disposition, that we are all created to understand that humans believe in a God, right? That all humans are pre-wired. And there's a great article by Justin Barrett, right? Not an article, but there's a research study that he did, I believe, over 6 years, an Oxford University study, showing that all humans, in children, we have a part of our brain that is pre-wired, right, from birth to believe in a creator, and this creator is one, right? That this is a singular, unified God. And so Islam and the prophets, this is, we are just here to, learn about who that God is, to worship him alone. Mm-hmm. And the prophets were the people who were those who came with proofs to show the people that linguistic proofs, they came with miracles, right? That was used for those people in times, right? But for us, the miracles that Jesus did, peace be upon him, and the miracles that Moses, peace be upon him, did, and even the prophets who we don't know their names, because there were prophets that could have been sent to India, there were prophets that could have been sent to South America, so on and so forth. Their miracles were for their time and place. But when the final messenger was sent, the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was sent, he would not have any prophets following after him. And so God has made it to where everybody after his time could be able to realize that he was a prophet without having to see those one-time off miracles, right? Like, for example, healing of the dead, curing the blind, splitting the sea, causing keep all of these things. So and that miracle that we have that is still with us, that we can still see to this day, is the Quran, because it is a linguistic miracle. It is a historical and scientific miracle. There's things that only the creator of the heavens and the earth could have known.
Okay. So, a prophet is supposed to teach about God, right? I mean, the students about God. Okay. So, right now, would you follow a person that dated a 9-year-old or married a 9-year-old? Would you follow that person, and being that he said that he's from God, would you follow a person like that to be a prophet?
Yeah, absolutely. That wouldn't prevent me from following that person. Absolutely not. So yeah, they could be a prophet. That's not a criteria for what makes a person a prophet.
Wow.
Sorry, which age of marriage would a prophet have to follow?
There we go. I wanted you to ask that question.
Well,
I know.
When you're following someone that claims to be that he got messages.
One second. This is a genuine question, like an actual ungenuine question. Like, I'm not trying to corner you. Like, I'm curious what you have to say. Okay. What legal age of marriage should a prophet of God follow?
So,
pick a number. He's saying pick a number.
Okay.
Well, no, I mean, I don't know. I want to know what his criteria is, whatever it is.
No, it's not all about numbers. So,
okay.
When you have to know a person before you date them. So if they have lesser knowledge than you, like lesser, and they don't know certain stuff that you might know, you're taking advantage of that person. It's not about how much.
So I don't really know how that answers my question.
So I've got a question for you. So therefore, are you saying that every person who gets married, do you agree that every person who gets married has the same intelligence level in the whole world, or is one person smarter than the other?
No. So like, if I have my college degree and my wife is still studying, like, nah, man, no. You gotta have the same. You both gotta have the same exact degree. But yeah, you both have to have engineering degrees, right? Because all those poli-sci majors are all that.
Well, no, even maybe you have the same degree, but maybe you cheated and your IQ is way higher than hers, and her IQ is way less than yours. Are you taking advantage of her?
Or maybe I just have a higher IQ and I didn't have to cheat.
This you've both experienced life, more life, but yes.
Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, I just thought of this. Yoji, do you believe that two people have to be the same age to get married?
No. You can be
okay.
Like 5.
So we want you to bring this full circle to something that's logical, right? Because unfortunately, And you sound sincere, but I think even sincere people get caught up in these emotional arguments, right? Because they're 100% purely emotional. The idea of a prophet marrying someone younger than him is a completely emotional argument. It's not based on logic whatsoever.
Younger than your society might fit, deem fit normal.
She didn't have puberty yet, and her brain wasn't developed.
She did hit puberty. They did not. 9 years old is when she hit puberty.
Who told you that?
But the Hadith said she hasn't hit puberty yet.
No, the Hadith, nowhere does it say she never hit puberty. She hit puberty at 9. This was what was.
Do you want the Hadith?
Yeah, I would love this Hadith. You're totally not. You're totally not the first of a million people to bring this argument where I've had to. But
even still, if a person doesn't hit puberty, you can still marry them, right? Because, for example, a woman might be 15 or 16 years old and she has a medical condition where she hasn't been able to have her period yet, right? But she still has developed breasts.
You're physically mature.
She's physically mature, right? Yeah. So she can handle sex. Okay, we don't. We'll talk about this openly. If she can handle sex, she's 15, 16, but she hasn't had her first hayd, which is her first period. She can still get married. The idea is that the minimum is 9 because that's the earliest that a woman can hit puberty. So it won't be earlier than that. Okay. And after that, if she hasn't hit puberty, the other condition, if she hasn't hit it, if she has matured physically enough to be able to handle sex,
whatever age you may be, there are people who are younger, who might not have menstruated yet, but they're physically mature enough. There are, right. And there are people who are old. There are people who are maybe older and they stopped menstruating, but or maybe like I've heard stories of women, for example, who gave birth and then didn't menstruate for a while, but that doesn't mean they're not physically mature, right? So it's not really an age thing. It's about physical maturity, whether you're young, old, whatever.
So can any of you guys, if you guys wanted to, if you guys felt a connection with a 9-year-old, would you date her? If you felt a connection, would you date her?
So in Islam, that's a good question. In Islam, you have to be physically and mentally mature in order to get married. Now, here's the thing. What age is that? It varies from person to person. So just because Aisha was ready to get married at the age of 9, that doesn't mean that every girl in every place, in every society, in every day and age is going to be ready at 9 to get married. Yeah? So, one second. So now, for example, what are some of the conditions, in order for someone to be deemed physically and mentally mature? Physically mature, well, that's pretty obvious. Mental maturity, that varies from place to place. So, for example, I live in California. Are 9-year-olds mentally equipped by the age of 9 to be married? From my experience, from what I know, no, they're not. But does that mean that somebody in the Amazon rainforest who, that they live a very completely different lifestyle, someone in the Amazon rainforest or someone in the Sahara Desert living out in the Bedouin tribes isn't going to be ready? Not necessarily. It all depends upon the, it's a case by case. So when we say is someone, so you have to be physically mature and mentally mature. Aisha, based on her family's, what her family thought, what she thought, and what her society thought, and what her society needed. Wow. I thought
this is Sim. This is Sim. If you don't know,
I was about to say, isn't that a brother? What the hell, man? Astaghfirullah. No, I'm just kidding. No, what's it called? So because people ask this question all the time. Oh, would you marry a 9-year-old? Because your prophet married Aisha at the age of 9. He married Aisha at the age of 9, or when she was 9, because she was physically and mentally fit at 9. Does that mean every 9-year-old is going to be ready and fit at the age of 9? No. I'll tell you what. I'll say this straight. If I was living in a full society where 9-year-olds were physically mature enough, or they were mentally mature enough, or they were given all that they had, where mentally they had all they needed to survive and to be mature, well, then what problem would there be if they got married at that age? What problem would there be? Their family's okay with it. They're okay with it. Their society's okay with it. Oh, but you 3,000 miles away aren't okay with it. It's like, okay.
Okay. Well, what do you think? What would you think? Okay, if a 50-year-old dated a 9-year-old, what?
Okay, how about this? What? Okay, how about this? What if a 9-year-old married an 18-year-old? Do you think? One second. Hold on. Would a lot of people find that strange? Probably, yeah. Nowadays, yeah. In the place I'm in, if a 90-year-old married an 18-year-old, it's legal. That's legal. There's no, you know what I'm saying? It's fully legal. Would a lot of people do you think a lot of people would probably look at that a bit strange? I probably would. I'm like, oh, really? It's like, Yeah.
It's interesting, yeah. But you
But-
also have to take into consideration societies, their norms, the places that they're from. And I mean, you said you're researching the Bible. Many of the church fathers, I can get Wissam up here to tell you their names because I haven't memorized all of them yet. But there are some who said that the criteria for a woman to get married, right, in Christianity is 7 years old. That is the criteria. That is the minimum age, right? It is good to marry a woman at the age of 7, right? So are we going to just, and that was at their time. Now, if you ask people in the church today, they'll tell you 18, right, or whatever. At the end of the day, these things are subjective, and so in Islam we have a criteria, right, that they have to meet certain conditions, right, and that's why we don't say, okay, do we believe in child marriage? No, because they're not children. If they're a child, they can't get married. Whether it's someone is older than someone else, someone could be younger than another person and they're a woman, and this one could be older and they're still a child, right? You marry someone when they are, and this is why it's so important. This is why family is so important. This is why the West is destroying itself, because it's destroying the family, because the family is involved. Everyone's involved, right? The thing that people should be asking is, why would Abu Bakr have given his daughter, if she was a baby girl, to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, right? If this was an issue. Nobody in the history of the world until 70 years ago ever had a problem with this. No, even Christians never had a problem with the Prophet ﷺ marrying Aisha. And they said all kinds of stuff about the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. None of the polemicists in the entirety of Islam until this last century said anything about this, because it was not a problem in the world. No one ever saw an issue with it. It's now something that has become an issue. And so because we're thinking in these modern frameworks that because we live in the 21st century, we're better than everybody else and we're smarter than everybody else. This is a supremacist, you think that you're better just because of the time that you live in, right? This is it's a logical fallacy, right? So we actually have to look at things with a lens of objectivity and understand that people can have different norms in their societies. And would I marry a 9-year-old today, like in the way that things are? No, because most 9-year-olds today are not going to be physically and mentally mature, right?
Okay, yeah. Is it wise to tell someone to go breastfeed this grown man when you know that he's a grown man? So if I tell a girl to go breastfeed,
okay, hold on. Are you changing the subject now? Are we on a new subject? You have to let me know we're changing the subject.
Okay. So
Yeah, Yoji. By the way, just a side note. As a Muslim man, I can't even touch the opposite gender, right? As a Muslim man, or one day I'll be a man. I'm just talking. Well, as a Muslim, as a member of the male species, I cannot touch a female unless it's my mom.
We're not even supposed to shake hands.
Not even shake hands.
It's your mom, your sister,
your daughter,
your paternal aunt, daughter, the aunts, but the cousins, no. The grandmother, these only really close, immediate family members can you touch.
Like, do you have any idea how many handshakes I've had to turn down since I started high school? Like,
so what's wrong with handshakes?
Well, we're talking about what you're saying. You decided you wanted to change the subject away from marrying, and you just want to change the subject all of a sudden because people like to bring up this issue. This never happened. What you're talking about, it did not happen. Aisha never, and I'll say, wallahi, I swear to God, may Allah punish me on the day of judgment if I'm lying. Aisha never breastfed who you're saying she breastfed. Wallahi, she never did.
I'll show you the hadith. I'll show you the hadith.
You can show me the hadith, but I've already refuted this from Rob Christian, the filthy liar, on my channel. And how we know that this never happened, you can say it's authentic, whatever. I've explained it in complete detail.
Okay.
First of all, we have a principle. Something that is mubah, which means it's okay to do. For me to use salt, it's mubah. I don't get rewarded for it. I don't get punished for it, right? It's just normal. I can do it, okay? Something that is permissible can never take precedence over something that is forbidden. What is forbidden? It is forbidden for me not just to not touch the opposite gender. I can't look at the aura of the opposite gender. So if Aisha was to have uncovered her breast in front of a non-mahram man, this would have been a big, huge sin. Then for him to touch it for more than a period of time, it's not permissible, because what is mubah is rida'a, right? To suckle so that you become a family member of somebody. So the issue here is that it's impermissible for a man to even see her breast, let alone touch and suck on them. So it is impossible that this ever even happened, because something that is mubah can never take precedent over something that is haram. This is a principle.
By the way, Ibn Abdul Barr mentions in the Tamheed that the method. Hold on, one second. In the book of At-Tamheed, it mentions that the method that this is done is that the milk is to be poured into a cup, and that. Come on, man. and that's the way it happens. That's the way it happens, right? What do you call it? So because and how do we know this? And how do we know that that's the case? Because obviously, Islam is not just one hadith. Islam is a full system. We know that it's a major sin in Islam for you to. Oh, okay. Well, it's a sin. I don't want to say major. I'm not speaking out of ignorance, but it is definitely a sin, without a doubt, for a man or a woman to touch the opposite gender, to touch their non-mahram, to touch a non-mahram, right? Not even to look at the not even to look at the aura of a non-mahram. Oh, he's gone. Let alone to touch the aura of a non-mahram. So that would have been so even if that had happened, that would have been the only way that could have happened anyway, right? And by the way, guys, am I the only one who, I think I heard this from you, Brandon. I didn't think of this until you brought it up.
Never had children.
Aisha never had children. I mean, guys, I'm not a bio major, but last I recall, you have to have kids for that to happen, doesn't it? Right?
They say that it's possible that you can force it to happen, but it is like 0.001% chance of happening. It is something that is almost impossible.
Yeah, so it's basically next to impossible for somebody.
So the other example, what actually happened? Do you know how to also become someone in Rida? If your sister, your biological blood sister, feeds, then that person becomes that person in Rida. So Salim, who was the one in the hadith who drank, he drank as a child. We have this. Ibn Abdul Barr, this all talked about. I want to pull up the video that I did against Rob Christian because I went into this in detail. I talked to Farid about this. We brought up sources. We looked at this. First of all, Aisha never did it. It was her sister. Who was her sister? Come on.
Salim.
What?
Salim? What the?
Who was?
Oh my God, Salim. What was her name? I actually don't remember. SubhanAllah.
Here we go. I'm just gonna bring this up.
Yeah, I said sad. I'm like, wait, no, that's not. What's wrong with me?
You're useless. You're joking.
Verses were added extra to the Quran.
Oh, this is
but
not
entire surahs, 3 extra chapters were added to the Quran. Today's Quran is certainly not the Quran.
All right.
I see the answer in the comments. Can I say it?
Yeah, no, you can.
Is it Asma?
Yeah, no, it's Asma bint Abi Bakr.
Okay. All right. Okay, my bad, guys. I forget. Oh my God, what is wrong with me? I literally for like 30 seconds forgot that Aisha was the daughter of Abu Bakr. I am such a freaking. Oh my God. I was like, Asma. I was about to say, wait, Asma. You mean Asma bint Abi Bakr? I'm like, oh, that's right. Aisha's father's Abu Bakr. Oh, Allah forgive me. SubhanAllah. No, I'm laughing. No, someone's asking why did he laugh. I'm laughing at the. I forgot that Aisha was the daughter. Aisha bint Abi Bakr. Yeah, freaking.
Yeah, mashallah.
This is why I don't. This is why I usually don't have my camera on your stream. I just like no. You know what I'm saying? I'm just out of it.
No, it's all good. Alhamdulillah.
Okay. And then what was the sister of Aisha? I'm like, Saddam. I'm like, wait, what? Man. Man. Did that guy? By the way, did that guy leave or did he like?
Yeah, he left. He left. I don't know what happened to him.
Okay. That was fun. When he that was interesting. He went straight from the marriage of Aisha to supposed adult suckling. That was, yeah. So by the way, just for clarification for everybody, so Salim he suckled from Aisha's sister Asma, and I guess maybe this might be something because people say adult suckling. So just maybe you can answer. One, how old was Salim when he suckled, and two, where does this idea of adult suckling come from?
Yeah, so I'm gonna go through my messages and bring it up because I can't find the video, so I don't know why. I think I might have named it something differently.
Like I made a video, I just don't know what it was called.
Okay, so this was back in May.
I could try to find the video for you. like, I know your channel better than you know your channel.
Okay. All right. So first, yeah, we talked about she never had kids, so she didn't have milk. And then we have, so the original quote is قال ابن أبي شيبة حدثنا ابن علية عن أيوب عن نافع قال كانت عائشة إذا أرضت يدخل عليها أحد امرأت به فرضع. Right, so whenever she wanted somebody to enter upon her, that she would, farada, right, like is to do rida. So the assumption when you don't have the full context is that they would suckle on her. Like anyone who wanted to enter, okay, suckle, and you can see me without hijab. فأمرت أم كلثوم أختها أن ترضع سالما. So Kulthum was actually so the one who did Salim was Kulthum. All right, she was the one who suckled her so that Aisha could Salim when he got older. Ashara
was it the video titled "Deceptive Christian Makes a Career-Ending Mistake"?
Yes.
Okay,
I believe so.
I mean, if you want to play the video, I just thought maybe.
All right, so it says Tarullah, she did breastfeeding. Salim to Salim, Ashara رضعت فأرضعته ثلاثة فمرضت and she became sick. فكان لا يدخل عليها, so he couldn't enter upon her. وأمرت فاطمة بنت عمر أن ترضع عاصم ابن سعيد مولى لهم. Right, and so Fatima bint Amr did the breastfeeding for Asim ibn Sa'id مولى لهم, who was the servant for them. فأرضعته 10 رضعات فكان يدخل عليها. So that one did complete it. So Salim never actually completed it. They only was able to do 3 because she got sick. فكان لا يدخل. So he couldn't even enter upon her. So this was Kulthum doing this, not Asma, according to this. And this is from I believe Ibn Abdul Barr, right, who was from the early companions, right, the early tabi'in, right, very very early on scholars.
So just to, I think I found the video. I don't know if it's I think it's the right one, but so just to be clear, so you're saying it wasn't Asma, it was Kulthum?
This is what the actual full hadith says, like the full hadith. So what they take it from, they take a hadith that is it's naqs in the entire like wording, right? And they take this from the Maliki scholar who just passed away like 7 years ago. But if you look in the original full hadith that is mentioned, right, by Ibn Abdul Barr, right, the full hadith has the wording that I just read.
Okay, interesting. So just to be clear, it was not Asma bint Abi Bakr, it was Kulthum.
It was Kulthum.
Kulthum,
there was I believe Asma, she gave to somebody else, from what I understand. I'm gonna have to really go through it again because it's been.
I mean, you know, it says 3 months ago, the video.
No, I'm saying, but since I started looking into it.
Okay, no, I mean, I don't know if like it'll benefit the people if you want to play the video or not. It's up to you. I don't know. Okay. If you think it's beneficial.
All right, Mosab.
Salam alaikum.
Salam.
Yes. Is this stream for only non-Muslims or?
No, we can have Muslims up. We do actually. Okay. We've got some people in the back room. We've got quite a few. So everyone who's back there, thank you for waiting. You might have people in front of you, so just be patient. Alhamdulillah.
Okay, and I just wanted to bring up this thing that's been coming up on my For You page and my friend's For You page. So there's this particular channel on YouTube.
Wait, you don't want to do? Wait. Don't type it in the back private chat. Don't give them clout.
No, I'm not saying the name or anything. I definitely don't want to give them clout. They're like an Islamophobic channel.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's this particular channel, and their whole thing was just like Christian talk. They only have like 39 subscribers or something like that. And for some reason, they're monetized. But the problem is, that's what I don't get, because they're getting ads on their videos. Problem is,
you have to have at least 1,000 subscribers. That's really weird.
But the thing is, their most recent video from 2 days ago was a video of them reacting to Ramsey. And it was the video where you were talking about the Christian not worshiping the same God as the...
Wait, reacting to me? Reacting to me?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like a small 3-second clip of you, and then they just like made a 15-minute video out of it. So, and they sat there just spouting like a whole bunch of Islamophobic garbage. They brought up the marriage.
Might I ask what was the clip? What was I saying?
So you were talking to a particular, well, you were responding to a particular Christian talking about him believing in the same God as the Jews.
I know that one. Yep,
Mhm.
that one has over 1 million views actually. So kind of love that video.
Yeah. So he responded. The guy responded by agreeing with you and said, "Yeah, we don't believe in the same God as the Jews and the Muslims." But then after that, they just like they started slipping in a whole bunch of Islamophobic things, and then they just.
I mean, okay, look. So which God do the Jews believe in? That's the question. They believe in the same God. They believe in the God of Moses and Abraham and David and Solomon. So
Yeah.
he's basically. So thank you. I mean, look, that's I would appreciate him saying that. Yeah. So you don't worship the God of Abraham, the God of Moses, the God of David and Solomon. Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, Jesus. Guys, did Jesus believe in the same God? This is why Christians will never say this. I mean, most Christians. Did Jesus believe in the same God as the Jews? Obviously, he was preaching to the Jews. No dur. Okay. So the Jews obviously. I can't speak. The Jews obviously worship the same God as Jesus, and who did the Jews worship? Well, the God of the Old Testament.
Yeah.
And well, so if he acknowledges the God of the Jews is not the God of Christianity, then that means he worships a different God than Jesus worshipped, because Jesus worshipped the same God as the Jews. Read the New Testament. Read the New Testament. Did Jesus worship a different God than the Jews? No, he did not.
There was the only other comment besides me in their channel was, well, if you don't worship the same God as the Jews, you got to throw away half of your Bible. Half of your Bible got to be thrown away, because if you don't worship the same God, why are you reading
that wouldn't be the first inconsistency you'd find amongst the missionaries.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but you'll almost never find a Christian say that. I mean, you'll find Christians say that about Muslims because they don't really realize the implication. But yeah, let's say, oh yeah, well, Muslims don't worship Muslims don't believe in a triune Godhead. They don't believe Christ is God. So therefore, what do you call it? Then they say Muslims and Christians don't worship the same God. Now, in that sense, they would be correct in a way. But the problem is they're basically saying that, how do I say this? Simply on the basis that we don't believe in the Trinity, therefore it is not the God of Abraham.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the Jews obviously reject the Trinity. So how about that? Do the Jews not worship the God of Abraham? I mean, the Jews at the time of Jesus, they weren't Trinitarians. They believed in, they were simply just simple monotheists. They were just strict monotheists. That's all, right?
Yeah, they were Unitarians.
I mean, they were monotheists, but they were just strict monotheists because Unitarianism has a bit of.
We'll ask him when he comes back. If he's later on. We're going to take up a few more people before him because he got out of the chat. He got out of the back room. So if he is a troll, we'll figure it out. He did seem like a full troll. If he is, well, I don't know. We'll see. I'm actually getting through the comments.
When he brought up the adult suckling, I kind of was just like, really? Okay. And the thing is, he flipped that page like so quick. Like, okay, I should okay.
Next thing. Next, it's like he's got his list. Okay, next one.
I got a full list here.
It's like no thought process. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I'm glad that you explained it in this way. No, it's just okay. Let's get through these things as fast as we can. All right, so I'm almost there. I'm at 10:56, so we're like 9 minutes behind on my comments. It's not too bad, right?
I never go that far behind in my comments. I always just look at the newest comments.
All right, Boris, do you promise you're going to behave yourself today?
Yes, okay. So I wanted to ask, why in the Hadith it says the touching the stones forgives sin?
Okay, Boris, I don't remember last time. Are you Eastern Orthodox Christian?
No.
Are you Christian?
Born again Christian.
Born again Christian. Okay, so you do believe in the Bible, right? Believe it's the word of God. Okay. Okay, so let's go over the Hadith. Let's go over the Hadith.
Just to be clear, he has a problem with the black stone. Like if you kiss the black stone, it's a good deed.
Yeah, touching the black stone forgives sin.
Boris, how about this? Did you know that me kissing my mother gets rid of my sins? Because in Islam, good deeds remove sins.
Come on.
Yeah,
no,
when we pray Salah, when I pray
Salah,
I pray Salah, it forgives sins.
Not gonna say.
Whenever I shake the hand of a Muslim, forgives sins. Why don't you talk about these things?
When I kiss my mother,
touching the stones forgives sin, not kissing your mother forgives sin.
Kissing something, touching it, holding it, hugging it. Does that really matter? It's the point is, it's a
Of
finite.
course it matters.
What
because
Bible
the
do you
Hadith
use,
says
Boris?
touching
What
the
Bible do you use?
stones
Do you
Okay,
use
okay,
New
one
King
second.
James, New International? What Bible do you use, Boris?
So just to be clear, touching an object.
Why are you changing the topic?
No, it's not changing the topic. So just to be
Yeah,
clear, guys.
you're-
Just to be clear,
You're scared. Bye bye.
I'm scared. Oh, I'm scared. Okay, you got me. All right. So guys, just to be clear, touching
Boris,
an object.
why did Boris? I didn't ban it. He's such a coward, man. All
Right,
right,
guys,
here we go.
So guys, touching an object that forgives your sins. Oh man, that's terrible. What? But kissing it? No. What? That's obvious. Come on, that's common sense. It's like,
You know,
All
he
right,
was
guys.
saying that he was going to destroy you in the back chat, right, Ramsey?
I'm sure he was.
All right, look. This filthy liar, this hypocrite who doesn't even know his own Bible. Isaiah 6. Then one of the seraphim flew to me, having in his hand a live coal, which he had taken with the tongs of the altar, and he touched my mouth with it and said, behold, this has touched your lips. Your iniquity is taken away and your sin purged. Yeah, filthy kafir, get out of here.
No, like I said, I love how he's like, "Oh, are you kidding me?" It's like, well, guys, look. If he had a picture of a duck, right? I think it was a duck. If it looks like a duck and it's quacking, it's a duck, right? I say that all the time on my channel, right? Excuse me. He has a problem with touching something. I'm sorry.
His own book says your sins are forgiven from.
Yeah. So
putting hot coal
touching
on
an
your
object.
lips.
So he basically said touching an object and that emits your sins. That's a problem. But then I said, okay, if you give the good example. If you shake the hands of your Muslim brother, or if I kiss my mother, those are good deeds. Kissing my mother is a good deed. I kiss my mother's hand.
Every good deed we do forgives sins, right?
Every time I go home, first thing I do is kiss my mother's forehead and kiss her hand. Every time.
What people don't understand, there's a difference between the sabab and the musabbib, right? The sabab, which is the reason, it doesn't forgive anything itself. So the kissing of the black stone is a sabab. That sabab does not forgive sins. Just like when Isa alayhi salam created the birds from clay. He did the sabab, but the musabbib, who is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he's the one who forgives sins. The sins are forgiven through these acts, not the acts themselves inherently. This is why these intellectual midgets, they don't even understand what shirk and iman is. They don't even understand what is polytheism, associating partners with Allah is, and what iman, what faith is. They don't understand it at a base level. That's why they will continue to follow into polytheism and then having a problem with what we say and what we do because they don't even understand it on a foundational level.
These are the kind of people who would say that saying Muhammad, peace be upon him's name, in the same sentence as Allah is shirk. But then no, one second. Like they'll come up with their drastically like out of nowhere definitions of shirk. Meanwhile, they'll ignore blatant like so obvious definitions, so obvious examples, of shirk. Yeah. So worshiping a man on earth, that's not shirk. But using Allah's name, using Allah and Muhammad in the same sentence is shirk.
You know, some people who live in glass houses, you know what they say.
Can you guys look at the back chat real quick?
I'm getting there. I'm looking. I'm looking through.
I know. Yeah, I see it.
Boris, mods, take care of him. If he's gonna be a punk, take care of him.
Boris Johnson has made better remarks than that.
If you're not at work, Sam, come on up, bro.
The guy's always at work, but hey, he's always at work when he comes on my channel. So
he's a hustler, though, so don't give him a hard time.
You know what? That's right. You're right.
He's a sick hustler. I think we should take good learning lessons from him. All right, so next up in the lineup, mashallah, Mosab, it's good having you up. Do you have anything else before I let you go?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna ask Ramsey if he wanted the video. I could throw it in the back chat for you.
I mean,
the guy's got 39 followers. Yeah. We don't care. We're not going to look at it. It's the same crap that's been regurgitated over and over again.
I usually don't make a habit of responding to dimwits with 39 subscribers because
we don't want to give them more followers.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't think that's really so basically he agreed with me. And then
he agreed with you and then went on a whole Islamophobic tangent.
Okay, so there's nothing to respond to then. He agrees with me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just found it weird that they were monetized and they were getting pushed by even my friends.
Listen, man. Look, listen. I've seen YouTube channels with 50K subs, but all of their videos are less than 1,000 views. So obviously there's something shady going on, right?
Yeah.
Khalil Abu Shaheen, are you a Muslim? What the heck is this nonsense? Come on up if you're saying this. I don't know. I don't know if you're being sarcastic. But
I thought Khalil was a Muslim.
Yeah, I mean, but he said some weird stuff so far. Maybe he's being sarcastic. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, typo. It was a typo.
Oh, okay.
I was about to say.
All right, assalamu alaikum, Musab. I'm gonna bring up.
Wa alaikum salam. Bye, guys.
Bye,
bro. You almost jumped. You were about to jump on him. He's like, "What'd you say?"
I was like, "Bro, what you saying?" All right, assalamu alaikum, DeAndre. Man, it's good to have you. I gotta go to the bathroom. Say hi to our brother Rumsey. Y'all talk it out.
Really? You're just gonna leave me like that? All right, fine. Hey, DeAndre.
I'll be right back.
Assalamu alaikum.
Like sound, bro.
DeAndre, you thought I caught you cheating on me with Brandon? I'm just joking.
What? What you mean? What you mean?
You're only Dawah channel. You are committed to only my channel. My channel only, man. Come on, that was in the contract. Remember the contract we signed? Sorry, that was a secret. Never mind. I'm just joking. Come on, guys. You guys know. You guys know.
No, obviously, bro. No, I was gonna add. The guy that said that the Christians don't believe the same God as the Jews, has he not read John 4, where Jesus says, "We Jews, we worship what we know, but you worship what you don't"? Has he not read that?
Now, look, like I said, that's not something most Christians would say. I mean, any Christian who knows anything about Jesus, knows anything about the New Testament, knows that Jesus he preached to the people of Israel, worshiped the same God as the people of Israel, and he affirmed the God of the Israelites. Yeah? And obviously the Israelites, I mean, so yeah, it would be, you would literally be, how do I say this? Like doing takfir of Jesus. You would be basically saying Jesus was a disbeliever because he believed in their God. So if you worship a different God than Jesus, okay, well, either Jesus is wrong or you're wrong. Obviously, well, I'm a Muslim. I don't mind throwing you under the bus, but Jesus is a prophet of God. Obviously, a prophet of God wouldn't worship anyone other than the true God, right?
I've never heard a Christian ever say that. That's
no, that's no. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. It's equal. They can get away with it when it comes to the Muslims because they basically try to say, well, okay, Muslim. No, in a way, they're kind of right. In a way, they'll say, oh, well, Muslims don't worship the Trinity. Therefore, Muslims worship a different God. Now, in a way, I get what they're saying, but the problem is that implies that, okay, because we worship, but the problem is if you take that how do I say that logic a step further, right, and you apply it consistently, okay, so anyone who doesn't worship a Trinity is worshiping a different God. Tayyib, okay, none of the prophets in the Bible worship the Trinity, or none of them believed in the Trinity. The Jews at the time of Jesus, they obviously didn't believe in a Trinity. How about that? What God were they worshiping? So yeah.
Not only that, but you know what's funny? The Christian that you responded to, he basically said, Muslims, we don't believe in the same God as the Christians because we reject the resurrection of Jesus.
I don't know, man. That's
which none of the prophets believed that Jesus resurrected because he wasn't around at the time before them. So it doesn't make sense.
By the way, Brandon, are you eating Ajwa dates?
No, I'm not. I don't have any right now, unfortunately.
Oh, I got Ajwa dates, guys. I'm in California. This guy's in Medina. He doesn't have Ajwa dates on him. I'm in California, and my mom left me some Ajwa dates in my bag when she packed my bag. Okay, she didn't pack my bag.
Bless your mom, man.
She packed one of my bags, not all of my bags. Don't. Well, your mom packs food for you? Yes, she does. Go ahead and make fun of me. I don't care. If it's Ajwa dates, I ain't complaining. It's Ajwa dates, by the way. For those that don't know, Ajwa dates are the dates from Medina.
And I had my grandma used to pack food for me before. I was not complaining because my grandma, she was like the best cook in the family.
Oh man,
I'm almost caught up.
I just realized I haven't had one today. By the way, this bag was up to like here. Like it was like more than halfway full. By the way, this is like so it's
all right. So what? I missed a few things. What do you got for us, DeAndre? Anything new today? Did you get in touch with Nader?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you because I got the number and I copied it, but it didn't save to my clipboard. So when I tried to send it to myself, it didn't go through.
Yeah, 1 second. All right, copy.
So I can.
Control C. I gotta do auditions for Sound of Sierra, guys. And if y'all want to do auditions for any new voices coming up, let me know.
Auditions for what? Sorry.
A Sound of Sierra. It's an awesome channel, guys. If y'all don't know about it, mods, put it in the chat. Sound of Sierra's YouTube channel. They also got stuff on podcasts and other platforms. But basically, they're doing Sierra in like very like it's like epic audiobook. Instead of like having one person narrate something, it's like got a lot of different people's voices. It's like an epic style. So they're looking for auditions for Abu Jahl, Ja'far, which I want Ja'far, guys. No one else, please don't take that one. Bilal, a crazy old man in the middle of the desert, and there's another one I forgot. So
I'm not an old man. Do you have to be black to be Bilal?
No, but you have to have a deep resonating voice.
Okay, I don't have a deep voice. I'm not an old man. I don't want to be Abu Jahl.
Are they like narrating certain stories in like certain hadith, or what are they doing with that?
The Sirah, that's the biography of the Prophet. Yeah.
DeAndre,
Okay.
we have people in the back chat who I can't post. I can't because they're back. I could send it to you yesterday, but there's people who's in the back. I can't put his number in there. Is there a way that I can send you? Like, do you have an email or something I can send it to you?
Yeah, I have an email, of course.
Okay, I'll email you. What is it?
Okay.
Just type.
Okay, you want me to put it in the back thing?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Hold on.
All right. Let's bring up Andrew. Welcome, Andrew. Tell us about yourself, where you're from, and what you know, what you want to know.
By
Andrew,
the way, there's someone in the audience named the Muslim Trinitarian. You might as well name yourself the Square Circle.
What's up, Andrew? Can you hear us?
I'm going to call him the Square Circle. Yeah.
Tell us about who you are, where you're from, what you're about. I can't hear you, Andrew. Unmute yourself. Andrew, you're muted. Hello. Okay, he's gone. All right. Next we have Ramiz. Looks like Muslim.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brother.
How you doing? You all good?
Yeah, we're good, yo.
Alhamdulillah. So basically, like, I had this one question. It's kind of related to like school and stuff like that. So I'm in like high school. Sorry if the background noise is a bit loud, kind of outside. But I'm in high school, and currently, especially with a lot of tests and stuff like that, it's becoming really hard to not miss classes and go to Jum'ah prayer. And so I asked the shuyukh around me. So I went to many masajid and I asked them. By the way, I live in a non-Muslim country, so it's kind of a bit hard over here going to the Jum'ah and trying to convince the teacher to go to like the mosque and all that. But nonetheless, I still go. I still try my best. But lately, it's been getting really hard. And my question is is it possible for me to do the Jum'ah prayer after the adhan? So let's say Jum'ah is at 1 o'clock. My class ends at 2 o'clock. Asr is at 4. Can I still do Jum'ah prayer if I have more than 3 people with me?
Well, it depends on. I mean, obviously the madhab that has the least amount, which would be the Shafi, would be 3 people, right? But according to Hanbalis, Malikis, you need at least a minimum of 40. And there's no. I can't, like I said earlier, I don't do fatawa.
Back chat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sending you the thing right now, DeAndre.
No problem. Just go ahead. Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. I mean, I'm not going to give a ruling. I'm just going to say that if you have any doubt, or if you have the ability to, figure it out, I would say don't miss Jummah, because the Prophet said that, whoever misses 3 Jummahs, like Allah is going to put a seal on his heart. Like it's a big deal, right? Missing Jummahs is a problem. I don't know. I want to answer your question. But the thing is that you don't have to pray Jummah in a certain place. You can pray at any masjid you want as long as the Jummah is being done. So ask a sheikh if you can get 3 people together or more. I mean, personally, I wouldn't try to do it with less unless, it's like an absolute necessity. But go back to someone who is knowledgeable, someone who is authorized by other muftis to give fatwa. Don't just, even any regular imam, I wouldn't ask. and make sure that this person is authorized by. And how do we know someone's authorized? It's the same way we know someone's a scholar. People are scholars or they're muftis because other scholars and muftis have authorized them to give fatwa and to give a ruling. So make sure that you look for someone who is authorized, and then ask them. Say, but they have to know your exact situation. Don't just like look online at some QA. Give someone your exact situation, exactly what you're going through, and then say, hey, this is what I am facing. This is my situation. And maybe they'll be able to give you other solutions, or maybe they'll tell you, okay, this is your way out. This is your concession. Wallahu a'lam.
Yeah. All right. Jazakallah khair. And
Right. May Allah make it easy on you, bro. It's a struggle. May Allah bless you for all the hardships that you go through. And may Allah keep you safe.
I'm born and raised in the U.S. Obviously, trust me, I get it.
Yeah, it gets pretty like in at least like in the U.S. There's a big community. Here in like, you can say it's more in the Nordic region, like in Finland.
Oh, I see.
It's really hard.
Oh,
like, there's
yeah.
barely anyone. So but yeah, alhamdulillah, I always try my best, and yeah.
Just
thank you.
Just keep your intentions pure. Keep your intentions pure. That's the best.
Yeah. I always try my best. All right. But thank you, and
you're very welcome.
Respectfully, it was kind of you to at least say that you couldn't like answer it. But no problem. I will try to find a person, a scholar, that, like you said, that is authenticated. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, welcome very much, partner. All right, DeAndre, I sent you that. You got anything else, brother, you want to talk about? I'm going to bring some other guests up to answer questions for them.
No problem. Just that. Thank you. Thanks for having me on. And
you're very welcome. We love seeing you. We love talking to you. You're such a good brother. May Allah increase you, give you the best of this life and the next. You're very welcome.
Thank you. Same for you as well, brother. All right.
Alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. All right, next up in line is none other than guy with funny beliefs. I'm just kidding.
I'm
making fun of you.
No, because as soon as I saw it was him, I remembered what he said in the backstage.
Hello, I'm not a troll. I'm just
okay. So you swear in front of God you're not a troll.
That's the worst thing. It's one of those things where like the more you deny it, the guiltier you look. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. I'm not angry.
I've been in many of streams with Dawah. I mean, like I've been in many streams like this, and people say I'm troll, but I get it from your hadith. I get it, so that means the hadith is a troll because I get it straight from the hadith.
Okay, yeah, and we're telling you what's the understanding, and I give you full hadith, other hadith. I read it, put it in the chat. We're telling you the full thing, the full story.
You realize quoting a hadith.
What are you talking about? What is sunnah taqam?
Just because you're quoting a hadith, it doesn't mean you're accurately representing the hadith. You can misquote something.
And that's another thing too. That this is what yesterday, 2 days ago, if you were on that live stream, I brought up the issue with what's called schoolboy methodology, and that's where schoolboy intellectual midgets, they come with one hadith, right? And the first thing that you learn in epistemology or any kind of learning about how to get knowledge is that you have to, when determining anything, you take the entire corpus of information pertaining to a subject to determine, the reality of it. But what people like you do and others who are intellectual midgets, you just take one piece of information and then you make a ruling on it. It would be similar to me saying Joe killed. Say there's a book and it says that. I just read that one part. So someone's going to come away with a thought. You'll automatically assume, right, that Joe's a bad guy. Joe killed. Okay. So then we're going to take some more information. Joe killed John. And then you'll think, okay, that gives us more information, but we still think Joe's a bad guy. And then I'll tell you, Joe was a white guy who killed John, who was a black guy. Now you're going to be like, okay, he killed him out of racism. Okay. And then I'm going to give you some more information. Joe was a police officer who killed John, who was a white guy, who killed John, who was a black guy, who was robbing a store while being armed and had already shot at people inside the store. Now that we have the entire story, the entire situation, the entire context is completely changed. And now we know that Joe's not a bad guy. John was a bad guy. He deserved to be shot. Right? The same thing with the Prophet ﷺ and these hadith. What you do is you take something so minuscule that you automatically want to make a ruling on without understanding that there is an entire ocean of things that go to back this up. And when we present the ocean and we talk about, well, here's the actual full hadith that I put in the chat. And here we read it and we talked about it. What was actually happening? It was not Aisha. You don't accept it. That shows insincerity and that shows that you actually are a troll. Do you understand?
If I give you the book of the Hadith that I read, would you read it?
We've already read the Hadith. I've made a video of it. We talked about this. I read to you the full Hadith about what happened.
The same verse that I just read.
Look in the comments. I just posted the Hadith again in its full entirety, and it was Kulthum, not Aisha, who was doing the breastfeeding. Period.
Okay, I'll definitely look it up. Okay.
No, like I heard this example from Brother Rami from the Three Muslims. He said he once gave this example. He was talking to Sneeko. He said, one time I was walking with my wife into the store, and there was a woman in the middle of the doorway, and so who wasn't moving, so I pushed her. And then he retold the same story. He said there was a woman sitting on one of those those scooters, those old lady shopping scooters, and and she was stuck and it wasn't moving, so he pushed her so that she can get somewhere where she needed to go. Right? So it's the same story. They don't contradict. It's like but one of them clearly does justice to the story, does justice to the intention, does justice to the context, and so on and so forth. Whereas one of them conveniently, it doesn't tell a false, it doesn't convey falsehood, but it hides important parts of the truth.
Okay. Can you add someone else up here to see if they have a different answer?
Sorry?
What?
Like can you add someone on here with like 4 people?
I don't understand. I'm confused.
Do you want like another Muslim to come and agree with us?
No. Just to go into the topic, because they might have a different view on it.
No, there's no two scholars who have a different view. A man who is above the age of puberty, or even some say that above the age of 2, 3, 4, they do not suckle, right, from a woman, period, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, it's 100% impermissible. So there's no two Muslims in the entire world from any of the ulama of our history who have said that it is okay for a non-mahram man not just to look at, but to touch the breast of a non-mahram woman.
Kyle Stewart said he wants to come in.
Yes, I know he wants to come in.
Yes.
He's at the very end of the line. We have a lot of people in the back room.
Oh, okay.
He's at the very end. So
okay. So I want to go to okay. I put in the comments with the Kaaba. Okay. So what's the purpose of you kissing the Kaaba? Like people kissing the Kaaba, the black stone?
Because the Prophet kissed it. We don't have, but we're not obligated to.
No, but why do I see people kissing it?
I literally just answered that. Because the Prophet did it, but we're not obligated to.
All right. So because he did it, we follow his sunnah, right? But let me read you an authentic narration from Sahih al-Bukhari. It's narrated an Abis ibn Rabi'a, okay, that's عن عمر رضي الله عنه أنه جاء إلى الحجر الأسود فقبله, and he kissed it. فقال إني أعلم, verily he said, I know أنك حجر لا تضر ولا تنفع. You do not harm and you do not help. Right? You're just a stone. You don't do any benefit. ولولا أني رأيت النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم يقبلك ما قبلتك. Right? And he said, had I not seen Allah's messenger kissing you, I would not have kissed you. So we know it's just the thing, but we follow the example of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, and we know from the other hadith that whosoever kisses it, his sins are forgiven. And as already mentioned earlier, the stone itself does not forgive sins. Just like the handshake does not forgive sins, the handshake itself. When you do an action, that action from ta'ah, which is obedience and seeking the pleasure of Allah. And this is why you have to have all these other hadith. The Prophet also ﷺ said, إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ, right? Verily, actions are rewarded by their intention. So if I kiss the black stone and I have the intention to be seen with the phone camera and I don't have the intention to please Allah, my sins won't be forgiven. So you have, like, everything in Islam has like an entire bunch of stuff that goes behind it that you have to understand. So it is Allah who forgives sins, not the stone itself. And we only do it because Allah has told us through the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ that this is something that you do, forgiving sins. Just like praying salah, my sins are forgiven. Making wudu before salah, my sins are forgiven. Fasting in Ramadan, my sins are forgiven. Does this now mean we worship Ramadan? No, absolutely not.
Okay. So I can just say this. When you kiss anything, right? You're expecting a certain energy back. Well, whether it be your mom,
I have a feeling. I have a
your
feeling everything
mom,
you just
your
said, Brett. Sorry, I have a feeling everything you just said, Brandon, in one ear, out the other. I'm telling you, I'm calling it. Go ahead, Yoji.
okay,
Prove me
okay,
wrong.
okay. He's talking over me. Okay, okay. So whatever you do, whatever you kiss, either you're a stone, your mom, you're expecting love back. You love this person. You love the person because she did something for you, right? So you're making an image out of
No, we're not.
something. You're making an image. You might not be calling the stone Allah, which Allah, but you're expecting love back from it because you love
No, we
Allah.
don't expect
So
love
using
back
a
from it.
stone.
We do. You don't understand that. Look. Listen. We expect a reward from Allah. Okay. Right now, Rumsey, I'm smiling at you. Okay. According to your logic, friend, me doing an act of worship, expecting a reward, right? Because the Prophet ﷺ said that smiling is sadaqah. Smiling in the face of your brother is sadaqah, which is charity. And I do it for the sake of Allah, I'm rewarded. The same way that if I kiss the black stone, I'm rewarded. I'm not seeking love back from the black stone. I'm not seeking the smile to love me back. I love
Brandon,
the smile.
hello. Brandon, look at this. Watch this, guys. Watch this, guys. Hold on to your hats.
Oh my God!
You
Now we're gonna have the haram. Please
you're thinking Allah is the stone, so you must kiss it.
I've seen Salafis in Medina. They've kissed their Quran, so I'm gonna do it too.
Here's the thing.
I don't know. I have a mushaf, but I think it's in the living room. That's the problem.
Here's the thing, MC. You're kissing the stone, thinking it's Allah. That's what you're doing. You're kissing the stone, thinking it's Allah, and Allah would.
We don't think it's Allah.
I think it's nice of you. Nice of you. You can read my mind and all, but that's not what I think. I haven't been to Mecca. I haven't been to Mecca, but that's not what's going to be going through my head when I'm kissing the stone.
You're running from my questions. You guys are running from my questions.
It's not a question.
Hold on, you haven't said ask the question. You've made statements.
Yoji, telling me you think this is not a question. That's a claim. That's an accusation, actually. I don't think that. I'll tell you what, Yoji, 1 second. Yoji, you know the black stone wasn't always in Mecca?
No. You have to pray to it.
No, Yoji, hold on.
He doesn't understand that before the black stone, the Kaaba, we don't pray towards the black stone. We pray towards the Kaaba. Before the Kaaba, we'll interrupt you. That's fine. Before the Kaaba was the Qibla, we prayed to Jerusalem, and so did the Jews. So according to your picture, the Jews are mushrikeen.
No, not just that, Yoji. You know the black stone wasn't always in Mecca. Muslims prayed in Mecca. There were times where the black stone wasn't there.
Yeah.
You think the Muslims were like, okay, guys, where's the black stone? Okay, let's all turn this way. That's not what happened. They kept praying towards the Kaaba. Even if the Kaaba disappeared, we would still be praying in that direction.
Okay, guys, I have a lot more questions, but this is the last question, and I'll
no. Hold on. So do you acknowledge that your argument, your claim, your accusation against me, and what I secretly think has totally crumbled?
No, it is not crumbled because when you kiss a
you're
black
not sincere.
Stone,
You're not sincere, man. You're just a dodgy runaway.
Yoji. When the black stone was not in Mecca, where were the Muslims praying towards?
Wherever God was situated, Allah was situated.
Listen here. Okay, hold on.
You're just making stuff up, man. You can't just make stuff up and then think that it's okay.
Okay, bro. This is how logic works. If Muslims pray towards the Kaaba if you think the Muslims pray towards the black stone because we think it's Allah, and the black stone at one point was not in Mecca because the black stone was actually stolen at one point for I think 20, 30 years.
Really?
I'm telling you, think I'm making this up? I'm not making this up, bro. Okay. The black stone was actually stolen from Mecca, not for a few years. I forget how many years.
It was taken to Persia.
Okay, and Muslims were still praying towards Mecca during that whole time.
By the Qaramita.
So what does that prove?
It means that Islam steals. Okay, no. Okay.
Dude, you're an idiot, man. May Allah fix your brain. He said that proves that Islam steals. Like that's even grammatically retarded. Islam steals? Like Islam is not a person. The guy.
I do have a cousin named Islam. I actually do have a cousin named Islam. I'm not even kidding. I do, but
someone who can't look. I have an intolerance for people who insult the Prophet, insult Allah. and people who are intellectual midgets and can't form coherent thoughts. So he's banned from the space.
Well, you should clip that and title it Islam Steals.
Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh, brothers.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Muhammad. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, we're good.
To that person who was here before me, I'm living in Denmark. Alhamdulillah, I'm a Muslim. Everyone knows that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not the black stone.
Yes.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not the Kaaba. We pray towards the Kaaba. Every Muslims know that. And the black stone, we only kiss it. Alhamdulillah, I was in Hajj. I performed Hajj from about 6 years ago. I only kissed the black stone because the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has kissed it. That's
Allahu
why.
Akbar.
Like you say from the hadith from Umar ibn al-Khattab, he kissed it only because Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam kissed it.
Alayhi salatu salam.
So every Muslim know that. I don't know why he's so ignorant and just want to make some point. Yes, about it. And I want to ask Ramzi, where are you originally from? Oh, mashallah, Palestine. Nice, me too. أنا كمان فلسطيني. أهلا وسهلا تشرفنا.
أيوة الله يبارك فيك.
Where do you live? In USA?
نعم في California.
Oh, mashallah. Alhamdulillah. And brother Cowboy, you was in Medina?
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen.
Alhamdulillah. How is Medina? I miss it.
Medina منور. هذا هو.
Yeah, mashallah.
That's how it is. الحال دائما نفس الشيء.
Oh, alhamdulillah. And I can hear you learn some Arabic.
لا بالعكس أنا ضعيف جدا باللغة العربية.
ما شاء الله أنت تتكلم عربي كتير منيح ما شاء الله.
لا الله يزيدنا.
Sorry, what do you say? I'm just kidding. لا فاهم عليه ما شاء الله.
Yeah, ما شاء الله. I just want to say Assalamu alaikum to you guys. I love you a lot. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala rewards you.
Ameen.
I'm living in Denmark, but I follow you guys a lot, mashallah.
جزاك الله خير. الله يغفر قدرك.
آمين وإياكم يا رب وإياكم. So I will move on again. I will leave some place to other brothers.
Yeah, we got a few people still back in the back chat. We appreciate that.
Yes. Thank you for letting me in and have a nice day. Assalamu alaikum.
Ramzi, bro, people are loving it in the chat. We have to make a short. Yeah, so Islam steal. We got to make a short.
No, don't make a short. You have to show the whole video. Show the
montage. A montage.
Yeah.
This has got to be. We could do like the auto tune remix. Yeah. So Islam steal. Yeah. So Islam steal.
Oh,
Asia, you missed it. You came right after we kicked the guy. It was terrible.
Oh man. Oh, subhanallah.
Alhamdulillah. All right, what's up, Zindu? Tell us about yourself, where you're from, what you're all about.
Yeah, hi, how's it going, guys? How are you?
We're good, alhamdulillah, which means all thanks and all praise be to the Lord of the Most Supreme, who's been so kind to the Muslimin.
Okay, very good, yeah. So I have a question about the scientific miracle in Quran in one verse.
If we answer your question, will you become a Muslim?
Absolutely, yeah. So if that's true, that's why I'm come here to become Muslim, if that's true.
Alhamdulillah.
You just say chapter 24, verse 40. So somebody say that's about a deep sea wave. So if that's true, because that's recently found, I will become Muslim.
All right, so the verse says, "O كظلمات في نهر ليود."
So which verse was it?
Yeah, it's verse number 40.
Okay.
نهر ليجي يغشاه موج من فوقه. So it's saying, "Oh, their deeds are like the darkness in a deep sea covered by waves upon waves." And sorry, guys, my tajweed was messed up on this one because I'm pretty weak with Surah An-Nur. I need to read it more. And it's saying they're topped by dark clouds. Mojun min fawqihi. So it's waves upon waves, right? And upon that, sahab, topped by dark clouds. Darkness upon darkness. Dhulumatum ba'duha fawqum ba'd, right? If one stretches out their hand, they can hardly see, and whoever Allah does not bless with light will have no light. So this is, first of all, this is a parable. Okay, first of all, it's just talking about Nur here. The whole of Surah An-Nur is talking about light, and light is the light of guidance, right? But however, yes, before the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, there was no such thing as diving, right? Nobody knew that the oceans, if you go down, that it's so dark that if you put out your hand, you can't see it, right? Now, since we have submarines and this stuff, you know that when you get to the deepest parts, you get deep enough that it's so pitch black that if you were to put your hand in front of your face, you wouldn't be able to see it, right? That's how dark it is. And so Allah is giving one, a parable, and two, also showing us that He knows things about the unseen and how there's waves. And this is talking about the currents and stuff like that.
Yeah, so that's Sheikh Osman. I heard the Sheikh Osman talk about same thing. So that's is absolutely right. It's about deep sea.
Yeah, correct. The waves, the currents, waves, they're upon waves. This is how the seas and the oceans are constructed, and it's so dark.
I mean, you don't want to, just as long as you're not adding things to the text. But yeah, that's what the text explicitly says.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't mind if I tell you the true meaning of this verse? Because I want to agree with you.
Yeah, but what do you mean? Tell us what the true meaning of the verse is.
How this verse is talk about the deep sea. It doesn't. What is different between deep sea and seas deep?
Wait, hold on, Zindus. Do you agree with what we've said, or like, are you disputing it?
No, absolutely no. I think this is a false interpretation, and this is false fabrication of the Quran.
Okay, so you didn't come to learn. You came with a pre-made. You already concluded something, and you want to come and prove that Islam is false.
Prove to me. Yeah, but prove to me. You claim you have to prove.
Why? Hold on a second. Why are you so angry? Just tell me why are you so angry, man?
My friend, I'm not angry. Okay.
Hold on. Hold on. Just to be clear, are you a mufassir?
No. Okay. We want to mufassir. We go to Qurtubi.
Just one second. Hold on, bro. Hold on 1 second. So basically what you're telling us is the text doesn't mean what it explicitly says. That's basically what you're saying.
No, explicitly say whatever it says, but it doesn't talk about the seas deep. There is difference between deep sea and seas deep. That's talking about deep sea. It doesn't say seas deep.
Within an unfathomable sea, which is so we're talking about a sea, right? The sea.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is okay. So we're not talking about like sea, like the letter C, or like sea, like I see you. We're talking like sea, like the sea, like the ocean, right? Okay.
It's the word is bahar. The word used in Arabic. Fi bahrin, right?
Yeah. So it says, over what it says upon what the sea, right? I see you, which is covered by wave.
It's covered. Yakshahu moj. It's covered by wave.
Upon which are waves.
On top, min fawqihi. Mojin min fawqihi.
Above which are waves, and then over which are clouds.
Clouds.
Yeah.
So there's waves.
So
then waves.
What's different between if you say Bahrul Amiq or Umqul Bihar? What's different?
But there's no word umq. There's no amiq. There's not umq or amiq. So what are you going on about?
There is no amiq. Amiq, yes. Umqul Bahar, it means seas deep.
Yes, but that's not mentioned in the text. So what are you going on about?
That's not in the text, though. That's not in the text.
Okay.
Why are you
what country are you from?
I am from Iraq. Yes.
Yeah,
okay. Let me explain you first.
Are you an Arab? Are you an Arab Christian?
No, I'm Kurdish. I'm Kurdish.
That's an ethnicity. That's not a religion.
Yeah. Kurdish is ethnicity.
Yeah, that's not a religion.
I didn't ask you about your ethnicity. I asked you about your religion.
No. Religion. I'm atheist. I want to become a convert Muslim if you prove to me this is correct. What you're saying?
Okay.
Because the verse, we know when you claim this is about seas deep, the verse say about deep sea. I explain to you one more thing. When you say he take his hand out, if you are in the seas deep, are you still alive to take out your hand to see if he's can you? No.
I'll be honest, Zindu, I have no idea what you're talking about. I literally have no idea.
Okay, no, I'm telling you. Okay, you say the verse say, if you take your hand, you can't see it because of the wave after wave. So if you go to seas deep,
yadahu, right? If you did, lam.
Yeah. So if you did from seas deep, are you still alive to go that deep in the sea?
You're not consistent with how you understand phraseology. Yeah. This kind of thinking is the same thing. This literal type of thinking is so. It's the same thing as people who say, "Oh, the Quran says that the sun set in muddy water, so therefore it's literally saying the sun is setting in muddy water." This is saying that if you could take your hand out, Do you understand the word? You're an Arab. Either if you were able to, you wouldn't be able to see it. Meaning that if you go deep enough with a submarine or other things, anything that's in front of you, you can't see it except for with
It doesn't
light.
say, there is no able word there. You just say, if you take out your hand.
Exactly.
You won't
So
be able
if
to
it's a
see.
hand, therefore you can say anything like a hand. So it's saying if you were to take your hand. Back then they didn't have submarines, so Allah's not going to tell them about things they don't understand.
Brandon, can I share my? I have Ibn Kathir. I have Ibn Kathir right here. Can I?
Let me see what it is.
Hold on 1 second. It's hold on right here. This is Ibn Kathir right here. Okay, right here. Look, see, right here. This is so it's quoting the verse. This is the verse you just quoted right here. This is the verse you just quoted. Okay, all right, and then they quote the verse in English until the parentheses, meaning he can hardly see. Meaning he can hardly see it because it is so intensely dark. This is the parable of the heart of the disbeliever whose ignorance is simple. Disbelievers like yourself, who merely follows and does not know the true nature of the one whom he follows or where he is going.
That's it. I like it. I like
okay,
it.
Good. Okay, good.
Yeah,
okay, so
what's
the issue?
He's alive. He's still alive. He say some of them say he can't see it. Some of them say they barely see it. But if you go to deep sea,
that's not the point. This is what you're missing as an atheist. What is the point? It's that people are following other blind people blindly. That's what atheists do. The whole point of this is a parable of people who don't follow guidance. They don't follow the guidance that has been given to them from their Lord, but rather they follow their desires and they follow after people who really don't even know where they're going. That's the whole point of this parable. So you're missing the point.
Zindu.
I like the point.
One second. Guys, I feel like Zindu's the kind of person where if I was to say, Zindu, you're as cold as outer space, he'd say, human cannot survive in outer space.
Yeah, but you fabricated the Quran. You say you tell people this is a science recently found.
Zindu. Okay, Zindu.
I'll give you one more. I'll give you one more.
No. Zindu. At the bottom of the ocean, is it dark?
Bottom, yeah, it's dark, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So that's right. Khalas. Are there waves and currents underneath the ocean?
Okay.
Yes. Khalas.
If you go to seas deep, can you?
Not seas deep. There's no such thing as seas deep.
Okay, Zindu. Can you survive in outer space without a spacesuit? Yeah, guys, this guy's literally saying, yeah, guys, the Quran is right, but you know what? It doesn't actually mean that because if you actually were in the bottom of the ocean, you wouldn't be able to see. You wouldn't be able to survive at the bottom of the ocean. That's not what the verse is saying.
My friend, why don't you go to Qurtubi? Qurtubi, it says.
Zindu, do me a favor. If I told you right now, you're as cold as outer space. No, sorry, if I say you're as dumb as a rock, what does that mean?
My friend, don't listen to me. Qurtubi, you accept Qurtubi.
I'm not listening to you. I'm ignoring you.
Qurtubi, you're Mufassir, because Mufassir.
Zindu, do me a favor. If I said right now, you have the intelligence of a rock, he's gonna come back and say, rock does not have a brain. Ramzi does not know biology. He's only going to come and say that.
Please don't run away. I just give you your.
We're not running away, bro. We're just telling you the way that you're thinking is.
I'm running away.
I give you Qurtubi. One word. This one line.
I'm running backwards.
Listen, you speak Arabic. يخشاه موج أي يعلو ذلك البحر اللجي موج. See, that's above water. It's not about seas deep. You see.
What are you talking about? It's not about seas deep. Why do you keep saying seas deep? It sounds so
because
bad.
Deep sea and seas deep. Seas deep. It means very bottom.
That's not proper English.
Deep sea. It doesn't mean if you are on the top of the sea. If you are at the middle.
Hold on, 1 second.
As a sea, deep sea.
Hold on, I need a running start.
That's the difference. You see, seas deep is the bottom. Seas deep at the bottom.
Nothing says the bottom, bro. Look, you're just making stuff up that's not there because you're upset.
No, I don't like that. I give you.
Look, I got a question. Did somebody hurt you when you were younger? Like, what did you get beat?
No, my friend.
People bully you.
He said he's Kurdish. He said he's Kurdish, so maybe he like.
I mean, maybe he went through. He saw some wars. Okay, I'm just asking. Like, whatever something happened emotionally that emotionally stunted you. Right, because it's not.
No. See, my friend. Sometimes I defend Muslim people. They know me.
Look, and that's fine. And we'll defend atheist people if someone wants to harm them. But we're just saying, is that you're saying you're making stuff up that's not present in the text. Okay.
No.
And we've showed you that if you go into the sea,
that argument really stinks, man. The argument really stinks.
put on some deodorant,
Yeah.
right?
My friend, you recorded people see you.
If
Your Mufassir say that.
stop,
I explained to you, you have no answer for me. How come?
We
how
don't.
come?
We have an answer. We've answered it completely. It's been completely answered.
Refute me now. I'm in front of you. Refute
We
me.
answered
Prove
it
me
completely.
I'm wrong. You are right.
If you put your hand in the middle of the sea, don't answer anything else. If you put it out in front of you, could you see it?
I won't be alive to go to middle of the sea.
I said don't answer it. I said don't answer it. I said if you could, would you be able to see your hand?
Every time I hear a bad argument, I'm just gonna spray.
Look, your Mufassir, what they say, your Mufassir, they say is about above the sea. And one more thing to go, one more point.
Sorry, man. No,
if you go seas deep, very dark, is it or not? Just one more.
I don't know what seas deep is. What is seas deep?
Okay,
No
okay,
one's
deep
saying.
sea,
No one's saying go to the bottom of the ocean. That's not what the Quran is saying.
Okay. Bottom of the sea, is it dark or not? Bottom of the sea, is it dark? Bottom of the sea, is it dark?
Not
It's
bright.
dark where it's deep. The deeper it is, the darker it is.
Bottom of the sea, bottom of the sea is dark. So
the
what
deeper
the
it is, the darker it is.
cloud, what the cloud affect deep sea if you are already dark? What does mean? It doesn't make any difference.
Clouds are in the
Hold on,
sky.
one second.
Then there's waves.
One second.
Then there's waves below
verse,
that.
The verse
doesn't make
says
any
there's
difference.
waves.
You are already
calm
in
down, bro.
dark. That's a Muslim
Calm down, man.
claim.
اسكت ولا تحكي عربي اسكت. 1 second. The verse says waves up, and there are waves above those waves, and it says there's clouds above those waves.
Above all that,
Yeah.
there's clouds. That's
Yes,
just
but
telling us
darkness,
clouds in the
see,
sky,
look.
waves,
Yeah.
waves. Easy. If you stretch out your hand, you can hardly see it. Whoever does not bless with light can't have light.
focus
It's
on
so simple. Like nobody has a problem with this verse except for you in the entire
I
world.
say darkness after darkness. So
hold on.
cloud, it make a darkness as well.
No, nothing is talking about clouds making darkness. You're just
Just
making
hold on
stuff
1 second.
up, man.
But just
He's
hold on 1
angry.
second. Yeah,
He's
but
angry.
by the way, guys, I would not recommend Hawaiian breeze. Don't. Yeah, honestly.
Well, these things are filled with tons of chemicals, man. That can kill you.
I know.
Just
I know.
use good smelling stuff.
I mean, Hawaiian breeze. It sounds nice, right?
Yeah. Alhamdulillah.
Like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind if I had a wife that smelled like Hawaiian breeze. What? Actually, maybe I would. Right.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam.
MashaAllah, good to see you.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to know what you look like. Come on.
You already
so used
do,
to
bro.
seeing your cartoons.
You already do. That's the thing.
Yeah,
What's going on here?
I know.
What's happening? What's this guy all about? Like kissing the stone and all of that. I mean, does he ever?
No, that's
kiss
another guy.
his
This guy is
mother?
talking about the sea. This is sea deep.
I
This
know.
guy's
but
talking about sea deeps.
I'm talking about the previous guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does he ever kiss his mother?
Yeah, we already brought that up. We used that. You missed it.
I know, but even but obviously, yeah. I mean, does it mean that he's worshiping his mother and all of that, right? I thought that was a good point to mention. But also about the seas, right? We know that the waves have got like, the underwave, right? Also, and it's clearly mentioned. Yeah, it's clearly mentioned in the Quran, right? So I don't see what the issue is.
No, there was no issue. There was literally no issue whatsoever in that verse. From any way, like literally, a lot of people they have a blindness, like they're Allah actually talks about this in Surah Al-Baqarah, right? He says whenever he presents like a parable, right, to the people, right? Allah does not shy away. Okay,
right.
Like for example, Inna Allah la يستحيي أن يضرب مثلا ما بعوضة فما فوقها فأما الذين آمنوا فيعلمون أنه الحق من ربهم وأما الذين كفروا فيقولون ماذا أراد الله بهذا مثلا يضل به كثيرا ويهدي به كثيرا وما يضل به إلا الفاسقين. And I wasn't making fun of the Quran. I was talking how Allah is saying the kuffar talk, right? So Allah is saying, surely Allah does not shy away from using the parable of a mosquito or what is even smaller. Or here, he's using the parable of waves and darkness upon darkness, right? So Allah says after that, as for the believers, when they're given the parable, right, they know that this is from their Lord because they recognize it. And as for the disbelievers, this disbeliever who was just here, they argue, well, what does Allah mean by such a parable? Right? They question it, like how this doesn't make sense, blah, blah, blah. They can't see it. Summun bukmun umyun. Right? They're deaf, dumb, and blind. And Allah says, through this test of these parables he leaves, so Allah uses the Quran to send people astray. SubhanAllah, brothers and sisters. This is why sincerity is so important. This brother who came on last, he wasn't sincere. He can say, I'm sincere, I really look the truth. Wallahi, he's not sincere. Right? The sincere will find the truth. The unsincere will not find it. right? And so Allah says through this test, He leaves many to stray and guides many. And He leaves none to stray, illahu al-fasiqun, the rebellious, right? And so khalas. I love you too, Ashraf.
Very clear.
Komun. Alhamdulillah.
Extremely clear. I mean, look, it's the times when they just grab on just one word, you know, they just want to play. But what does it mean? Do you know what I mean? And it's just wasting time and just making excuse after excuse, which is, you know,
Okay.
it's not going to benefit.
Yeah, exactly. You're exactly right. All right, Ramzi, I hate to do this to you, but just be patient. This is a test for you. All right. Assalamu alaikum.
Hi, Ramzi. I'm so happy to see you, by the way.
Hey, Kyle, what's up? Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
So Ramzi, I've actually been trying to get in contact with you, but you haven't been responding to my emails.
I get a lot of emails. I'm so sorry. I'll be honest. I forget to check my emails very often. I really do.
But I really do like you like a brother, and I've been trying to talk to you.
I appreciate that, Kyle.
And I'm a new convert, by the way.
I recall. Yeah, I recall that. Yeah.
You got to be
So
patient
I'd
with
like to
people,
talk
Kyle.
about
You got to
something-
understand that we have a lot going on. Ramzi, he's a full-time student, and he's doing Dawah, and he's trying to find a wife. I mean, bro's got his plate full.
Yeah, I actually just started college. I've actually got work I was doing before the live stream, but I really wanted to talk to Ramzi though.
Okay, what do you?
So I'm gonna
that's
get back
one
to that
question.
after
I'm gonna give you one question because we got someone in the back chat waiting.
Yeah. So I know we talked about that woman. Who does Reiki, and she was calling me and telling me about all these things. I'm not gonna do that because it's considered shirk, and shirk is highly forbidden. But you can only ask for healing from Allah. It's the self-healing thing that people do. It's like a new age thing, and it's shirk because you're praying to other entities. So if someone does commit shirk, you said that you have to ask Allah for forgiveness, right? And you have to be sincere and ask for forgiveness and never do it again, correct?
If you do shirk, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I already answered this for you earlier.
And regarding homosexuality, if someone's struggling with these desires, is it the jinn or is it a test? And
Kyle,
if so,
Kyle, I answered this in the email already, bro. I've already answered these questions, brother. Like, just whenever we give you an answer, just leave it, okay? You know, you don't have to ask it multiple times.
And regarding the whole doubting Thomas thing, we already know that the Bible is not an authentic source.
Right.
So,
So don't worry about Thomas. Don't worry about any of this stuff.
So Ramzi, I have a question for you. If a Christian tells you that someone who denies Jesus was killed is a doubting Thomas, would you just tell them that that's not an authentic source and they have nothing to back them up?
What does doubting Thomas even mean? I'm confused.
It's this thing in the Bible that Christians repeat. It's this thing in the Bible that says that someone who denied that Jesus was killed was a doubting Thomas, but that's in the Bible. But I think it's a tactic Christians use to convert people, but they have no proof for any of this.
So basically, if a Christian missionary resorts to name calling, what do you do? Okay, cool. You can think that if you like. There's a butt ton of names I can think of for Christian missionaries. Trust me, that would easily tick them off. Okay, but I mean,
it's kind of like Christian conservatives who support the military. I can call them filthy and uneducated. That would be name calling too.
I mean, look, name calling. I don't think.
If you call, look, here's the deal: if you called it to them to their face, is that going to help in the Dawah? No.
No,
right?
it's
At
not.
that time. Okay. Just like they're not helping bring you back to them by saying these things that they say to you.
And what are your thoughts on Christians? Because I've read the Bible, I know Christianity. That's why I converted because I know Christianity is false from reading the Bible. Right. And a lot of people are leaving Christianity because they know it's wrong. Yeah, and it doesn't. We explained how it doesn't make sense to me. I've already explained that. But anyways, what do you think about people who say that? So what do you think about Christians? Because you know that the Bible, people believe that Jesus resurrected after nails were in his hands. Is that even possible to resurrect after you've been nailed to death?
Allah can make anything happen, and that doesn't even matter. The thing is did he die and was he resurrected? No.
No.
Can somebody be resurrected by Allah? Absolutely. We're all going to be resurrected. And
So
the Prophet said that, patience, brother. The Prophet said that people who die as martyrs on the Day of Judgment, like Hamza, on the people who died with cuts and bullet holes that are Muslim martyrs, they will come on the Day of Judgment with the wounds, and blood will be coming out, but in the form of musk. It'll be smelling beautiful. white musk will be coming out. So Allah will resurrect us with the holes, all this stuff. That's not a problem. See, this is what you have to understand. The whole thought process, the whole understanding of how to respond to people has to change for Muslims giving dawah. This is going to have to change. You're going to have to really start thinking critically. Does it necessitate that if a person dies and is resurrected, that does this necessitate that they're a god? No. End of story. Khalas. Logical argument. It's done.
Yeah.
And here's Reiki. I want to read what Reiki. I'm going to go through this stuff. All right, so they're saying, because I don't know much about it. They're saying this is someone promoting Reiki. So maybe you've heard of Reiki, but don't quite know what it is. Maybe you're considering Reiki, but aren't sure whether it's right for you. Maybe your doctor suggested Reiki is a form of therapy complementary to your medical treatments. Whatever your questions, Reiki Master Victoria Bodner is here to help. Blah, blah. What is Reiki? It's an energy healing technique that promotes relaxation, reduce stress and anxiety through gentle touch. They use their hands to deliver energy to your body, improving the flow and balance of your energy to support healing. Mikao Usui developed Reiki in the early 1900s, returning from the Japanese word rei, meaning universal, and ki, or I guess chi, which refers to the vital life force energy that flows through all living things. It's used all over the world, including hospitals and hospices, to complement other forms of health treatments. Reiki aids in healing people by becoming energetically balanced. Blah, blah, blah. Stress being can bring on a meditative
state. Can I talk about why it's considered shirk?
Tell me, yeah. I mean, I'm not seeing anything religious for it. If there is a religious background to it, then I would stay away from it. I mean, either way, it sounds goofy. We can use the Quran. We'll use the asbab, right? We'll take the asbab of other things.
Well, the reason
holistic medicine, eating a good healthy diet. But
Brandon, the reason it's considered,
there we go, spiritual healing. If you think there's some spiritual aspect to it, yeah, that would be.
Yeah. So one is the reason is because one, they say the Reiki masters say that you cannot do it unless you're initiated, and that's a red flag because if you have to be initiated for something that's from God,
this is kufriya. If there's initiation, yeah.
And another red flag is
sounds like jinn coming into your body.
Yeah, and another thing is that you have to think. Another thing is that you have to think. I know this woman who's a Reiki teacher. I do not do it because it's considered shirk. But another thing, you have to thank Reiki and you have to thank the master also. And even if you're thanking that, that's still technically praying to them, and that's considered shirk. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, if you pray to anybody else, yeah, that is shirk. Yeah, absolutely.
And there's this thing, I know you emailed me about this thing where you
think that they
pray
have the
to Saint
ability
John
to help
to
you
give you a purple box of protection. Why would you want to pray to a saint for a purple box of protection? Like that's also shirk.
You're preaching to the choir. You're preaching to the choir, Cal. Preaching to the choir.
So if you have to be initiated for something, that is jinn, correct?
Bro, don't do any. You don't even have to ask this. You already know the question. You already know the answer, bro.
I'm not going to do it. I was just asking.
Bro, do dhikr, learn the seerah, and you'll be good. And leave Christianity alone until you become very knowledgeable in the deen of the Prophet.
And this woman was calling me and claiming that she died and came back, and she says
who cares what she says? People say crazy stuff all the time. You leave these people, you let them say the crazy stuff they say, and focus on
jinn
yourself.
can make you see things when you die, correct? Jinn can make you see things when you die, right?
Leave it all alone. You're gonna see the angel of death when you die. You're gonna see.
I'll say this. Kyle, don't overburden yourself with there's a million different just because you don't know something, it doesn't mean you necessarily have to know it. Like I don't know. Is there a jinn in my living room right now?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Actually, we all have one. We all have a qareen with us, so everyone has a qareen, which is a jinn. Okay, every human on earth has a qareen.
Okay, fine. I don't know, right? It's do jinn do this when you're? I mean, look, these are interesting things, but it seems like, I mean, just for your sake, don't overwhelm yourself with things you don't know. It's like, you can leave some things to learn for tomorrow, if that makes sense,
Yeah, and one thing that I actually do need help dealing with, my dad's a Christian, and I already know that Christianity is false. I'm laughing. I'm laughing because it doesn't make logical sense, but I've read the Bible and thinking it through, even if you don't read it, it doesn't make logical sense. But my dad was trying to make me listen to a sermon on his phone, and I didn't want to listen to it, and he's a militant Christian. Like, he gets mad if I don't listen to it, and he was yelling at me for not wanting to listen to it, and I talked about how Paul was a liar and he didn't actually get struck by lightning. And he got so mad at me. He got so mad at me for saying that. Like, how do you deal with a militant Christian father?
By being patient and showing them a better face than they show you. You have to learn stoicism, Kyle, which is just being able to look in the face of danger and stare at it and be like, ignore him. When he says this stuff, you say your piece and he can say whatever he wants.
Yeah,
thank you.
I'm not going to.
You got to control you have to be able to control yourself, my friend.
Yeah, I'm not going to do something that, one, I know is false, and two, I know is going to lead to hellfire, which is worshiping Jesus. So, absolutely not.
Okay, yeah, then don't. You know that stuff. Just leave him. Say, Dad,
But
you know,
he
I
made me go
appreciate you,
to
I respect you, but I don't like the way that you're treating me and talking to me. And leave it at that. Right?
and
Until you
Rumsey,
get more knowledge. You need to
Rumsey,
get more knowledge. Leave off trying to tell all this stuff. You need so much knowledge, Kyle. Leave all of this crap. Stop asking these questions. Just ask questions about Islam. Ask who's the Prophet. Ask who his wives were, who were his children, who were his best friends, who were his worst enemies. Learn all this stuff and then focus on that.
And Rumsey, this is really important.
What did I just say, Kyle? As soon as I said it, you were talking. What did I just say?
Learn about the Prophet ﷺ and learn who his children were, learn who his closest associates were. And I know that he had a friend who was Jewish, because even if you know that if something is not the truth, you can still be friends with them, because the Quran says that be kind to those who do not force you out of your homes, which is referring to conflict, which is something that the Israelis could learn from, because they don't listen to that, but they ignore international law. But Rumsey, my parents made me go to church for Easter last year, and I don't believe in Easter. As a Muslim, I don't believe in Easter. So what do I do if they try to make me go to church? I refuse to pray because that's considered shirk.
Just listen to this, Kyle. We can't prepare you for every possible scenario that's going to come along. But this is just one general rule that kind of applies everywhere. Actions are judged by intention. So whatever you do or choose not to do, your intention is is the easiest, most general way you could know. Is Allah pleased with you or is he displeased with you? It's your intention. That's the easiest way to know. If you know, for whatever reason, because Allah knows your struggle, if you're struggling with your parents, struggling with your family, struggling with people around you, and maybe there's something you do that you don't regret, but you genuinely, your intention is against it, but you feel like you don't have a choice, you feel like you were coerced into it, whatever the case may be, your intent, just be sure your intention is pure. That is the easiest, most general solution I can give for any situation, because I won't be able to prepare you for every single, my mom might do this, my dad might do that, my sister might bring this, my friend from school might do that. There's just an unlimited number of things that could happen. But the one rule that applies everywhere, I'm sorry, I forget it. But basically, the actions are judged by intention. Your actions are judged by your intention. Whatever you do, I mean, of course, it's not that simple, but generally speaking, it is pretty much that simple. Whatever you do, your actions are going to be judged by your intention. So if you find yourself being forced or coerced or pressured to do something and you end up doing it, just keep your intention pure and constantly seek Allah's forgiveness for whatever sins you're aware of and you're not aware of. That's
and just don't pray in the church. If you're forced to go, just don't pray. And
if you're there, just say astaghfirullah. Like, for example, when my grandmother, who died as a Muslim, died, I wasn't able to tell my family because they wouldn't have believed me, and it would have actually caused more fitna. And I asked shuyukh, ulama, people who have knowledge, and they said, yeah, do not tell your family she's a Muslim, because this might make them think that you're lying, because they never found out. She died before we could tell everybody that she converted with me. So my parents, they were the ones who buried her because they had the money and all this kind of stuff. So she had to be buried in a Christian cemetery. And they said, I am not going to be liable for her being buried there. She will be excused for this. I will be excused for it. And when you go to the funeral, you can attend. I can go sit in the church, but whenever they stand up to sing hymns, whenever they make prayers in Jesus' name, I sit down. I do not participate. My heart is not there for that. My heart is there to make dua for my grandmother, to make sure that I'm making dua, and I continue to make dua. May Allah raise her, elevate her, forgive her, because she died as a Muslimah. So at the end of the day, if you're forced in that situation, just the whole time you're there, astaghfirullah, and ask your parents, do you know what Easter comes from? It comes from the word Ishtar. Ishtar is a very pagan, harvest festival, right? And it has nothing to do with the original Jesus. Make it a teaching lesson.
It's a death cult. Christianity is a death cult.
We know that. All right, we got other people in the background, Kyle. Love you. May Allah bless you.
I forgot what I was going to ask. I was going to ask something.
It's okay. We'll worry about it later. There's other people who've been waiting. All right, brother?
Next time, Kyle.
Right. I love you, Rumsey.
We love you too. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome, AZ.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
How's it going, guys?
Alhamdulillah, it's going good, bro.
I had a quick question. Real quick, I've been given some dawah, even getting into some debates and stuff. I had one question maybe you guys could help me on with the whole verse 424 about the right hand possesses. How do you guys attack this question to kind of make it make sense to somebody else?
So what's the question? Is the question like? Could you like? What's the question?
The question is more like, obviously in Islam we have to have a nikah and be married and stuff, but there seems to be an exception with this right hand possesses thing that they're latching onto. So I'm trying to understand exactly what this is and like what were the rules of it, etc.
Okay, but are they asking like, do you believe that's moral or immoral? Is that what you mean?
Right. Yeah, they're basically saying like it's like an immoral thing, I guess. Okay. Even though I can show them in their Bible and stuff the same type of stuff.
Where do we get morality from?
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Okay, look, as a dai, if you're going to do dawah, your brain, the way that you think, has to be focused on understanding foundational principles. And foundational principles is asking. See, when questions are asked, they have their usul and they have their furu'. When you go about it saying, I know that in the Bible they have this too, or you're talking about things like, okay, well, why does Allah blah, blah, all of these things are like auxiliary, secondary issues. The question that you should always do, and this is for every question that comes up, you take it back to the foundation. So you ask the question, where do we get morals from? And then I'll ask you that, and you can answer it. Where do we get morals from?
From Allah.
From Allah. So if Allah tells you what is moral, is that what is moral?
Of course.
So the proof doesn't need to be proving why this is moral. The proof now needs to go back to proving that Allah is the only one worthy of worship and that the Quran is the direct words of Allah. Because if you prove that, then what Allah tells us, He doesn't say that, because the assumption is going, okay, you can have sex with your wives and husbands. Okay, so now right hand possession is not a wife and husband, therefore it's immoral. No, this is incorrect. This is foundationally wrong on the principle. No, Allah doesn't say that. He says that you can have sex with your wives and your right hand possession. So the principle is that it's permissible to have sex with wives and wives for the husbands, and then for men with your right hand possessions. And Allah has permitted it out of His wisdom. Why can we do it? It's out of His wisdom, right? There's a wisdom behind it. Some scholars maybe have talked about it, but at the end of the day, just like we don't eat pork, we accept it because we believe in Allah. We know and can prove that the Quran is from Allah. Therefore, anything that He tells us is permissible, we accept it.
By the way, just to add a little baby context, because just to make it a bit easier. First of all, you can't force yourself upon a slave. We know, or slave. But
look, Ramzi, this is still all stuff that goes into the after fact.
I know. No, I know. 100%. You can just stop at that. That's sufficient. That's sufficient right there. Just to say Allah said it. That's good enough. But just a little, because just a little. It's just something a lot of Muslims aren't aware of, unfortunately. Like people go look into it, right? The Prophet said, if you slap a slave, you have to free a slave. Okay, if you can't slap a slave, you sure as hell can't force yourself on a slave or this, that, the other, right? Second, okay, that's the first thing. You have to feed your slave as your. And by the way, I'm saying slave because that's the common word used. It's not even a slave. It's a prisoner of war. It's a prisoner of war. That's the only way you can acquire a quote unquote slave in Islam.
You can't force someone into slavery who is a free person.
Yeah.
Except through prisoners of war.
Right.
Only way it happens.
You got to keep this in mind. And by the way, I actually don't think this is a bad teaching. I think this is actually a beautiful teaching because, think of it this way. In Islam, when you go to war, you have to be held responsible for taking actions in war. So, for example, when you fight, men are killed, this, that, the other. So, who's going to look after their women and children? Who's going to look after their wives and kids? Who's going to do that? The men have all been killed, right? You go to, the way war works, the men are usually killed. Who's going to look after the wives and children? Do you throw them in prison cells? Do you leave them to the bandits for the next wolves or bandits to come, for the next empire to come and take them? Right? What are you going to do? You take them into your homes. You give them a place to. Now, it's not a hotel, so it's not completely free. So yes, you are allowed to be intimate with them, but they live rent free. They live. This guy's flexing his water again. But no, it's not completely free. But they live rent free. Their kids live rent free. All right. They provide food. They're provided food, clothing, and shelter, and everything for free. So it's not totally free. What's the one thing that they're allowed to have? They're allowed to be physically intimate with them. And like I said, you can't force yourself upon them. The Prophet said, if you slap a slave, you have to free a slave. I always give this example. Imagine if every single American fighter pilot and every Israeli fighter pilot had to provide food, clothing, shelter, and all the necessities of life to every woman he left widowed, to every child he left orphaned. Bro, they would never go. They would never be willing to do that. We all know that. They would never be willing to do that.
Dude, these are actually really good ideas. I'm sorry, I'm going on another tangent. Maybe I'm gonna start making some like pouring Zamzam water into glass asmar. Like, oh my god, we're talking. I just hit 1 million view idea. Jazak khair, guys in the chat. I will thank you. Who said it first? As-sabr halal fella. Inshallah, I will remember you guys whenever we do a asmar video of Zamzam asmar.
Somebody said I'm a liberal.
It's okay.
Yeah, so blocked atheist. The Prophet married Safiya, and he was at war with her husband and her father. And she had a dream before this, and she even told her husband about the dream that I'm going to, marry the moon, right? And that was the Prophet Muhammad, the full moon, mashallah. So yes, it is permissible. But Safiya wanted it. She wanted to be with this man who was the best of all creation. Everybody wanted to be with him.
Here's another question, Brett. What if the husband is still living? Sorry. Yeah, forgive me.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
But
anyway, But yeah, I mean, I wanted to add
Did I say asthma? Did I say asthma?
You said some asthma. You said asthma. It's ASMR, bro. ASMR.
Oh
Yes.
man.
So brother AZ, also you gotta know who you're against with, right? If you are talking to an atheist, obviously you gotta know that they have no standards at all, that they have no rules, and there is no limits to what they can do in a wartime, right? And then if you are against a Christian, obviously you should know the clear genocide verses, which obviously they also have no limits to what they could do, right? So that's another. And if you're against the Jew, again, they have also no limits, and they go quite far into their aggressiveness of a war. So basically, nothing can compare to Islam, right? Nothing, literally, right? If you were to ever compare anything. And as brother Ramsey said, I don't think you can't even force your wife, right? You can't even force your wife. I mean, how could you force, obviously, what your right hand possesses, right? So just think about it, right? And there is actually a hadith, right? There's a hadith that one of the companions actually, something of a such happened, of a force, right? And I'm not sure if brother Brandon knows the hadith, which one I'm talking about, right? That they were on a workplace, and I think he forced up himself and then sent a letter to the Amir of that time, to the ruler, right?
I think it was Omar
And
who was in charge.
sorry?
I think it was
Might have been
Omar.
Muluddin Zinki, maybe.
Oh,
Anyway.
wait. Oh, okay. never mind.
Yeah, and obviously, but he died before coming back, right? He died before coming back, and basically what they said is Allah didn't want to disgrace him when he come back, basically. So obviously it's not allowed to force yourself on anybody like that.
It's okay. I don't know this. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, the brothers at the EF Dawah also mentioned this hadith when this question came up. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's asking, do I have a Discord? I do. I don't do anything on it, so let me open it. Let me see. It's just type in the Muslim Cowboy, and I created one just for the sake of it, but let me see if it's like open yet for people, because I do have some private chats in there that I do, because I have a Shura council now for Muslim Cowboy, for people who are helping me grow my channel. I gotta sign in all this stuff. We'll deal with that later. So yeah, just look up Muslim Cowboys. I'm sure there's a thing there. All right, so y'all keep talking. I'll be right back.
That's cool.
Does this to us every time, man.
Let me see if I can ask you another question. Let me see. Rumsey, so let me ask you something. What is it like? I spoke to you before. I don't know if you remember me, but I've kind of like been busy like getting in the field with the Christians right now, just because like they make me angry, like the stuff they be saying. So I kind of made it like my little mission to educate myself and kind of talk to them about it. What when you answer a question to somebody that you know has intentions of malice, do you answer the question any different to someone who may be asking it genuinely?
Of course, naturally. Usually, I mean, you're not gonna treat someone who has ill intentions the same way as someone who has good intentions. If someone has good intentions, then my tone of voice is going to be different. My demeanor with them is going to be different. You know what I'm saying? In fact, I was on TikTok live just literally earlier this morning, right?
Yeah.
What do you call it? There was a Christian, well, I don't know if he's a missionary, but there's a Christian who was saying some very, very ignorant things about Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And so I got up on stage and I was kind of up in his face a little bit. You know what I'm saying? The Christians in the audience were like, whoa. Why is he being so this? Like you just bashed my prophet, and well, all of us, I'm gonna be all happy with you. No, that's not how it works, right? Now, asking questions about my prophet is one thing. I've gotten a thicker skin, but that doesn't mean I have a how do I say this? I still don't tolerate people cursing and insulting my God and my prophet. Not in my presence. Not where I can do something about it, right? So, no.
Especially when it's on Google,
Well, okay, yeah, well, okay. You need to know where and when is the proper time to respond. Sometimes, if you see comments, I see comments under my videos all the time. You think I'm going to go and respond to every comment that says something stupid? Obviously not, right? You have to be wise.
Rutkowski, come on up if you got the cojones.
Oh, he's talking to me. He's talking to me. I was the one who debated.
You went on Christian Prince?
Oh, I've debated. I've torn them all up.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you what you've done, what you haven't done, but I'm just going to say this. Actually, Allah in the Quran in chapter 4, verse 140.
140.
Chapter 4, verse 140 forbids us from sitting with those who disbelieve and make a mockery out of Allah and His Messenger. Okay, so
someone told me that before. But then, when he taught, like when he does any like extra talk, I tell him like pipe down and just talk about the subject. So I mean, I hear you. I know what you're saying. It makes sense to a certain degree, because when you talk to these people, you give them like a something to post about.
The only thing, like I swear to God, removing the Muslims from these people's lives would be as good as removing their entire channel. Honestly, because if Muslims never watched their content, if Muslims never went to their lives, their lives and videos would have no impact. They would have no.
So I'm gonna share the screen because I want to read. This is actually I know you can do that, but the thing is that exactly there's some principles in maqasid that we want to like follow, and so the issue is that the Prophet would never ever sit with someone who ridiculed Islam. He would only sit with people if they were willing to listen. And so this is why we get this from Surah An-Nisa, right? So someone who's not willing to listen, like Christian Prince, the scholars have said it's not even if you are okay to do it, you're getting a sin for sitting with them. So the Quran verse is right here. And as it says, وَقَدْ نَزَّلَ عَلَيْكُمْ فِي الْكِتَابِ أَنْ إِذَا سَمِعْتُمْ آيَةِ اللَّهِ يَكْفُرُ بِهَا وَيَسْتَهْزَأُ بِهَا فَلَا تَقْعُدُوا مَعَهُمْ حَتَّى يخوضوا في حديث غيره إنكم إذا مثلهم إن الله جامع المنافقين والكافرين في جهنم جميعا. He has already revealed to you the book that when you hear Allah's revelations being denied or ridiculed, then do not sit in that company unless they engage in a different topic, or in another translation, unless they return towards regular speech. Or else you will be like them, for sitting with them while they are cursing it, denying it, all these stuff. Surely Allah will gather the hypocrites and the disbelievers all together in hell. So I would just suggest that it's best to stay away, because like he said, they will take this, they chop it up, they get all their followers, and other people who might not be qualified to even answer these questions like you, they might see, oh, Muslims are going on there, then they go talk, and they look like fools because they don't have the requisite knowledge to even talk.
Absolutely.
But that's why I even got on there, though, because I saw other Muslims talking, and I was like, "What's this guy talking about?" And I went in there to.
He's never gonna let you have the time of day. Like he's gonna be just like us. Like, I'm not going to let some person speak nonsense to him. Obviously, he's a filthy kafir, but like he's not going to give you the time of day. Like, you're never going to be able to speak yourself freely. He's going to cut you off. He's going to straw man you,
right?
And he's a master of it. He actually is.
Here's something I always say. Like, what do you like
that art?
Ramsey,
Like,
you're passionate on the subject, huh? I can see it.
No, I am, because it's one of my biggest pet peeves of all. Now, AZ, this is a genuine question for you. This is a genuine question. What do you think you'll achieve? I want you to be honest with me. Like, if you think there's something, I want to hear it. Well, and we'll see if it's worth it. What do you think you will achieve by speaking to him? What do you think you'll achieve?
Even if my philosophy is that even if one person in the crowd hears and they or their heart is at least saying like, you know what, I'm gonna look at what this guy said, even though the comments are filthy and this guy is filthy. Like, sometimes, like, that's why I use good manners, and I always tell people that start yelling, like, if you lose your manners, like, you're playing yourself, because really that's the only thing. Like, sometimes in life when people listen to things, they don't even like know what's really been going on between the argument, but they'll know like, oh, this guy's rude and this guy's polite. So I tried to go in there.
Okay, now let me.
Yeah, go ahead.
May Allah reward you for your intention. I will say that first. For your intention, may Allah reward you for that.
Yes, but now two things exactly. Who knows more, you or Allah?
I mean, come on, man. That's obvious.
We know you're a good Muslim.
I know you know. I know you know. It's a rhetorical question. I know you know.
All right.
If Allah tells us we cannot sit with these people, then regardless of what benefit you think, we cannot sit with these people. A lot of times we think, oh, you know what? If I disprove him right now in front of 1,000 people, oh, then you know what? Maybe those 1,000 people stop listening to him.
So what about? I mean, what about debates with, like? I mean, Zakir Naik will sit with a Christian, or Uthman will sit with David Wood after eating Quran. You know, same thing.
Exactly. We agree.
Okay, just one second. So first of all, I am not in favor of us having debates with Islamophobes. Okay. Now, for example, the Muhammad Hijab David Wood debate, I'm not in favor of that. Now, do I think that was a bad debate? I'll be honest. I watched that debate. I enjoyed it, but that's not something. I cannot condone something that I personally would not do. I would not go because that would make me a hypocrite. I would not go.
Yeah, that's why I refuse debates. People saying
no. Debates are fine, but debates with those
the right people.
With those people, absolutely not.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
So wait, Ramsey, can I say one thing? Ramsey,
just 1 second. I get told all the time, go debate this person, go debate that person, humiliate him and make an example out of him. If I humiliated him in front of 1 billion, if 1 billion Muslims saw how bad he was, they will keep going tomorrow because there's another 1 billion Muslims who they can deceive. If there's 1 billion Christians who, if I expose him in front of 1 billion Christians, he will keep going to deceive the other 1 billion Christians, or 2 billion, whatever the case may be.
Right.
It would not matter how many times you disprove these people. It wouldn't. I'll tell you what. You said, you know what? You said you had an intention. I want to help these people. If maybe one person in the audience sees this and sees what I say, and maybe it'll help him. If that one person seriously, honestly wanted to learn, they would not be on that platform, would they? If they
Allah will guide them regardless.
If they want the Muslim perspective,
you don't know. You don't know that,
right? But here, look, I'll present it to you like this.
1 second.
If
I
the scholars,
sorry, go ahead.
No, I know, but I want to give another example because I mean, look, we're going to bring up the next guest here pretty soon, brother. I love you for the sake of Allah. May Allah bless you.
No, it's all good. I appreciate it.
For example, if Allah has said something is impermissible, and so the scholars that I follow that say that this is impermissible, right? Only for the people who are they're mocking and stuff,
right?
The other example I would use then, to kind of make this even more clear, is saying, okay, I want to build a masjid. Right. And I have this ability to build a gas station. If I build it, I'm going to get a riba loan. I'm in a non-Muslim country, so I'm going to do a riba loan because it's okay because, they're non-Muslims. And I'm going to sell alcohol there because I can make a ton of money. But I'm going to use this money for good. You're doing a haram means.
My intention is
there's a haram means, which is, i.e., sitting with these people, which is haram, to do something which is mubah.
The ends don't
mustahab. It's good. It's mustahab, right?
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys, Ramsey, you might be right. Honestly, you probably are right, to be honest, in the way that you think. Because even I've thought that sometimes after leaving Iraq.
That's what the Quran says. It's not my opinion.
Fine, I agree with what you're saying. That's what the Quran says. But the thing is, for example, in the Hadith, when the Quran said, for example, Mary was the sister of Aaron, right? And then the guy went to the Christian neighborhood or whatever, and the prophet came back in the hadith and told him, you should have told him this, because they were asking about it, like trying to mock it, not knowing that, you know, that's how they spoke in the old days. They would relate someone of a pious person to someone in the past, right? So that as one thing. And then two, there's a lot of people who hate Islam and really like go against. Just let me finish real quick. Wait. Just one last thing. Like there's a lot of people in Islam who are like the most hated, like they hate Islam from head to toe. And without someone like really being up in there, like, because people respect their enemies, like even in boxing, like people respect who they fight. So if we stand strong against them, eventually the truth will stand in the light and the falsehood will perish. So that was my thinking.
Okay, AZ. Okay, I understand, Akhi. Yeah. Imam Shafi'i said, I have never had a debate with an intelligent person and lost. I have never had a debate with I forgot the word he used, but I've never had a debate with a stupid person and won. Right. So if you want, okay. So Akhi, if there's someone who is stupid, you're setting yourself up to lose. If you intentionally want to keep setting yourself up to lose, then I mean, Akhi, I can't really do anything for you.
Look, at the end of the day, like if
the end don't justify the means. Even if you want to, even if you think you're going to guide this many people, guide that many people, we cannot disobey Allah because we think maybe we'll benefit from it. Unless, okay, there's exceptions. If it's out of desperation, if you have no choice. But if it's, you think you're going to get some kind of gain out of it, maybe okay. If you think you're going to, like what Brandon said. Oh, I'm going to get riba. I'm going to do this haram thing and do that haram thing. But I'm going to use that money. I'm going to use that money to build a masjid. I'm going to build a masjid with that.
Right.
That doesn't mean that doesn't make the ends don't justify the means. So if Allah says, do not sit with these people.
At the end of the day,
do not sit with them.
Ask somebody who is a qualified mufti in fatwa, someone who is very qualified. Right? Don't take my word for it because I'm a tulab al-ilm. I'm a baby student of knowledge. But this is what I know from my understanding. Ask someone because you need to be 100% certain in this. And if go with it as long as they are trustworthy.
What you're saying is logical. What you're saying is logical. It's not. It doesn't. I'm not even.
I get what you're saying
it.
because we got to show strength, right? Yeah. Show strength to those people who are being strong in this. And that's why Muhammad Hijab does what he does because he's showing strength, and it does give some people.
But when Muslims argue with Muslims, though, I don't agree with that. When they
that's why I will never do a refutation of Muslims on my channel.
Right. That's why I'm saying we're not arguing right now. We're just I'm listening to what you're saying, and what you're saying is true. And I'm agreeing with it.
We are staying strong, by the way. What you're saying, this isn't weakness. We are staying strong. We put content out there. I'll tell you what. I speak down to these people when I make shorts about them. I have like 1 or 2 shorts against David that have over 1 million views.
So what's the difference between that and debating them?
Sitting with them.
Am I sitting with them?
Got it.
No, I'll tell you what. If I call out a disrespectful, I'll tell you what. If I call out Abu Jahl, the companion, the enemy of the Prophet,
Abu Lahab,
Abu Jahl, Abu Lahab. It's not the same as me sitting with him. Hey, Abu Lahab, how you doing? Hey, let's talk about it. It's like this is the guy who's just cursing your prophet, cursing the one you love. He's out to get him. He's out to ruin him. He's out to do all these terrible things. You're sitting with him. Imagine if that was your mother he was doing it to. If your mother saw you doing that, I'm just gonna talk to the guy who's casually, spreading, desecrating you, saying all these terrible things about you. I don't think your mom would like that. Logically, if you would be too embarrassed to do that in front of your mother, how about the Prophet of Allah and how about Allah Himself? Yeah,
I hear you.
All right, AZ, I appreciate it. You're very welcome,
appreciate
bro.
you guys. Assalamu alaikum.
You guys take care. May Allah bless you, and may we meet in the hereafter.
Inshallah.
And have a big party at my place. All right, guys.
Inshallah. Take care, guys. Assalamu alaikum.
If you ask, I'm gonna want. I'll just have a bigger place at my place, bigger party at my place in Jannah.
And then we can keep one-upping each other forever, right?
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brother Mikael. Are you here? Or are you kind of hanging out in the backstage?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm here.
All right, just for brevity and less people, I'm gonna take it. He can come back if he wants. So what's up, bro?
Alhamdulillah, brother. Everything's good, man. Everything's good. How about you guys? How you doing?
Alhamdulillah, we're doing great, man. Doing great.
Mashallah. So yeah, I really just came on just to say what's up and say assalamu alaikum to you guys. But And by the way, Rumsey, I really do love your channel, man. You know, I'm a big fan. You know, you're an inspiration to all of us. You're very knowledgeable. You know, of course, Brother Brandon's my guy. He's helped me out with a lot of knowledge. He's very, very, you know, I know he says he's just a student of knowledge, but he's very knowledgeable. You know,
Hey, he's an actual student of knowledge. I'm not. I'm just a researcher. I'm just an independent researcher. That's all I am.
Nah, man, you guys are both intelligent. So one of the questions I had for both you guys, right, is I don't know if you remember, Brandon, but my little brother, he's a Buddhist, right? He reverted to Buddhism like I don't know, 5-6 years ago. Rumsey, I don't know if you know who I am. I have my own channel. I reverted 6 months ago on January 26th, 2023. I am Italian American from Boston. So anyways, my brother, he had, you know, we were brought up in Catholicism, and my brother, he had left whatever. I don't know. I left Catholicism when I was 12. He had left it later on, and he went to Buddhism, right? So as I'm talking to him, and you know, we're just having a dialogue about Islam and Buddhism and what have you, and he says to me, right? He says, I've been doing a lot of thinking, even about my own beliefs as of late. And I said, okay. I was like, what's on your mind? And he said, you know, going back to the days of when Buddhism first hit, like where it first started in, I don't even know, India, or it was some part of Asia, correct? And then where Islam first hit, of course, in Saudi Arabia, right? And going back when you know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed the Torah to Musa alayhi salam, and then the Injil to Isa alayhi salam. For the people from all other parts of the world, right? I hope I'm wording this right. I'm like paraphrasing the way he said it. Who's to say what is right and what is wrong? I didn't know what to say to him. I really didn't, because he's like, right? So if Islam is correct, he said, then why is it that it was only sent to this part of the world? Then all the rest of the people in Japan and the people over here are screwed. He said, and then what about like back then in those times? He was like, what about, you know, when Buddhism first landed here, and they said that was the truth, and you know, astaghfirullah, but they said this was it, and you know, then the rest of the world is screwed. I really didn't even know how to answer him when he asked me this. I just want to hear your guys' take on this, if you understand what I'm asking.
Rumsey?
So, if I understood the question correctly, how do we distinguish between different faiths claiming to be the truth? I mean, if I want to simplify what you said, different faiths come around and claim that they're the solution for humanity, that they claim to be the truth. Obviously, Islam does that, but Islam isn't the only religion that does that. So how do we distinguish Islam from the rest? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I don't know if that's, I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't hear the entire question because someone messaged me.
That's all good. It's all good. Yes, somewhat. That's somewhat what it's saying. But okay, so put yourself back in, I don't know, in the very beginning of when Buddhism, right, hits in Asia. I don't even know where it started. In India, maybe. And yeah, right.
It didn't start in China. Yeah, it started in
Himalayas. Yeah.
Okay.
Area.
I think it was the Himalayas. Yeah.
Yeah. So put yourself back then, right, in that era, right, and that's the way he tried to explain it to me. He was like, put yourself back then in that era, and everyone's saying that it's the truth, it's this, it's that, right? Then what about all the rest of the people in all other parts of the world that have no idea about this, because it's not going to reach them for hundreds and hundreds of years? Those people are just screwed. Those people are just screwed. And then the same with Islam, right? Now I didn't know how to answer him when he said this to me. you know, the same with Islam. He was like, when it first, you know, hit and when it first touched down in Saudi and everything, he was like, so that means that only the people that first heard about it, you know, that they're the ones that are saved. The rest of the people who knew nothing about it before they died, they're screwed. So I really didn't understand, you know, I didn't know how to answer.
I understand.
So
So
you ready? You've answered. I'm going to say the ayah first, though. من اهتدى فإنما يهتدي لنفسه. Okay, so whoever chooses to be guided, it's only for their own good. ومن ضل فإنما يضل عليها. And whoever chooses to stray, it's only for their own loss. ولا تزر وازرة وزر أخرى. And no soul will be burdened with sin. No soul burdened with sin will bear the burden of another. وما كنا معذبين حتى نبعث رسولا. So, and we will never punish a people until we sent a messenger to warn them.
Mashallah. That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. Man, see, where were you when my brother asked me this question, bro?
Funny enough, that's actually because you see, I was actually gonna. It's related to what Brandon just said. That question was kind of built upon a slight false presupposition because Islam did not touch down in Saudi Arabia. I mean, Saudi Arabia didn't exist, but it did not touch down in the Arabian Peninsula in the 7th century. Islam touched down when Adam touched down or came down to earth when Adam came down to earth. So, firstly, Islam is not the belief in the Prophet Muhammad and Allah Subhanahu wa Taala per se. Islam is, I mean, obviously, to be a Muslim today, you have to believe those things. But to be a Muslim is simply to submit your will to your Creator, which obviously means you're following the Prophet of your time, of your people that you come across. And on top of that, but not every human being has met a prophet. Not every human being. What do you call it? Allah Subhanahu wa Taala only judges based upon what you know and what you've been revealed, and this, that, the other. Now, from what I recall, I don't want to speak out of ignorance, but from what I don't know what the reference is for this, but non-Muslims who never heard Islam will be given a test of their own on the Day of Judgment. Okay, so you know that's I'll be honest, I don't know the reference for it exactly, but
no, I've heard this from my sheikh as well.
But no, yeah. So one, Islam is not something that came only in the 7th century. It's been there since the beginning, and two. And God sent many prophets and messengers prior to all the nations, not just to the Jews or not just to certain people. And on top of that, even if, which a lot of people have never met a prophet, never seen a prophet, never heard from a prophet, they will be given their own test and tested accordingly on the Day of Judgment. Yeah.
All right, so you want to? I'll go through the hadith. It's classed by Sahih. It was reported. The hadith is from Imam Ahmed and Ibn Hibban. It was deemed Sahih by Al-Albani, rahimahullah.
Okay.
And so it goes into it. So the person who has never heard of the message in its correct and true form, right? That's the shart. It has to be heard of it in the correct and true form. They will not be punished by Allah if he dies in a state of kufr. If it were asked what his fate will be, and the answer will be that Allah will test him on the Day of Judgment. So he will be asked if he obeys the test, he will enter paradise, and if he disobeys, it's all about ta'ah. So on the Day of Judgment, he'll be told to do something. When he obeys, paradise. Disobeys, hell. The dalil for this is that the hadith of Aswad ibn Sari, who reported the Prophet said, there are 4 who will protest to Allah on the day of resurrection. The deaf man who never heard anything, the insane man, the very old man, and the man who died during the fatra. Not fitra, fatra, which is the interval between the time of Isa and the time of Muhammad. Okay? The deaf man will say, oh Lord, Islam came, but I never heard anything. The insane man will say, oh Lord, Islam came, but the children ran after me and threw stones at me. The very old man will say, oh Lord, Islam came, but I did not understand anything. The man who died during the fatra will say, oh Lord, no messenger came from you, came to me. He will accept their promises of obedience. Then word will be sent to them to enter the fire. By the one in whose hand is the soul of Muhammad, if they enter it, it will be cool and safe for them. So the test is that Allah will say, enter, to the messenger will command them, enter the fire. If they go into the fire, this is paradise. And that is the test. And this is authentic hadith. Is everyone there? Is that clear?
Yeah, he's muted, brother.
Okay.
You're muted.
McCann.
Yeah. Perfect. Jazakallahu khairan to both of you. Thank you. Now I definitely have some stuff to go back to bring this to my brother. You know, he's been asking a lot more questions lately, which alhamdulillah, you know, it's definitely, you know, the du'as that all of you have been, you know, I've asked from you all has been helping, and it means so much. You know, like you told me last time, brother. You just said patience, man. You know, but with for us as reverts, I feel like family is probably it's without a doubt the toughest thing for me so far. It has been, and so prior to, I forget who it was that was on before me, but you guys had brought up the topic on debate, and you know that we shouldn't be with people who we should not debate with, or I don't even really like to say debate, but more so dialogue, right? I don't really want to sit and debate with anybody. I feel like it's a waste of my time unless I can learn something from the person. But even still, anyways, so my nonna, my Italian grandmother, right? This past weekend, you know, I had dinner with her and my mother, and she is, I don't know how I can compare this. I always used to say prior to me reverting to Islam that my nonna is basically she is like Mother Teresa. Like she literally is the most kindest. When it comes to Catholicism, she is one of the most pious people. If she were to become Muslim, she would be one of the greatest Muslims I've ever like. She is the only Catholic that I know who goes to church she goes to church every day, twice a day. She prays all throughout the day, right? So for her, she really doesn't understand this, you know, me reverting to Islam. She asks me questions, I give her the answer, but she is, you know, my nonna, she never went to school, so she just kind of what she was taught from her parents, you know, our forefathers and so forth, right? That's what she believed, and she's been stuck in it for so long, right? So she asked me if I would go speak to her local priest, okay? Because she thinks that deep down inside, she has some kind of feeling that she can bring me back, right? If I go speak to this priest. Now, I told her simply, I said, you know, I'll have to think about this, but I said, no, I just want you to understand that, you know, when it comes to my deen in Islam, this is everything to me, right? You know, I don't want to put you down immediately, but me going to talk to him wouldn't be because I'm interested in anything like that, you know, astaghfirullah. It would be more so because I kind of want to pick his brain, right, to see where he's at and what he understands about Islam. But you know, I joked with her and said, I don't know if you're hoping that I will, you know, go back to that. But I said, your priest may end up becoming Muslim by the time he's done talking to me, right? And she said, no, Michele, please, no.
It's like, this was a bad idea. No, never mind. We're going home. Do a U-turn. We're going home.
I know. Oh, man. So in this situation, like, because I'm listening to what you guys just said, and of course, you know, the priest is not an Islamophobe. My nonna is not an Islamophobe, and I completely agree with that, right? I would never sit down with him, nor would I want to, right? Yeah. Like you said, I like what Rumsey said. You know, to argue with somebody who's an idiot, like, I mean, there is no winning. Or I forget what the quote was, but I liked what you said. So this isn't that situation, right? I don't know. Like, what would you guys do in this situation, in this scenario?
Honestly, I think you gave the best comeback you could have given. It's like, I mean, we can go if you want. I'm gonna give him Dawah though.
Yeah.
You know what? I mean, I wouldn't recommend going. I mean, I never recommend people go to a place of shirk or go towards or go
Oh, I definitely won't go into the church. I told her that. I said that's not happening.
I mean, like I would never recommend, because like it's one thing to meet someone in the streets or see someone at the market, but it's another thing or even like to see them at a gathering, but it's another thing to go to a priest at the church for the intention of talking about religion. I mean, I don't know if it's haram. I don't want to.
No, that's why I'm asking. I want to know, like,
if you're good and you're skilled, I mean, I don't think that's a problem. Especially if you have a connection, if you have a relationship with that person. Like if I went back to the priest of my old city, and I knew that he would just at least give me the time of day, then that's fine. There's nothing haram about that.
No, like I'll tell you what. Well, maybe, but if I was knowledgeable and a church in my hometown, hey Ramzi, can you come tell us about Islam? I was like, okay, great. And I knew these people to be genuine people, not out for hate, not out for fights. Like, yeah, why not? Sure, of course. I've in fact, actually, the Muslim chaplain here at my university, he's told us like stories of like him being invited to churches in the area where he's answered questions and he's had open conversations. Like, yeah, so that's cool. But obviously, you need to be equipped for it, and you need to know who you're talking to, know them well enough.
Of course. And that was the one thing that I said. I told my nonna, I said, I may have to, if I decide to do this, I said I may have to set some ground rules, like have Brother Brandon on live stream with me, or like not on live stream, on video chat.
And that's fine. And that's what I had. That's what I had when I first converted. I had a friend who was a Muslim already for 14 years, and he's like, bro, you need me there. I've got the background in Christianity, and I'll be here to answer any questions, and I'll sit with these people. And then when I told them that, they didn't want to do it anymore.
Just have your AirPod in your ear, like just like, hey, listen.
Giving me the answers, right?
You ever watch Mulan?
I'm totally down. I'll do that.
You ever watch Mulan, like Mushu? He's just talking.
Yes.
Giving him
I
advice.
haven't seen that movie in years. Oh man, that's a throwback. But yeah, that was it was something I was thinking. I was like, if I decide to do this, right? Because like I said, I reverted 6 months ago. Yes, every moment of my life that I am not working, and like that anything to take care of my bills and stuff like this is devoted to Islam, my deen, strengthening my deen, my iman, growing as a Muslim, being in the masjid, listening to you guys, listening to people of knowledge, scholars, sheikh. So sure, like I said, I would consider myself a student of knowledge. I try to always better myself in Islam, but I am only at this. I haven't even skimmed the surface. So, Brother Brandon, I really respect. I look up to. I know he's knowledge. I know you're knowledgeable, brother. So, yeah, definitely. If I really decide to do it, I think it'd be a good experience, and who knows? Like I said, we may end up reverting him.
Mashallah. For Ramzi and for everybody.
Inshallah. I wrote. I came prepared.
He's literally holding the pitcher of water against the microphone like this. Like, no. Oh, watch this.
Oh man.
Allah keep you steadfast, brother Mikael. Mashallah.
I might have to do an ASMR stream. I'll just be chewing on next to the camera.
No, yeah, we're not going to talk the entire time. It will just be pouring, eating.
We'll just be like we'll just do this.
Velcro ripping.
Velcro.
Pimple popping.
Don't do the nails on the board. That's the only thing.
Well, that's not asthma. Asthma is supposed to make you feel relaxed.
No. I'll just do this. I was like.
Or as I said earlier, Alsmer. Alsmer.
I have one last quick question. I know you have other people after me.
Yeah, no problem.
So there's a fellow Muslim, right? Now he is a younger brother. I know that I'm not going to say his name or anything like that, but I know that he struggles with anxiety and stuff like this. But the other day, he asked me to go meet him, for coffee, and I did. And as I pulled up, right, I don't know if I pulled up early. He didn't expect to see me when he did, but he was outside, right, with his legs, and he was like sitting in the grass in the sun with his legs in pretzel form, doing the Buddhist pose, like meditating. And I was like, so to myself, I'm like, wait, now I don't know if he's doing some kind of Buddhist like meditation. I don't know what he's doing, right? Of course, I know there are.
Always ask first.
There are, right? So that's why I didn't want to say anything like this. But there's breathing exercises, right? Of course, I know things like this because I studied psychology. For anxiety, there's kind of breathing exercises. For meditating, that helps people calm down to talk themselves out of a panic attack and stuff like this. Of course, when it comes to these mental disorders, there's different look at it in Islam. Just to have faith in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, believe in Allah, that He knows what's best for us. That helps me. But
you muted yourself, bro.
All right. I'm not sure how much you guys missed, but
just 1 second. It was just like one.
Okay. Mashallah. So, anyways, I asked him. I was like, brother, I'm not trying to be rude or like jump at you right now, but can I ask what it is you're doing? And he said, I'm meditating. It helps me to get centered. And when I heard him say that, I'm just like, okay, like this is definitely on some kind of Buddhist level to get centered. Like I'm here. These are terms that I hear from my brother.
Yoga things, Hinduism, Buddhism. Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Buddhism, and it's got people use it in New Age, Hinduism, all kinds of different stuff.
So then we continue just talking about it, and he says, "Yeah, I like to meditate." He's like, I don't do any any of this kind of stuff. He just said he does it to feel present, so to speak. And I asked him if it was halal or haram. He said he believes it's halal, but this was something that I wanted to ask you guys because I know you were talking about shirk quite a bit ago. Would this definitely fall in that line?
I'm not gonna immediately say this is shirk. I'm gonna say that for sure this is not something that as Muslims that we do to center ourselves. Can you go sit somewhere? Like the thing is it can you just go sit somewhere quietly and just think about Allah and try to breathe and close your eyes? Imagine paradise. This is completely fine. Even sitting Indian style is fine. But when the thing is what comes in is understanding, like when you're doing hand symbols and motions and stuff like that. If his intention is not to do it because of another religious practice, then I'm not going to say it's shirk, right? Because intention is so big. But I'm going to say that you have to also understand that these things have certain connotations. They have certain meanings with the people who invented them. The same thing like with Spider-Man. If you're just doing it because you're playing fun, but you also have to understand that these are occultic, satanic symbols. And once you learn that, it's definitely best to stay away from it. If you don't mean to, because this is a curse sign, right? In Satanism. Like if you don't mean to curse people, if you do mean it, then you're falling into shirk and kufr. But if you don't mean it and you're just wanting to follow Spider-Man, and it's still ridiculous, and you need to stay away from it. Just like the person can go sit, you can quote unquote the English word meditate as in reflect. That's all fine. But if you're doing it with a certain uslub, which is like a certain way, you're following these criteria that were given by, New Age, Hinduism, Buddhism. If you're following that criteria and doing it in the way that they say to do it, with the maqasid, the goals and the things that you're seeking to gain from it, then it becomes something completely impermissible and you don't do it. Right? So I would say, look, did our Prophet teach us to do it this way? No, he never did. If you want to go attain something, go climb a mountain, go sit there, go talk to Allah, go reflect over the ayat of the Quran, tell Allah how much you love him, ask him to guide you, make dua. Do what the Prophet did. Don't do what other people are doing. We should make our role models and our examples the righteous and the pious, and not other people from other religions. Wallahu a'lam.
MashaAllah, brother. Yeah, I had no. I don't even want to make the symbol. I had no idea that was I always knew that was. I just thought it was like devil horns type thing. I didn't know that's like cursing people. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
well, in the Church of Satan, they use it's called it's a curse, right?
Yeah.
It's appeared in Mithraism and other ancient religions for a long time. It is a demonic occultic symbol that has many different meanings. It has to deal with dealing with the jinn. It's a magic symbol, so we leave it.
Yes.
All right,
But,
bro. It's good to have you. We have 2 more people in the back. I'm
absolutely.
actually
Thank
getting
you,
really
guys.
tired. I'm gonna close it off after we get the next 2 people up.
Thank you, brothers. Thank you
You're
for bringing
welcome.
me on. Brandon, we'll be in touch, all
Absolutely.
right? Ramzi, nice to meet you. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. All right, Taha.
Assalamu alaikum wa
Wa
alaikum
alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, bro. How you doing?
I'm good, alhamdulillah. How are you all doing?
Yeah, good.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we're doing great, mashallah.
Okay. Okay, so I had a decent list of questions I wanted to go through. If you recall, Ramzi, it's again about that same same ex-Muslim friend of mine. If you recall, that one time I was on stream.
I remember, yeah.
Although, like, I don't know. It's just I just wanted to ask about like if I responded to some of his claims properly, along with a couple other just general questions I wanted to ask as well. Let's see. So, okay, actually, before I get into that, I would like to first of all ask. So, specifically, what are the rights afforded to a slave in Islam, as ordained back then? So, from what I understand, there's a hadith that goes into detail about how one should treat their slave as they would themselves, clothe them as they would themselves, feed them as they would themselves, to not give them too much hard labor, and to assist them in their labor, correct? Right.
Yeah,
Correct. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. And considering that as well, would it not be sort of incorrect to really refer to them as a slave? And I feel like I've come into a lot of issue speaking to other people and just discussing this point because the term slave is very misleading, wouldn't it be? Like, wouldn't, I guess, servant be more?
It has a different connotation as to what.
Very,
what is-
yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely a very, very loaded term, yeah.
The Western concept of slavery is not the same as Islam's concept of slavery, so that's the problem.
It's so difficult to reconcile that as well.
Just say prisoners of war, because that's what they are. Prisoners of war.
Prisoners of war, milk yamin. Just say milk yamin.
That's what they
right
are.
hand possessions. They are right hand possessions. Men and women, right hand possessions. Okay. There were many sources of slaves right at the time of the advent of Islam, right? Whereas the means of manumitting them, freeing them, were virtually nil. So Islam changed the way in which slavery was dealt with. Okay. So it created many new ways of liberating slaves and blocked many ways of enslaving people. And it established guidelines which blocked these means, right? And then it promoted and rewarded people for freeing these slaves. So Islam limited the sources of slaves that existed before the beginning of the Prophet's mission to one way only: enslavement through war, which was imposed on non-Muslim prisoners of war and their women, folk, and children. So Shaykh al-Shanqiti, rahimahullah, said, the reason for slavery is kufr and fighting against Allah and His Messenger. When Allah enables the Muslim mujahideen who are offering their souls and their wealth and fighting with all their strength and what Allah has given them to make the word of Allah supreme over the kuffar, then He makes them their property by means of slavery unless the ruler chooses to free them for nothing or for a ransom, if that serves the interest of the Muslims. And this was in his book, Adwa al-Bayan. He also said, if the slave becomes Muslim, then why keep him as a slave when there's a reason for slavery is kufr and fighting against Allah and His Messenger? So the reason no longer applies. That's the question. The answer is that it's well-known principle among the scholars and the wise people, which is that the previously established right cannot be erased by a right that is established later. And that which came first takes precedence is obvious. So when the Muslims captured non-Muslims, their right to possessions was affirmed by the law of the Creator of all, who is all-wise and all-knowing. So this right is confirmed and established. Then if the slave becomes a Muslim after that, his right to escape slavery by embracing Islam was superseded by the mujahid's prior right to taking possession of him before he became Muslim, and it would be unjust and unfair to annul the prior right because of a subsequent right, as is well known to everybody. So basically, and the rights of the slaves, as you asked, is that the prisoners who are those prisoners of war, they have to be fed by the food that you are eating, right? If you're eating steak, you don't give them cat food, okay? You feed them steak. You feed them from what you eat with. If you're wearing, suits and tuxedos, you give them suits and tuxedos. You don't give them dirty rags. And you let them stay in a clean, sanitary lodging, right? You don't leave them with the animals and in the muck and make them, live in filth and degradation, right? You honor them. You're not allowed to beat them, right? If you beat them, you have to free them. I mean, there's so much that goes into it. So Islam, basically, we're not eager, we're not thirsty for the blood of prisoners. We're not eager to enslave people. We don't say, can't wait to go, and enslave some people, right? Just like the Prophet ﷺ said that, do not wish to go meet your enemy in battle. Don't wish for it, okay? But he said, but know that Jannah تحت ظلال السيوف, right? But no, if you do, Jannah is under the shade of the swords, right? So we don't seek to do that, just like we don't seek to get slaves. But understand that freeing them is something that is highly rewardable and something that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves.
All right. So I guess in relation to that then, actually, no, I forgot what the point I was going to make about it. No problem, though. Okay. And, okay, yeah, so now I remember now. So somebody I was talking to argued that that's in conflict with the idea that you're raising the status of a prisoner of war or slave or whatever because of the fact that you're still restricting their freedom. Could I get a bit of insight on that about like the idea of restricting their freedom?
Well, they're prisoners of war. They're not going to have absolute freedom. I mean, you're prisoners of war. It's not.
So people who become a slave, right? Why are they becoming slaves?
Because they fought against those who
because of, as I mentioned,
the
because of their kufr and fighting against Allah and His Messenger, and then today, if it was happening, against the mujahideen, who are people who are following Allah and His Messenger. So, therefore, it is a crime. They are criminals, right? Just like someone who murders, someone who steals. These are criminals in the sight of Allah, and we are the justice system. So, therefore, their punishment is slavery.
I see.
So, if someone who does a crime, their freedoms are restricted, right? Every secular society agrees to this.
Yeah,
every
they're
secular
imprisoned,
society
right?
knows that if you do a crime, you pay the time, right? And the freedoms are restricted.
And to argue that, so it's like you could liken it then to being imprisoned, but in a way that they can still interact with society and contribute to society, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So if somebody that were to argue that point that it takes away their freedom, they're also criticizing then the general justice system of justice system and how it imprisons people all the same, right?
And, I mean, they're arguing against any secular justice system.
Exactly.
Because
otherwise okay, perfect.
There's no fully free society that just lets anything happen and then nobody's punished with anything. There's no free speech society, right? France, who thinks they're free speech, is not a free speech society. You can't say 5,999,999 Jews died. You will go to jail minimum 8 years, right?
You also can't say that a woman should submit to her husband, otherwise you'll get deported. Quite literally, that's what happened.
Yeah. Every society has things that they allow for speech that they don't allow. Every society has things that they allow, and they make up their own criminal legal system, and they ban things, and there is a lack of freedom.
Hey, Brandon, check this out. Microphone. I always and cut.
If you don't know what's going on, Taha, don't worry about it.
No, I saw what was happening. I saw what was happening.
Alhamdulillah. All right.
Need salt.
Okay. So the next point I wanted to just ask about before I get into like more of my other questions.
No, I'm sorry. I do gotta let you know because I'm really tired. I can't take much else, and then I gotta let Gagan come on because I don't know if he's a Muslim or not.
I'll be brief. Okay. Then, so the other main point that I wanted to talk about then was the different translations of the word alaqa and how I guess that's changed over time. And so, because I've noticed people make criticisms about it that before some point in history, nobody ever translated it as anything other than meaning blood clot. And as we know, of course, that that when an embryo is in its embryonic stage, it is not a clot of blood. So how would you respond to the point that people criticize Islam for the translation before a certain point in time being incorrect? Because from what I understand, it can mean either something that is clinging, which is in line with science and how the embryo is suspended by a stalk, essentially, or the translation of it as a leech, which you can compare the resemblance, you can compare the appearance of the embryo to a leech. I guess how would you respond to the point about it being translated as clot then?
I mean, it's referred to something that is clinging, hanging, suspended, blood clot, a piece of blood that's outside of it, something that's been coagulated, also a leech, right? These are all Arabic definitions that you can find in the Lisan and other Arabic books. But I mean, I wouldn't say always been translated, because it hasn't been translated into English except in the last century and a half. So, I mean, it was never translated until recently, because even for the longest time, there were many Muslim scholars who said that it was haram to translate it. So it's actually really a recent thing that's actually been translated.
Oh, I didn't know that at all. I did not know that.
Yeah. So it hasn't been translated except for the last century and a half, 150 years.
Right. Growing up, when I read that passage, the way I interpret it was that it was likening it to something like a clot, rather than saying it is like literally like a clot. So like the translation that I read, yeah, so that's exactly what I was thinking. It's like something like that seems to have come together as a sort of lump, and rather than it being like a physical clot of blood. Is that interpretation somewhat in line with what the mainline interpretation?
I mean, all of these things are secondary. I mean, Hamza Zortzis was on my stream recently, and he really brought something that's really important up. Is that yes, there are great things that we can talk about with the quote unquote these miracles, you know, but at the end of the day, if we're missing what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is trying to tell us, right? The whole purpose of this is that we began as something so small, so yucky. If you were to pull it out, it's yucky, as in Arabic, kich, right? It's like something just like gross, like a bloody little nasty like lump, you know, of nothing, right? This is where we come from. And who is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? He's something that's so great. If we're missing the whole point, and the disbelievers are missing the whole point of what Allah is trying to tell us, instead of like trying to get into the fine details of, you know, of what exactly does this word mean, blah, blah, blah. What it means is all of these things. All of these things are true. It is something that is suspended, that's hanging on, right? And it's a lump of flesh. All of these things are simultaneously true, right? Based on the definitions of them. But what is the whole purpose? Is that we came from water, semen, lump of flesh, and then have been grown up in stages from weakness to strength, all the way back down to weakness again, right? And what is the whole purpose of all this? Is to worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone.
Okay. Now, there's just one last point that I wanted to ask about then. So, so from what I understand, the mainline scholarly interpretation and I guess ruling given is that, so for marriage, one is required to be physically and emotionally and mentally mature. Is there a particular hadith that concerns, or passage of the Quran that directly concerns with that understanding? Because as far as I'm aware, there's only that one verse, I believe, that gives the physical maturity as a necessary condition. So I just want to know if there's any information you could provide me on the other side of the interpretation as well.
Like as far as,
like, I was trying to research it and I couldn't find like a specific hadith or verse of the Quran that pertain to emotional and mental maturity, unless I've just misunderstood other passages at all.
So I mean, at the end of the day, the Prophet said, you know, I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, you should get married whenever, you know, the person is completely ready for it. Like, and so the Prophet said in Bukhari and Muslim, for men at least, you know, whoever can among you afford it, let him get married, for it helps him to lower his gaze, protect his chastity. Whoever cannot do that, let him fast, for it will be a protection for him. And the understanding of, you know, someone should get married is whenever they are completely fit, right? And you know, puberty has always been the understood. And there's a verse in the Quran that I'm going to try and look for that talks about once women have, you know, reached a certain age or a certain period, that's when, you know, they get married. But exactly what it is right now, I can't think of it off the top of my head. I don't know if you have that, Ramzi.
I don't, unfortunately.
It's just a general understanding then, yeah?
I mean, look, obviously, generally the what we call physical maturity, mental maturity, those are both subjective, and to each person, you know, that's that simple. They're subjective to each person and each time and place. It really is somebody at a particular age with a particular level of education maybe could easily get by in this society, but not in another society, right? There's just so many factors in place. There's some places and societies where you don't need an education, some places where you do need an education, some places where where you need certain things to survive in society, which take time to get, which prolong when you can get married, and some places where you don't need those things, where it's much easier where there are much less needs you need to for marriage, right? So nowadays, why do people not, right now in the US, what are people doing until the age of 17, 18? They're going to school because they need to go to school, because generally you need to go to school to survive in society. Hence why people aren't really getting married and typically aren't allowed to get married until that age. Okay, well, take the schooling system out. Let's say you don't go to, let's say for 18 years of your life, you didn't go to school for 5 days a week. Okay, so what do you replace that with? Like, honestly, take every school experience you have of your life, take 18 years of you going to school 5 days a week, take that out of your life. What do you have left? Literally nothing. Literally nothing. Literally nothing. So people often, so what are you doing with all that time? What are you doing with all that time? Right? Well, obviously you're not something very different. Now, I'm not saying maybe you weren't necessarily married, but you could have easily gotten married. Maybe you were going to work at the factory at the age of 8 or 9. Maybe you were getting married at the age of 8 or 9. Maybe you got married at 15. Look, it's just, you need to replace that with something logically.
Exactly. Yeah. I agree with that fully, and I've never disagreed with that. It's just that I wanted to know if there were like a specific single sort of citation that I could bring it back to. But from what I understand, other than that, it's just generally interpreting what it means to be ready, and especially taking into convention as well the historical context of what they had to do at the time or whatever, right?
Absolutely. Sorry, just 1
Okay.
second.
That's sufficient then. That's perfectly sufficient for me.
Take that, Brandon. Okay, now I'm thirsty. Now I wish I had some water. Damn it.
Yeah, that's all that I've got then.
All right, alhamdulillah.
All right. Jazakallahu khairan.
Oh, yeah. Barakallah.
All right. Bye. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, everyone, while Brandon's gone. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wow, I made a big mess. Oh dear. Oh Lord. Okay. Now you know what? That's fine. I'll clean it up later. What sucks though is I ate popcorn and I want water, but I want Zamzam water now. Oh man. Also kind of all I have is California tap. You know what? Alhamdulillah for clean water. Alhamdulillah. I feel like Brandon's like watching, but like he's not in frame. What if I was like to dip? What if I was to hide and just wait for him to come back? I'm gonna wait for him to come back. I'm just gonna hide down here. I'm gonna wait for him. Nobody tell him. I'm gonna wait for him to come back. My social media manager would kill me if they saw me do this. Still eating popcorn. Seriously, where is Brandon? He's going to rewatch this. He's going to be so confused. Oh man. This is not comfortable. Okay. All right. I can still see my computer though. I can still see all the comments. Ramsey went for Hajj. I hope he didn't fall asleep. The stream's gonna go on until tomorrow. He's probably gonna disown me when he goes back and watches the stream. Is this guy taking like a fat dump or something? No, I can't blow this. I can't blow this.
All right. And everyone's still here. All right, so okay.
Brandon.
Hey, what's up?
Brandon.
All right, bro. What's going on?
Yeah, how are you guys?
We're doing good.
Oh man, this guy. Oh hell no. Well, I'm going back. I'm going back down. Forget this.
Come out.
Oh no.
How are you guys doing?
I'm doing all right.
That's good. I was gonna ask you about the Quran's preservation. How can you prove that it's perfectly preserved? Yeah, Ramsey's a ninja, man. You gotta be careful. This guy's gonna pop out on your side.
I don't even know what's going on.
No, I don't know. I was just enjoying myself. I was eating popcorn. Just go back and watch the last like 5 minutes of the stream. You'll probably hate me. I'm just kidding.
Did you get that question, brother?
About the Quran, how do we know it's perfectly preserved?
Yeah, like since you don't have an original copy that's been found, right? How are you able to tell, or not even how can you tell? How do you believe? I want to understand what you guys believe in and what's the reason.
So it's really easy because of mass transmission.
Okay.
Because so many people had memorized it, right, and have continued to memorize it, that because of that memorization and the continued recitation, then therefore we can say with 100% absolute certainty that it has been preserved.
I understand, but why isn't there scholarly consensus on this?
What do you mean scholarly consensus on this?
On what?
Like when you can go back and see I agree that like past 100 years, they're not that far off from the Quran you have today, which shows that you guys have done a good job preserving it. But just when you go into the first century, that you see like the Sunnah and I think one of the Ibn Masud codexes, like the oldest copies, they have some variance and differences, like a decent amount compared to the ones of today. I was gonna ask what your guys' thoughts are on that.
Well, the sunnah is just reordered differently, and just because something's reordered differently, people can order things in the way that they also memorize it. So there's some things that people wrote down for their own Quran that they wrote it down in the way that they memorized it. So they could have memorized things out of the order that is the actual preserved thing. That's why we always go back to what is mutawatir and mass narrated and mass transmitted.
Okay, have you?
And the Birmingham manuscript's older than that anyway.
Yeah, I understand,
Both
but
of them.
isn't the Birmingham manuscript like 2 leaves with the 13 lines on it?
It's a selection from Surah Al-Taha, right?
Yeah. No, I'm saying the other ones I think would be a better one, because what I've seen, I know Shabir Al-Tali is an authority on it, but he was making a video on this saying that it's not just that the order is different, but there's actually variance between it, like actual differences between what there is now. And he was trying to say that it could be a diary of a Sahaba or something like that, or like their personal use of that. What do you guys think about that?
What's a diary of the Sahaba?
They said they not like a diary, like you said there was a personal version of the Sahaba, the Sana manuscript, like one that they would learn from. Like they said it wasn't like that's what he said, that the best option he can come for the variances.
There we go. I was actually praying for you to come up because I want you to take over because I'm really tired. Assalamualaikum, bro.
Wow, really?
If you're tired, brother, we can do this another time too. I don't want to keep you.
No, it's okay. I mean, you need to talk. Sam's gonna take over anyway, even if I wasn't tired.
Okay, we can do this quickly though. Then I'll just do this question. Don't worry. Okay.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So with regards to the Sana'a palimpsests, there's a lot of like prerequisite information that you need to have like actually solidified before you can even use them as a point of contention. So they are basically just a single codex, a single manuscript that were found in the upper floor of a masjid in Yemen, right by where I used to live, actually, Al-Jami' Al-Kabir. And it's not even known whether they formed the same codex or not, because the team, it was a team from a papyrologist team from France that actually put them together, and they never kind of divulged their methods or their criteria for ascertaining which leaves go to which manuscript. So they're working on an edition now that's going to kind of clarify all that stuff. But assuming it's a single manuscript, the text type. So are you aware of like text types in manuscript studies, whether it's like New Testament or Quranic studies?
Are you talking about the underwritten part or something else?
No, like textual families or text types. Do you know what those are?
No.
Okay, so text types are basically categories of manuscripts that scholars categorize based on the variants they contain. So for example, like the New Testament has, for the most part, scholars still adhere to this, but there's some discussion about different perspectives. But there is like a Byzantine text type, there is a Western text type, there is an Alexandrian text type, and there's a Caesarean text type. And all of those kind of render the text differently. And because the manuscripts are continuous and they have like the same types of variants in them, they classify them in those categories. For the Quran, there's one text type, and they all fall under this category. That's the Uthmanic text type. The Sana'a palimpsest is the only deviation from that text type. That's it. And
what about the Ibn Masud Codex, the one that they found?
Those are not manuscripts. Those are just like traditions from the Hadith literature. Yeah. We're talking about manuscripts here. Right?
No,
what is it?
There's a manuscript that they found from the 1st century, because you guys know Uthman was challenged on his Quran by Ibn Masud, right?
Wait, are you saying that there's a manuscript found that belongs to Ibn Mas'ud?
No, they're saying there's one that's attributed to his version of it.
No. So what they say is the Uthman. Okay, I mean, my friend.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So there are qira'at or ahruf that are related from all the companions. So Ubay has some idiosyncratic ahruf. Ibn Mas'ud does, Abu Musa al-Ash'ari does, even later tabi'een like al-Hasan al-Basri and others. So that's not a problem. We're talking about manuscripts here. We're talking about the actual written codex, because that's how you can extrapolate them backwards.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was talking about that as well, bro. It was a manuscript that was found.
Yeah, but you brought up Sana'a. You want me to start talking about Sana'a? As soon as I
No,
start
no, of
talking
course not.
about
Of
it, you want
course
to
not.
move to Ibn Mas'ud?
No, of course not. I was just bringing that up. You were saying that this is the only one, so I was just
That's
telling you that it's
yeah.
not the one.
As far as when I say text types, okay, if you're talking about Ibn Mas'ud, then that's already a Quranic text type. We're talking about manuscripts that are found because it was in the context of San'at palimpsest. Okay.
Okay, yeah, go on.
Right. Okay. So that text type is differentiated from the Uthmanic text type in only a few ways. Okay. So that even the variants that you'll see within the San'at palimpsests, they have to do with syntax and word orders. So sometimes, like the Quran would have two surahs that relay the same information. Let's say, الذين جاهدوا بأموالهم وأنفسهم. Those who strive with their wealth and their souls. And then another ayah would say, الذين جاهدوا, without it. So, sometimes the scribe of the San'a palimpsest would conflate the two. He would conflate the two, and he would write one instead of the other. These are well-known scribal errors that are isolated, and they never get carried off into future manuscripts. So this is very common in manuscript studies. These are called singular readings. Right. So this is a faulty manuscript that was corrected by later scribes, and you can see the upper text is 100% Uthmanic, what they call Uthmanic, whereas the undertext, it has these few deficiencies. But all of those deficiencies, they still lie within the Quran. So there's no extra verses, there's no extra surahs, there are no even extra words.
Can you say that again? It's the deficiencies that lie in the about that. Can you say that again?
Yeah, so they have a deficient, like scribal errors, the undertext.
Okay.
Right, and there are people like Asma Hilali who say that the undertext was the product of a scribal, scholastic exercise. So like a halaqa, where students are practicing writing the Quran.
Yeah, so they're
And
trying to attempt to fix what was wrong, right?
No. There's no evidence that the upper text is an erasure of the undertext. It's not parallel. So the places where you can read the upper text does not correlate with the same places in the Quran that the undertext is representing.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying that there is differences between it. You were saying that's why they had to the upper text had to be fixed because of what was there was not.
There's no fixing. There's no fixing. I'm saying the undertext. Whenever you see those like differences in syntax, or like the example I gave you, it's not carried over into successive manuscripts, like from later eras. So let me give you an example.
Yeah, that's what I understand. That's what I'm saying. I fixed that, right?
Yeah, it's not the palimpsest, like the scribe of the palimpsest that corrects it. I'm saying there are contemporaneous manuscripts and manuscripts before it and after it that kind of remove that error. So it's not carried on.
Okay. So so you believe it's even though you don't have one from the time of Muhammad, like a full text, or after, like a few decades after, you believe the ones that came after the ones that you have found means that
it depends. What do you mean a few decades after? So nobody is expecting a full codex from the time of the Prophet ﷺ, but we do have it from the first. What is it?
Does no religion have that? Like like out of all the major religions, does any have
not at all? Islam would come the closest to that.
That's what, yeah, I agree. That's what I was gonna ask you. If you cannot say what you have is from God unless you can say it's perfectly preserved, right? Because they get corrupted by man, no?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, but this is the thing. In my religion, we have the first copy of the Holy Book. In Sikhism, we can prove what we have is word for word what the Guru said.
I haven't studied Sikhism, so I can't speak about that. But you asked about the Quran, right? So
no, I was just telling you that there is. I was asking about if there's any religion that
when did Sikhism start? Like when do you say that you're
550 years ago?
How long?
550 years ago.
Oh, dude. So what? It's such a young religion. Like maybe you do have an autograph. Like doesn't matter.
It is. No, we have the exact first copy, bro. But this is what we believe, that none of the other books were proven preserved because God wanted to show that this is his only book.
But bro, it's 500 years. I can give you autographs of the King James version, which is almost that old. The literal King James version. That's still the same as we have it today.
But it doesn't matter. I know
It does matter. The length of time matters. The circumstances in which it was written matters. So if somebody says,
by this logic, if a religion was invented yesterday and they wrote
Right.
a book, the book
I'm
is still going to
referring
be
to all
there.
the major religions, not one that would
Sikhism
be
is, I don't
legendary.
think Sikhism is a major religion, bro, to be honest.
Yeah, it's the fifth world largest religion. It's a major
Yeah, but
religion.
that's only geographically. Like
No,
to be
it's
honest,
around the world, globally. It's the fifth
Really?
world.
That's why he's saying geographically, not numbers.
Yeah, I bet you Sikhs are concentrated in one area
Yeah, I guess
predominantly.
on that criteria you can't. No, but we're all around the world as well. But
I know
predominantly in India.
you'll find some Sikhs here and there, but like in the United States, for example, how many do you think there are?
I'm in Canada right now. There's a few million.
In Canada, I don't know about it. Are they
I don't know
are they
about that,
converts?
yeah.
Are they like immigrants? This is a bigger discussion. I don't even want to get into that because
No,
I'm
it's okay. I'm just saying
genuinely.
we're the only one that has perfectly preserved book. You might want to talk about the time or anything.
How do you have
the
the only? How are you the only one that has a perfectly preserved book when I'm
out of
telling
all
you
the
the Quran?
major, out of all the, because this is why I'm trying to ask you to try to see if you guys have the same thing. That's what I'm trying to ask you to
Yes,
figure out.
I mean,
You know?
like I said, I can't say if it's the same as your specific
Because ours
like
is like
tradition.
undeniable. We have irrefutable proof. There's scholarly consensus.
Okay,
Because scientific.
I can't, brother.
The
You're
Quran does not have that.
you're speaking to someone who has never had any inclination to study Sikhism. Like
No,
I've
anyway,
never even come across a Sikhi person in my entire life outside of maybe I'll see him from a distance because I can recognize the beard and the turban or whatever, and the little dagger. So you're talking to me as if I can give you any feedback on that. I don't know. You asked about the Quran. I'm trying to explain the Quranic textual history, the Quran's textual history to you, and you keep jumping from one thing to another.
Okay, we'll still stay on the Quran. Go ahead.
Okay, so the San'at palimpsest, which you brought up, would be considered a singular reading. These are like singular manuscripts. So these would be like shadh, oddities. These exist in every manuscript tradition, and I bet you they exist in the Sikhi literature as well. I'm gonna look into that. I'm not gonna make any definitive claims.
Yeah.
But yeah, so simple mistakes in syntax or word order or whatever, like a scribe skips a page or a line. These are common through all writing processes. But if you're saying 1500 years ago, this is literally after the invention of the printing press. So those wouldn't even be counted as manuscripts because by definition, manuscripts are those that are written by hand.
Though they were written by hand, there wasn't.
But you're saying 500 years.
The original we have is
Okay, yeah, we'll look into that. As far as the Quran, from the time of Uthman until now, that text that was standardized by Uthman radiallahu anhu and disseminated to the Muslim provinces, it is word for word identical to what we have today. And I can give you the testimony of non-Muslim historians, non-Muslim scholars of the Quran. I can give you the testimony of Huffaz of the Quran who have continuous isnads back to the Prophet ﷺ himself. And we have manuscripts that attest to the entirety of the Quran from the first century. So from within, some of them from within, plausibly within the lifetime of the Prophet ﷺ, and others from a few decades afterwards.
Gagan, your question is, how do we prove that the Quran? Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question. So your question is, how do we prove that the Quran is completely preserved from the time that it was wrote by the Prophet Muhammad, correct?
Yeah, I'm saying, how are you following exactly?
Now, if we can prove that it is completely preserved, will you become a Muslim?
Why would I become a Muslim when my book is
I'm asking you a question. Then if you say, why would you become Muslim? Why does the question matter then? If you're asking and you're not sincere, you don't want to become a Muslim, why does this question matter to you?
My religion doesn't say that your guys' religion is fake. I think it's good to show what the truth is.
But I'm asking you, why does it matter?
I think it's good to show people the truth, no?
Okay, so if we prove that Islam is the truth, why would you not convert to it?
How is that proving it's the truth? We're talking about preservation. We're dealing with one topic, brother.
Okay, all right. So that's why I'm asking, if preservation doesn't prove that it's true, then therefore your religion is not true by preservation.
No, I'm just saying that because you do not have it, how can I even look into it? Do you know what I mean?
But we do have it. So I'm saying, if we can prove it, then we can look into it. But I'm saying that preservation by itself does not necessitate salvation.
Without preservation, you have nothing. You cannot claim
Okay,
that the word.
exactly. We have the same. This is. I'm just saying. This is a criteria. We say the same criteria. Christians. If you don't have preservation, you have no salvation.
100%.
Just having preservation doesn't necessitate salvation. You have to
I
have
agree. We agree.
other criteria, right? There has to be other things.
We agree.
That have to line up and say, okay, these other things have to be present too to show us that this is truly from the Creator, and we have to follow. Okay, if you agree with that, that's fine. So then, now moving on. If the first step is to prove that there's preservation, so Wissam,
Yeah, how can I look into it if I don't know if it's the same words, right? So
yes,
thank you. Yeah. So, what do you believe the biggest evidence is then? Because the manuscripts don't go that far back. Do you base it on oral tradition or?
What do you mean they don't go that far back? Like you keep saying that, but they go back. Some of them, the fragments go back to the time of the Prophet ﷺ,
Yeah,
and
a
some of
fragment
them.
doesn't prove anything.
I'm sorry.
A fragment doesn't prove anything.
They're not technically fragments. They're like extensive leaves. I don't know if you want me to explain this to you or not. Like
the Birmingham manuscript, like that one.
Yeah, the Birmingham manuscript is pretty extensive for a first century, like during the lifetime of Prophet ﷺ, fragment. It has portions of Surah Dawah, portions of Surah Al-Kahf, and portions of Surah Maryam. The exact same order, letter for letter, exactly the same, down to the very vowel.
That's extensive though, right? How much does that make up of the Quran? 0.1%?
No, I'm saying that's one. That's one. There are there are the upper text of the San'ab palimpsest that they too.
I was once on a live with Brother Sharif Abu Layth, and when we did the math, we had the amount of the Quran we have in physical manuscript form from the first century is 97%.
No, it's 100%. It's been updated by Francois de Roche. And by Tayyar al-Tikulak, it's literally 100% multiple times over.
Okay, well,
yeah, but he's not talking about first century. He's not satisfied with first century.
My math was off, maybe, I don't know. But the point is that it's one, we don't rely. Manuscripts isn't the primary way we preserve our scripture.
Even first century is impressive.
Megan, just one second. We don't primarily rely upon manuscripts primarily to preserve our scripture. However, even then, Islam would still be superior to all other faiths, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, so the 97% that you're talking about is based on an outdated collation of manuscripts in Islamic awareness. That's been updated because there is what is the manuscript? Sirai Medina 1A, which only photographed 70% of Surah Al-Baqarah, and the other prior portion of that manuscript was not photographed, and there were no facsimiles. So Tayyar al-Tikulak, he did this, and it turned out to compensate for the rest of the Quran. So it is literally, this is by the testimony of Haytham Sidqi and Marijn van Putten. We have the Quran multiple times over from the first century. And it is literally 1,000 years older than your text. So that being taken into consideration, it's much more impressive than having the autograph of something that was in the 15th century.
I don't think we're talking about the impressiveness of something but if it's true or not. You know what I mean? If it's the same. That's
but you're talking about preservation. You're talking about preservation.
So now that we've established preservation, can we move on to the next step?
No, this was my only question. I don't think you established it. I'll go search what you guys said. But you guys first century.
How did we not establish it?
By the way, I do have to go. Actually, I do have to go.
You have to wait till I can go. You can't leave yet. Wait till I go. I'm going to go after this guy. He's last.
Okay, I'll be gone in 2 minutes. Don't worry. Okay, you guys given me tell me what you guys want me to search yourself that you guys think will prove it. You said first century, compared to what like I'm basing it on what I've seen is close to perfection. I've seen what God can do. I can see that He can preserve an original copy like He did of ours. Show me what you guys think is the strongest.
But look. Let me. I understand what you're saying. There is an equivocation of categories being made here. You do understand that we have, for example, the autograph of what's his name, Victor Capua in the 5th or 6th century, the actual Diatessaron commentary that he wrote. We have the autograph of that. We have the autograph of a bunch of Byzantine authors in their texts. We have, for example, autographs of Islamic theologians that were prior to the 1500s. Like, for example, Imam al-Dhahabi and Ibn Taymiyyah, we have their actual handwritten codices in their handwriting with their commentaries on the outskirts of it. That's nothing for something that new to survive, especially when the printing press was invented, a couple of
Then
decades later.
why does no religion have that then?
We do. I just listed to you a bunch of examples of things.
I don't know. Okay, let's say that for
I
the sake of
literally just
argument, what
listed
you're
it to
saying is
you.
true. No, let's say it's for the sake of argument, what you're saying is true. What about the other religions? You said no other religion has it, so you're acting like it's like a small thing to preserve a holy book when no.
For 500 years, right before the printing press.
Anyone. Not
I'm telling you, literally every religion has that. Every religion
has what? That a preserved
has
holy book?
has a text from the 15th century that's preserved exactly how it is until now.
Yeah, but the thing is, ours is the first one. That's what the reason why.
But it's not the first, and it's bro, it's not the first, and it's not even the oldest. I just gave you a bunch of examples. Imam al-Zahabi was alive before Sikhism started, according to you. If it started in the 15th
I'm not talking
century.
about the time range. I'm saying as soon as our religion was brought down, it was perfectly preserved.
Okay, and I'm telling you, Imam al-Zahabi, as soon as he wrote it down, his manuscript was preserved in his own handwriting, and we have it today. Does that mean he's okay? If you understand, then that's it.
No, but then you cannot say that. How am I supposed to look into the Quran if you cannot do the same thing? You can say, oh, that person has done this, but we have a whole 1,600-page holy book like that. Not a comma is different. Like,
Bro, okay, again, that's a claim. That's a claim. We'll look into that as well.
No, that's not a claim. That's a fact.
Bro, listen to me.
Is there scholarly consensus? Can you just tell me this?
You're not trying to understand what I'm saying.
But why is there scholarly consensus? We have it. If something is irrefutable,
I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna comment on scholarly consensus of Sikh text because I haven't looked into it.
I'm asking of yours, not mine.
Is there a consensus from scholars that the Uthmanic text is preserved to this day? I believe there is. Can you name me a scholar that says different?
I'll tell you even a better way. Tell me who you think are the strongest Western scholars that you can bring up.
Okay, I can go on for days, bro. I can go on for days.
Who made?
Bring up two.
Hold on. Who made Orientalists the criteria?
No, it's fine. It's fine if he wants to use the.
I suppose. I just find it hilarious when people who want to argue against Islam somehow conveniently forget that we have 14 centuries of scholarship, and instead they appeal to Orientalists, and I'm just like.
Yeah, if you have 14 centuries of scholarship, you should have something from that time. You know what I mean?
We have something from that time. I don't think you're listening, bro. You're either.
It's kind of like okay. It's like
I'll search.
They don't have it. They don't have it. Cool. Yeah, I don't care. You don't have it. Yeah, cool. I don't care. You don't have it. No. You need it. You don't have it. It's like you just keep on doing that. You just keep on doing that.
On the flip side, he keeps saying he has it and nobody else does. When I gave him a bunch of examples of text
about
not only religious text.
Holy book. We're talking about religion. We're not talking.
Yeah, this is okay. No, it makes absolutely no difference. If there is a text, if there is a text that was transmitted that is older than your text, for which we have the handwritten manuscripts and no deviations exist within it, then that renders your example for your text mute.
You could do the same with yours. That makes no difference.
No, because the Quran is actually unique in that regard. Can you name a text that is over a millennium years old that hasn't undergone any changes?
Yeah, sure. They have the P52 from the Bible, which is the
bro. Be quiet, man. Now you're just gonna bring up examples. They have no idea.
Are you being legit?
Yeah,
bro.
You said something that hasn't changed, right? You guys.
No, I'm saying a whole text. I'm not comparing a single fragment. I'm saying a whole
credit card. Guys,
you don't even have a whole text.
Guys, this is what I just heard. Wissam goes, name me a text. Hold on, one second. This is what I just heard. Wissam goes, name me a scripture that's over 1,000 years old that hasn't changed. Oh yeah? Well, there's a credit card size fragment from the 2nd century.
The guy that you're bringing up is more preserved than the Quran because guys don't have.
What are you talking about? You don't even know what you're talking about. You're sniffling half the time. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. There are textual variants in P52. Do you know that there are around 3 major textual variants with the I think it's the word in Greek totan that don't exist in later manuscripts like P66 and P75.
Okay, what difference does it make?
It renders the text of Jesus is saying different.
Okay,
you claim that it was preserved.
It seems like every time we prove you wrong, you just go, okay, so what?
You're not honest, bro. The problem is not only are you not honest, but you have no idea what you're talking about.
Brandon, you look sleepy, man. Don't you have anything better to do? Come on, man.
No, he's almost finished. I'm gonna let Wissam finish.
Almost finished. That guy,
I'm trying to be nice. Like,
it was finished like 10 minutes ago.
Okay, so look, Islam was in the sixth. I'll be generous, because Islam has maybe, textually speaking, maybe like a 300-year head start. Okay, for compared to Christianity. So you can give me a codex of the Christian Bible, anything dated from within the 7th century until now, that is exactly uniform and hasn't been changed and has no variance. Not only can you not do that, but you can't even find it. It's still rare in like the 14th and 15th centuries to find a codex of the Christian Bible that has the same number of books. Almost every single codex is either lacking books or has additional non-canonical books or has a different variation of those books. Codex Sinaiticus has the Epistle of Barnabas and the Shepherd of Hermas. Codex Vaticanus is missing 2 Thessalonians, Philemon, the Book of Revelation, 1 and 2 Timothy, and Titus. Codex Claremontanus has the Wisdom of Solomon, the Apocalypse of Peter, and a different version of a different number of the Pauline epistles. Okay, what else? Codex Alexandrinus has 1st and 2nd Clement. Okay, Codex Washingtonianus is only the Gospels and the Book of Acts, and it includes the Pharologion, which is an expanded version of Mark chapter 16 and a whole bunch of other variants within it. There's hardly any codex that you can find that matches the Christian codex. Whereas the Quran, it's always the same surah, in the same order after the Uthmanic Recension, in the same order, and the same number of verses, not a single verse added or removed. And that is taking into consideration the schisms, the heresies, the wars, Shia, Sunnis, Khawarij, Jahmis, Mu'tazilis, Ash'aris, whatever. They never were able to incorporate a single verse. Whereas Sikhism is still in its infancy, basically, and has none of that. You can't make a comparison between the two.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, like,
No.
So when you compare things, make sure that they're similar, at least.
Huh?
Do fair comparisons.
But the comparison that you're bringing up, you don't even have the comparison that you're trying to bring up. You don't have anything from that early. That's what
See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You guys don't have
literally,
it. I don't care if you don't have it. No, that's cool. Yep, I see it, but you don't have it. I see it. You don't have it. Yep, that's right. Yeah, I see it right there. You don't have it. I don't care. You don't have it.
We just explained to you that we have everything from the 1st century.
You know the Borat scene when he goes, "You will never get this. You will never get this." That's what he sounds like right now.
No,
Gagan,
obviously,
we
because
literally
you guys have
told
to
you
believe
the
it.
scholars,
This is
and
your
we told
religion.
you that everything is preserved from the 1st century.
Yeah, you can
100%.
keep telling, but you don't show me anything from them. That's the problem from the earlier than that.
Like, how do you want me to show you? How do you want me to give you photo
No, but
copies of
that's
these
what I'm trying
manuscripts?
to tell you. That's what you guys don't understand. If you guys can't prove it, why are you following it? Use your brain. That's what I'm
I
trying
can prove it. I'm saying how
How
what
can
kind
you
of
prove what you're saying? Use your brain,
Bro,
Gagan.
I'm not saying, bro. I'm not saying how do you want me to prove it? Like I don't
Gagan,
have
you've
access.
proved nothing to us. So what are you talking about? Us prove something.
Your proof that the earliest proof that you have is 130 years after. That's
No, it's not.
Copy of
What are you
the
talking
Quran.
about? 130 years.
You're making
So,
stuff.
let me do an update. Let me do an update. No, you don't have it. You don't have it.
Bro.
No, let me make something up. You don't have it. Let me make something up.
Sirai, I told you, Sirai. Hold on.
That's fine.
Sirai Medina.
Let's agree to disagree.
Look. Sirai Medina M1. Write that down. Sirai Medina M1. That is, it's sometimes called the Topkapi Codex. 100% of the Quran from the late 1st century. So we're talking about at minimum 60 years after the life of the Prophet ﷺ. 60 years. An entire codex. 60, not 130, the entire thing. We have fragments that corroborate that codex that are earlier, like Sana'a, like Codex Meshhed,
How do you spell
like
it?
I'm sorry?
How do you spell that?
Sirai, I think
first
it's
one that you mentioned.
Hold on, let me try to. I forgot how to spell it actually.
I'll just go look for this and go see your research. If you want, we can talk another time. If not, it's fine. I'll just go check what this guy has to.
Okay, so it's SAR.
Yeah.
AY.
Yeah.
Okay, the next word is Medina, MEDINA. 1A. It's given the name sometimes the
Okay, I'll go check
Topkapi,
that out.
Codex Topkapi. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was bringing up. That's the 130-year-old one I was bringing up.
No, it's not. It's no, it's not, bro. It's a late 1st century manuscript.
Which year is it from? Yeah,
It's
that's
a
what
late.
I mean.
So
130 years
these
after the death of
datings,
Muhammad.
You don't date a manuscript for 1 year. That's not how it works.
Datings paleographically and carbon dated, they have a range, so they can give you a date range within 50 years. So it can plausibly be before the late 1st century. So let's say if the Hijrah, when did the Hijrah happen? Like 612 or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. 612. Okay, so 612, that's when our Islamic calendar begins. So from 612 to 712, that's the 1st century. So that can be anywhere from between, like, let's say 670 to the early 2nd century, to around like 730.
Okay, so it's how many years after that you would say that you would put the time limit between that 50 years?
If you go with the earlier dating, it's around 70 years tops, maybe less.
Okay, so 70 to 120. So it was close to the 130 that I was saying, right?
No, 70 is not close to 130.
No, the 70 to 120.
If you go with the later dating.
Yeah,
But most scholars date it to the late 1st century. And if you go to the Islamic awareness website, you can see exactly why they dated it like that.
Yeah, this is the one I was bringing up, but if you want, I'll go look more into this one. Sure.
But that's we don't even need that one. We don't even need that one.
So which one do you think is the best one that I should look at that would prove
It's not just the best one. Manuscripts are not counted. They're weighed. So we have plenty of manuscripts. Just go to Islamic awareness, and they have an entire section there for 1st century Hijri manuscripts, and you'll see it's a whole bunch. Some of them comprise 40% of the Quran. What?
That's the best thing. Like, let's say if I was to go search this, what you guys are saying, that's the best thing to look on?
Islamic awareness?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Okay.
It's the most
Yeah, I'll go check
comprehensive
it out.
and the most readily available to like lay people.
Okay.
Then if you want something like Audible, where you can see an expert talking about it, just go to YouTube and search blogging theology. Haytham Sidki. Haytham Sidki is an expert on this field. He's part of ICSA, and he says this exact same thing. The Uthmanic text is unchanged, and we have the Quran multiple times over from the 1st century.
Hatem Siddiqui?
Haytham Sidki.
Okay, I'll search that up too. Okay, I'll check it out. Okay, nice talking to you guys.
Okay, bro.
Yeah, see you.
And I'll search up this Sikh text as well. I've never done that, so.
Okay, thank you. I respect you guys. Oh, also, before I go, I want to let you guys know our religion doesn't say that Muslims go to hell. That we say that if you're a good Muslim, you can make it to heaven. We believe we're the only religion that can go to God. But so if you're a good Muslim, that's the only thing that matters. But our thing is not to convert you, but to make sure that tell you guys to be the best Muslim you can be. We use the name Allah for our God in our book 13 times, and we also have verses about Muslims and how they should control all their senses and obey God and to only submit their will. Like there are other ways too to control their 5 senses, and like there's a lot of verses about it telling you how to be the best Muslim you can be in God's eyes, because we believe it's the same God that wrote your book that wrote our.
We appreciate that, but we will say though that that وَمَن يَبْتَغِي غَيْرَ الْإِسْلَامِ دِينًا فَلَا يُقْبَلُ مِنْهَا وَهُوَ فِي الْآخِرَةِ مِنَ الْخَاسِرِينَ. Whoever seeks a way other than Islam, it will never be accepted from them, and then hereafter they will be amongst the losers.
Well, that's fine. That's your position. I just want you guys to be the
I just wanted to make it clear.
Muslims.
I appreciate that you wanted to share that with us. Just like my mom says that, Brandon, I believe that because you were baptized as a baby, you're going to go to paradise. And I'm like, thank you. I don't believe you're going to paradise unless you become a Muslim. So look,
Muhammad's parents didn't go to paradise either, right? Not everyone will.
And we're fine with that. Abraham's parents not going to paradise, right? So
that's what I mean. Like not everyone will make it in your guys' view. So I understand.
And that's fine. And that's fine. Allah, and that doesn't disprove a religion either. Right?
No, I'm not saying that to disprove it, brother. I'm telling you guys, I have respect for you. I want you guys to be the best Muslims you can be.
I respect you, and we want you to be a great person too. You're safe from our hands, and your blood and your wealth are safe.
Thank you. Same. Like. Okay, nice talking to you, Ramzi, Wassam, and Muslim Cowboy. Take care.
All right, take care.
Take care, man. See you later.
You too, man.
All right, guys. Last closing statements.
Apparently, we have like a Shia Sunni battle in the comments. I don't know
what's going on.
Well, I can't right now, man. I can't.
There's a Shia
really can't.
in there. Well, where's my mods?
I'm a mod technically, but I'm on the
No,
side.
it's a good dude. It seems respectable so far, but like maybe one day he should come up.
Yeah, no, but I get some of those in my comment section. It just annoys the crap out of me sometimes. It's just like, dude, take your. You know, I'm not gonna. I don't want to cause drama now. We're about to end.
Right.
All right. Let's start with. Here we go. All right, Wissam, what you got for us? Last advices. Tell us what other Muslims who maybe get approached with this question. Give us in a summary, right? If someone's asked, how do you know that Islam is the truth? How do you know the Quran is preserved? How do you know the Quran is from Allah? How would you respond in the most succinct, quick way?
That's like 5 questions, though.
It's all in one. It's all in one rapid package.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's one specific answer. There's a lot of ways to go about this. Alhamdulillah, like even people who say like manuscripts are not our primary like method of memorization, it's kind of not true at the same time, because remember during the compilation of Uthman, one of the criteria was to actually find that the Quran, that specific verse or chapter was scribed on some surface along with memorization of people who heard it from the Prophet ﷺ. So it's always been hand in hand to that degree. So it just depends on the person. If they're sincere, then you can direct them to scholars like Mustafa al-Azami, or that's from like the Islamic side. If you want, there are various online interviews by people like Marijn van Putten, Asma Hilali, Haytham Sidki, Eleanor Kellard, who basically admit to this. There are Orientalists that say this, like from the past, from the 1800s. There are Orientalists and like German scholars and American scholars who agree, like everybody agrees that the Uthmanic text as we have it is basically untouched. And then if they want to say, oh well, that's just Uthman's version, what about what happened before that? We say we don't care. Alhamdulillah, if you can prove that it goes back to the companions and to the actual audience to which the Quran was initially revealed, and we trust them, and they were there with the Prophet ﷺ, and people have been memorizing it to this day without a single gap in any era where this happens, then that is more than enough evidence to say that it's perfectly preserved. And alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. That's just one way to tackle. I mean, it's more complicated than that, but
yeah,
I would just say, get on the bandwagon, get on the train to gaining knowledge and defending this deen academically, and inshallah ta'ala, Allah will guide you the rest.
I mean, awesome, mashallah. Ramzi, last words of advice for the believers. Inspire us.
Okay. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm joking. Know why you're a Muslim. Know why you believe Allah is one. Know why you believe the Quran is the word of Allah. Know why you believe in Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the last and final messenger and the seal of all prophets, and that will be the best deterrent to any future shubha you come across. Also, surround yourself with knowledgeable people, because there will be times you don't know something and you'll need help. And most importantly, prevention is better than cure. So you don't want to smell like garbage, don't go dumpster diving. Right? In other words, if you don't want shubahat, don't go seeking shubahat. If that makes sense. Seeking to learn in general is one thing. Seeking shubahat is something else. You don't need to go to shubahat to learn your Islam. You could just learn your Islam without the shubahat. It's actually not that hard.
Absolutely.
Oh, I have one more thing to say, Brandon. I'm so sorry. I know you're sleepy. Just so people understand, because there is like a Shi'i in the comment section, and he or she seems pretty nice. But the only people who actually say that the Quran was for sure corrupted are Shia. Like not even Orientalists go that far. The Shia have actual tawatir reports in their fabricated books about the Quran being revealed this way or that way, and certain verses containing the name of Ali, which were expunged out. Ayat al-Tathir was actually somewhere else. There's a whole book. What is it? فصل الخطاب في تحريف كتاب رب الأرباب by Tabrasi, where Al-Majlisi says that the hadith, the athar about the corruption of the Quran and the Shi'i books are mutawatir as much as the hadith about the A'imma, which is why now you have all these usulis saying, no, this is weak or that is weak. But just so you know, you guys are the only people ever to claim that the Quran has been tampered, just based on folly and whims.
MashaAllah, Jazak khair, Brother Wissam, Jazak khair, Brother Ramzi, Jazak khair for all of the Muslims out there watching, all everybody who has supported us, who shares this with the non-Muslims, and who is supporting the Dawah wherever it is, because it's not about me, it's not about Ramzi, it's about a Dawah ilallah, It's about calling to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, not calling to any cliques or groups or cults or weird stuff here and there in between. You know, we ask Allah to unite us upon His authentically revealed Quran and upon the authentically preserved, tradition of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So I want to thank everybody for all of that. I want to thank, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving me life long enough, to seek knowledge, to be able to get closer to Him and to help spread just a little tiny modicum of stuff that I have. I definitely want to do more research into manuscript tradition and becoming, mashallah, the scholar that Wissam is. So Jazakallah khair, Wissam. Anything that I've said that is correct is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Anything I've said that's wrong is from myself and from the shaitan. I ask Allah to forgive me and to forgive all of you, and to allow us to make it to paradise together. If I don't meet you guys in this life, so I'll ask Allah to allow us to meet at the Hawd, where we drink from the blessed hands of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we enter paradise, have a big party and barbecue at my place. And until next time, guys, subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika ashhadu la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Salam, y'all.
والقرآن المجيد بل عجبوا أن جاءهم منذر منهم فقال الكافرون هذا